who would be accompanied by Pranjal from MBBS batch 22. Professor M. Srinivas has an illustrious career with more than 3 decades of experience in various positions in the academic, administrative, and research fields. He joined the AIIMS New Delhi in 1994 and became Professor of Pediatric Surgery in 2011. His administrative experience includes development of new medical colleges under the Employee Health Insurance Corporation and has contributed to initiation of more than 10 new medical colleges and started various postgraduate and super specialty courses in these institutions. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. Ashok Puranik, Executive Director, AIIMS Guwahati, who would be accompanied by Arpita from MBBS batch 21. Professor Puranik is an internationally recognized trauma surgeon and surgical intensivist. He has completed his fellowship in trauma from renowned Alfred Hospital in Melbourne, Australia. He has served in the Indian Army for more than 3 decades, where he was involved in the field as well as peace tenures across the country and abroad, including tenures in Nagaland, Kargil, counter-insurgency operations, and in Sri Lanka. He also served as the head of surgery department at Command Hospital, Southern Command, and Armed Force Medical Colleges, Pune. Notably, Professor Puranik has also served as an army surgeon in the longest traveling ambulance train, Operation Dhanvantri, an effort that made into the Guinness Book of World Records. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Moving further, I would like to cordially invite first moderator for the panel, Ms. Ruchita Mishra, accompanied by Sambhav from MBBS batch 21. Ms. Ruchita Mishra is an MBA graduate with triple gold medal from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IIFT, New Delhi. She has authored many best-selling fiction books. Currently, she is serving as a business executive in London, providing sports and gaming companies with technological solutions. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Now, I welcome on stage our next moderator, Dr. Mayank Mishra, who would be accompanied by Akash from MBBS batch 21. Dr. Mayank is a pulmonologist with over 15 years of experience. He is currently serving as additional professor in the Department of Pulmonary Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome and cordially invite our panelists for the discussion. First of all, I would like to call on stage Dr. Charan Teja Koganti, accompanied by Princy from BSc Nursing 21. Dr. Charan is a renowned neuropsychiatrist from Hyderabad with over 10 years of experience in the field of neuropsychiatry. He has been working as a consultant at AIIMS Hospital, Kondapur, and as associate professor at VRK Institute of Medical Sciences. He is part of multiple research projects in the field of neurological and psychological brain health. In addition, he is proactively teaching stress management strategies to the employees of many multinational corporations. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Next on the panel, we have Ms. Shraddha Jain, who will be accompanied by Pratibha from MBBS batch 22. Ms. Shraddha holds a graduation in fashion communication from National Institute of Fashion Technology, New Delhi, and is now a yoga teacher and a holistic health coach. She is a certified yoga instructor who specializes in pre- and postnatal yoga and is actively spreading awareness about yoga and its symbiosis with the mental health. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Next, I am privileged to invite on stage Ms. Heidi Soka, accompanied by Prerna from BSc Nursing batch 21. Originally from Finland, Ms. Heidi has spent several years in India practicing and studying yoga and spirituality and learning a lifestyle of service. She has been teaching holistic health and yoga for past 15 years. She is also the lead yoga teacher at Bhakti Yoga Rishikesh. Her professional path has been in the world of skiing, wellness, and yoga, instructing, teaching, coaching, and motivating people in the spirit of giving and sharing. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Next, we have with us Dr. Bhavneet Bharti, accompanied by Dhwani from MBBS Batch 21. Dr. Bhavneet is a professor of pediatric health education at PGIMER, Chandigarh, and the head of Social Pediatrics Department. She completed her MD Pediatrics from PGIMER and DNB Pediatrics in Maternal and Child Health and in Health and Hospital Administration. She is currently serving as the Director Principal at AIIMS Mohali. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Next on the panel, we have Indian Foreign Service Officer Ms. Sweta Bansal, accompanied by Tripti from BSc Nursing Batch 20. Ms. Sweta had been a corporate lawyer for 11 years before she plunged into the Indian Foreign Services in 2013. Her legal and policy background equip her to address issues linked to technology, national security, and corporate governance. She has a rich experience in the international relations, particularly at the Pakistan desk. Currently, she is working as an Indian Foreign Service Officer in the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Now, please welcome our next panelist, Shri Hare Krishna Das, accompanied by Sangeeta from MBBS Batch 21. Hare Krishna Das is the lead philosophy teacher at Bhakti Yoga Rishikesh. He was drawn to the chanting of mantras, teaching of Bhagavad Gita, and ISKCON at an early age of 16. He is professionally qualified as a company secretary and a corporate lawyer, but after working for a few years in the corporate world, he decided to take up monkhood and utilize his skills for spiritual purposes. Thank you, sir, for joining us. May we have a big round of applause for all the esteemed guests gracing the stage. Now, I would like to inform the audience that any question you may have during the panel discussion will be addressed in the last. Volunteers will be providing paper sheets. Kindly mention your name, your question, and the name of panelists to whom you would like to address the question to. Without further delay, let us start the event, passing on the stage to moderators Ms. Ruchita Mishra and Dr. Mayank Mishra. Thank you.
A very warm welcome and a bright morning to all of you. It is really a great privilege, as well as I feel immensely pleasant to be among such esteemed chairpersons and panelists in the second panel discussion of the series of 4 panels which have been planned for this Y20 consultation. So without any further delay, I would like to begin the discussion because I feel the audience, just like us, is quite excited and looking forward to brilliant responses from very, very pertinent questions related to the youth as far as this panel discussion is concerned. So the first question and the first panelist to which my question is addressed to is Dr. Charan. And Dr. Charan, I would like to have your opinion and comments on the fact that with competition rising in every field these days, how would you advise today's youth to maintain mental balance so that they can improve their focus and give their best to all of what they look forward to?
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for the question. So firstly, we should understand what competition means. Competition is actually very healthy. It keeps us motivated. It helps us reach our goals. But when it becomes about other people and not you, that is toxic competition. When you are competing against somebody and your entire focus becomes about that particular person or that particular group or that particular position, and it's not about your growth or your progression anymore, that is toxic. Firstly, I think since childhood, we need to teach children about what competition means, what is a healthy competition, what is toxic competition, what is definition of failure, what is definition of success. Because I'm sure most of us can agree to this. We all grew up being compared to somebody. as an example or as somebody receiving an example as someone. It can be your cousin, it can be your sibling, it can be your neighbor, it can be somebody on the TV, absolutely, that you don't know, right? Parents do it, relatives do it, you yourself do it, your friends do it. So I think we should stop comparing people, because understand that two people are not alike, not even twins, right? Not even monozygotic twins, even they are not alike, you know. Mental capacity is different for everybody. Everybody's individual capability is very, very different. You can't compare Sachin Tendulkar and Mr. Narendra Modi, right? Both are very, very, very different. Both are doing extremely well in their own field. You can't ask Modi ji to play cricket, and you can't ask Sachin Tendulkar to probably run the country. They may not be able to do it as well as in their own field. So easiest thing to do is, when, you know, please resist your temptation to fill a lot of competitive activities in your child's schedule. You know, when you have Sundays, you send them for swimming, you send them for some competitive field. And also, instead of like teaching them to revel in one particular area, teach them to try out everything. So when I was a child, I was made to try out everything. I was made to try out cricket, art, craft, different things. And I picked up art. Like I also do art as my second whatever, other than being a doctor. Had they not asked me to go to art and only played cricket, probably I would have sucked at it, right? So balance out competitive activities with non-competitive activities, with non-goal oriented. Not everything is about a goal. You know, sometimes you just have to do things for fun, and sometimes you just have to do nothing. So teach kids all this, and teach kids about what it means to be a failure, and it is okay. Because we associate failure as a very big word. A lot of people even end their life the moment when they think that they're going to be in that particular category. So I think we should start teaching since the childhood itself, and understand we have so many esteemed panelists sitting here, and you don't know how much I scored in my MBBS. You don't know how much I scored in my MD. You probably will never know. Even I don't remember what my percentage was. So don't try to focus on being the best in a class. Just try to be your best version. As cliche as it sounds, I think you should really try to compete with your own self and see if you're progressing or regressing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charan. That was a very succinct answer, and I very well agree to the fact that rather than competing with anyone else around, what we should be try to be is a better version of our own self. How we have improved the way we were yesterday as compared to what we are today. So with this, I hand over the mic to my fellow moderator, Ruchita, for the next question.
Good morning, everybody, and very excited to be here all the way from London. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about a phase that most of us will either go through or be with people who are going through. So I'm going to talk about pregnancy and exercise during pregnancy. So I have friends who have lifted 50 kilos till a day before they've gone into labor. And then there's myself. I vegetated, ate, and cried all throughout my 2 pregnancies. But probably yoga is a middle ground for it. So my question is for Shraddha. What's the importance of yoga during this really critical phase of a woman's life?
Thank you, everyone. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for the question also. So I can't stress on the importance of yoga during pregnancy. I would like to start with the stress factor that everyone goes through pregnancy. Obviously, it's a new phase in a woman's life, and it's something which is it's a stressful time. The cortisol levels in the body that time are going higher and higher. And you don't know what you're going to do. It's a new human that you're going to build and come into your life. It's going to be, it's a very, mindfully, it's a really, really stressful time. So with yoga, with the breathing mechanisms that the yoga provides, the asana practice, you can feel a little bit more relaxed. So it will help in reducing the cortisol levels in the body. Second, when I come to the physical part of it, during pregnancy, we are going through a lot of physical changes in the body. You experience fatigue, you experience a lot of tiredness, you experience a lot of back pain because your belly size is increasing, you experience a lot of joint pains and everything. So with the asana practice during pregnancy, all of this can reduce. And I have seen it. I've seen it with my own experience, the number of people that I've taught during pregnancy, as opposed to people who have not done anything during pregnancy. Their pregnancy is smoother, and let's not forget about the postpartum as well. It's much easier, the recovery time as well. Third, yoga also, of course, has a large part in meditation. So, we are trying to connect with a human which you're trying to connect with your baby. It's a new thing. It's a new phase in your life. So, yoga will also help in doing a lot of baby connection with the mother, the parent, both, I guess, but especially with the mother. It's a lot about the baby connection meditation that you do during that time. Also, let's not forget about a large part of the percentage nowadays, let's say about 48% in the private hospitals go through C-section. And I really want to stress about the fact, and being a childbirth educator also right now, I definitely tell them about what is the importance of vaginal birth. How we can do it. So with yoga, it also helps in strengthening the pelvic floor muscle, opening the hip joint, which is required for natural birth. It's easy to go for C-section, and it's easy for hospitals to say, okay, this is what's happening to the baby, let's go for the C-section because it's faster, it's quicker. But I would tell them, I educate them with yoga to be aware of your own body, be aware of how you are feeling, not just listen to an external person. Yes, sometimes it's important, sometimes it's medically really important to go for C-section. However, it's important to ask questions. It's important to say that, no, I am ready. I can maybe meditate during that time, be more present in the now rather than being scared of the future and what can happen to your body and the baby. Just having that connection during that time is very important. So I think with all of these factors, I think during pregnancy, it's very crucial to be involved with yoga, I think.
That is very interesting, Shraddha. So I gave birth in the UK, and there they really stress on vaginal birth. But I had like a 40-hour labor, 50-hour labor. And by the end of it, the doctor comes to me and he says, it's a really difficult thing I have to tell you, Rashida, but I think we have to go down for the C-section.
Okay.
And he was so upset that he was giving me this bad news, and I was like, yes, let's do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, different experiences, but
yes,
clearly yoga is very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, now changing gears a little bit and moving on to Haiti. So Haiti, there are two things that I want to talk about. One is stress, and the other is competition. So I work in the corporate in London, highly competitive. But the thing that we say to ourselves is nobody's dying. But I think there are a lot of people in this room who work in work environments where if they make a mistake, something unfortunate might happen. So the stress levels would be very high. The point is that competition and stress are therefore two very big parts of our lives these days. Are there any teachings in the Bhagavad Gita or the manuscripts that you read and study which can help us navigate these two problems?
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. So it's actually interesting what you spoke at first, very much on the same thing, actually very aligned with the Bhagavad Gita, what you were saying about defining success. Because often in this competitive world, we really become afraid of failure because we really want to succeed, right? So then in this fear of failure, what helps is exactly what you were saying, redefining what that success means. And according to Bhagavad Gita, actually that success is not in the results. Is if we have wrong understanding of the success, we have wrong understanding of the failure as well. So the success instead is in endeavor, in the efforts we put in our intention. And then actually Bhagavad Gita also teaches about action without getting attached to the results. So actually there is a higher controller. We are not the controllers here. And there are aspects in the universe that also play a role in this. So like you mentioned also similarly about this building a character. So actually that process of building that character through that endeavor, effort, intention, that's where the success lies. Similarly, the Bhagavad Gita teaches. So we should cultivate these qualities of becoming exemplary in our character, and that itself will eventually bring long-term results. And same as I mentioned about this not being controllers, that there is this higher power that controls. And one big thing that the Bhagavad Gita, like my take on the Bhagavad Gita is more through this, its relevance in today's world. Even it's spoken thousands of years ago, still the message that Krishna spoke to Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, it's very relevant today on the battlefield of modern challenges. And through this practical application, so anyone can benefit from the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. The message is very universal, it's not a religious book. And through this relatability. So one thing that Bhagavad Gita emphasizes is developing this mood of being of service. So actually when we are building that character and working towards that mood of being of service to others, collaborating. So similarly as you mentioned, that instead of kind of comparison and competition that creates a lot of that stress that we deal with, like you asked. So instead of that, when we contribute through the mood of service, so that changes everything, and that helps in kind of redefining that vision we have of success and failure as well.
That was very beautifully said. Thank you, Hedi. Mayank, now for you.
Thank you, Hedi. I don't have a single question, ma'am, for you. It's kind of a mixed bag. And the elements of the bag include the thought process of the youth today. What do you think, how the way the youth thinks about certain aspects of life, for example, relationships, how would you, bring out the struggles that they go through as far as their mental thought process is concerned, as well as your comment on resilience for youth who are staying away from home in hostels. So these two things.
Thank you, Ming. So being a accidental new director principal of a very new medical college, which received 2 batches, and with my background of being a pediatrician, this was the other spectrum of pediatrics which I was looking at for the last 2 years. So I've been very closely observing my youth who joined just when they crossed their 18 years. In our colleges, the youth are coming at 18 years, unlike US and other countries where they come another after 3 years. So by the time they are coming, I realized that they are still kids. They have these 3 important characters which all teens and youth have. One is peer relationships, risk-taking, and novelty experiencing. These are the things for which they seek further experiences and their peer relationships. If it is a bunk in the class, it's all about peer relationships. It's about the peer pressures. It's about if somebody has gone astray, it's the loyalty which they had for a erring youth who had done something wrong. I had a police coming there and explaining, yes, we understand, but you got into trouble because of that loyalty. But that really characterizes our youth. So what we understand is that as adults, we are how we mold their prefrontal cortexes. That's what is not matured. Their executive functioning is not yet mature. So we need to understand them, their biological immaturity, why they are having. When Dr. Gandhi talked about developing the character, the first thing we tell them, we are moving from competitiveness to cooperativeness. When they're coming to hostels, what we expect them to be more cooperative, a community living, understanding how you will work over the next few years. So when we talk about resilience, it's the keystone habits. And many of them, just now, Dr. Srinivas said, I got up at 4 a.m. When he said he got up at 4 a.m., me too. Me too. One of the keystone habits, these are getting up early in the morning, making up your beds, not having that digital clutter. The rooms are clean. So all these small habits which actually can have a ripple effect. So these are the things we need to cultivate when they're working in hostels, talking about cooperativeness, not toxic connections, and understanding, and having a culture of inclusivity, cooperativeness, and celebrating each day, small or big experiences. My students are here. I was happy to get 25 of them. So this is the novelty. They could go to a pub, do anything, or they could have an experience which I'm sure they really enjoyed. So we are working to give them the prefrontal cortexes of our youth and work for them. And that's what will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavani. I really liked that idea of, ignoring the competitiveness and increasing cooperation between. That's really useful. Thank you.
Last but not the least is, we can't tell any of our youth to correct unless we connect.
Oh,
so
wow.
we must connect to correct. That's important.
And I think as a mother, I will take note of that, because even with your own children, if you don't connect, you really can't correct them. Especially youngsters today, they're a bit of a handful. Anyway, moving on to our next panelist, which is Shweta. And I've been very excited to meet all our panelists, but especially Shweta, because I actually studied in school with her, and I haven't seen her since class 12. So it's like a decade of not seeing her. So it's very, very special to meet you, Shweta, here. So I travel a lot. Whichever part of the world I go to, Shweta, in any resort, there is always a 6 a.m. yoga session where somebody comes and does namaste to me and teaches me yoga. So we talk about yoga diplomacy now, and the benefits of yoga and how it helps us internally, mentally, physically are well documented. My question to you is, how has yoga become an important tool for forging diplomatic relationships between countries?
Good morning, everyone. To be able to answer this question, we need to first understand what is soft power. So any discourse on international relation cannot be complete without discussing soft power. And we owe a lot of credit to a professor from Harvard who coined the term, his name was Joseph Nye, and he coined the term soft power, which basically means that it's not coercive power, or it's not power by inducement. It is something where the world is attracted to your cultural ethos. And it's not that the aspects of soft power were not there before, but India, under the current regime, has been significant in terms of exporting yoga as one of its most prominent cultural exports, and which has transcended boundary of language, culture across the world. We have today 125 million people practicing yoga, and one of the most important feature of soft diplomacy is the ability of an actor state to be influence other actor states to modify their behavior on a positive perception of the primary actor. And I think we have the testament of that success in the fact that the United Nations has recognized yoga as an International Yoga Day on 21st June, which is one of the biggest feathers for our diplomatic success, because in that sense, we have really united the world without pushing it and falling into the trap of cultural imperialism. So I think at the moment, the inclusive nature and innate values of yoga, which embraces inclusivity, by our diplomacy, we have been able to embrace that through the number of people who are now practicing yoga.
Thank you, Shweta, for that. And Dr. Mayank?
Hare Krishna Das ji, good morning. The next question is for you. In today's young generation, whether they are working or studying, they face a lot of distractions, and yet they are needed to, focus their attention and divide it in multiple places and tasks. And they have to manage all the tasks at one at the same time. So that also creates a lot of stress and anxiety, handling a number of multitasking while trying to focus to bring out the best. So is there a way to seek relief and help through mantra chanting technique?
Namaste. Thank you. Thank you for the very relevant question for the youth. This is a Youth 20 summit or consultation. So, I remember as a young boy, that's when, I got connected with this spiritual path when I was just a 16-year-old boy. And, going through all that academic pressures of studying and focusing on different aspects, including the physical activity also. Nowadays, not much is happening there, because most of the sports are here, unfortunately. So, I remember that, yes, it's a fact that, so many things have to be taken care of and mind is in so many different places. So as soon as we speak of attention, then it necessarily, we have to understand that it's the mind, right? And, our topic is yoga and mental health. So we also have to understand what is this mind and the mind mechanism. So, mind is defined in different ways. I was just searching, what does the Wikipedia say? Wikipedia says mind is the different mental faculties, what we do with different mental faculties. So it's mind is what the mind does. That's not very clear definition. But if we actually see in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 15th chapter, Sri Krishna, when he's speaking to Arjun, he says that all of us, all the living entities who all are here, including me, we all essentially are spiritual beings. And we are covered over, our identity is covered over by these different layers. If you remember the yesterday's talk, there were these 5 layers which were being spoken about, the Annamaya Kosh, Pranamaya Kosh, like that. So, in a very simplified way, he says that, the 5 senses and the 6th one is the mind. So, mind is identified as one of the senses, but it is a subtle sense. 5 gross senses we all know, eyes, ears, everything like that. And the Katha Upanishad, it gives an example that how do we understand ourselves, and it gives the example of a chariot, that this body is like a chariot, the 5 senses are like the horses, the driver of the chariot is the intelligence, and the horses and the driver, they are connected with a rein, the ropes of mind. And the passenger is the you, the self, the soul. So we come to this that, there are these 3 things. One is the body, the mind, and the self. So body of the senses. So if we take the example of this mobile, because this is something that we all have, right? And we all relate so much to it. This body, the mobile gadget is the body, the hardware. And the iOS or the operating system is the mind, the software. And we, supposed to be the smart guy, is the soul, the user, right? So this, we call it as smartphone, but actually it's we who should be smart, really. So, this, imagine a very nice gadget, but the software is corrupted. Will it function? It won't function. So, we all are given, most of us, naturally, a very healthy body. At the time of birth, unless there is something that really happens during the pregnancy and delivery. So, but how do we train, program, condition our mind accordingly? Even the body doesn't function. So, in my youth days, when I got connected, I learned this, that it is very important to invest in taking care of the mind. And, it's a very common example that we have heard probably many times, that, there is a carpenter, or we have also seen a carpenter, when he starts working on his furniture making, the first thing that they do is sharpen their tools. And once the tools are sharpened, then the work throughout the day goes on very smoothly. So, the mind is that faculty which actually helps us to remain focused. And if we give sufficient time to the mind, then, all other functions can go on very smoothly. So I have personally experienced during my student times that when I started chanting the mantra, many of my other student friends, they would say, "Kya time pass? Why are you wasting time?" But I realized it is not wasting time, it is investing time in focusing the mind. The mantra, what it does is, it's like this magnifying glass. You have the sun rays, which has the power. But when you have the magnifying glass, what happens is all that energy is focused in one place. Then it is as good as sun, it can burn. So the mantra chanting, when we start chanting the mantra, what we do is we are just focusing on the sound vibration. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that mind will actually run here and there. But he advises, yato yato nischalati manaschanchalam asthiram tatas tato niyamyaitat. So wherever the mind wanders, bring it back. And how do we bring it back? By sound. See, we connect with sound always. So this sound vibration, when it is chanted, it actually helps to bring the mind in one place. And once we have sufficiently trained the mind, then we can take care of so many things. If the mind is organized, then our lives can also become organized. But if the mind is everywhere, then we can't really focus. Now there is this, very, a new term, continuous partial attention. Right? So, we are not focusing on one thing, and that is because of this, that, once in a while we are hearing, now it may be happening with few of us, we are hearing and we are thinking we are attentive, but then mind is here. So when we chant the mantra practice actually helps us to focus really there. So that's, unless you practice it, you won't realize it. So,
thank you, Hare Krishna Das ji. That was very nicely summarized. So the bottom line is, we need to start working on our minds at as soon and early age as possible. We go to the next question, which I put up to Dr. Charan. Dr. Charan, what is your take on sex education in the Indian youth, and when should it begin in school, and how should it be addressed at home? So if you could briefly summarize.
I'm going to give a shocking answer of sex education should begin at the age of maybe 3 or 4, where we're teaching about good touch and bad touch, right? So sex education, a lot of parents think that they're going to teach about how to have sex. That's not what it's going to be taught. It's going to have various aspects to it. We're going to teach about menstruation. We're going to teach about body positivity, body image, body parts, reproductive system, nocturnal emission, ejaculations, erections, different aspects to it. Consent, sexual violence, cyber sexual violence, different aspects. I think I'm missing out on many more things. So I think we shouldn't give an option for the parents to opt out or opt in their kids for sex education, if at all there is enrollment of sex education in any of the school, because I go as a sex educator to a couple of international schools in Hyderabad, but that's about international schools. What about the government schools? What about the other private organizations? There is no sex education at all. And if you think that, you are sitting in the dark and closing your eyes and everything is dark, that's not going to happen. Your kid probably knows a lot about sex from different sources which are not very healthy. The most popular thing is your internet, right? Mostly you're not getting adequate, proper information about sex. Also, they get the information from their friends or older cousins. None of these are reliable sources. And the perfect source is you yourself to start from at home. Start teaching about menstruation as the most basic thing for women, and and about nocturnal ejaculation or erections to boys, because these are two areas where people really get uncomfortable with their own body. Firstly, puberty is I think it's a very strange phase for a lot of youngsters, right? Your body changes, your mind changes, you're not prepared for it. See, pandemic, if you were prepared for it, it wouldn't have been as distressful, right? None of us were prepared for it. We never saw it coming. So it was very difficult to deal with. So same way, if you're not prepared for your body and mind to change, you're not going to take it well. So it's always good to prepare kids for puberty and what is required. And also another important aspect is sexuality here. Even that is taught in, in the sex education. Yeah, I think it should start as early as 4 about good touch and bad touch, and it should continue forward.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Charan, for that. Shraddha, coming back to you now, a very quick question here for you is, let's talk about some misconceptions that surround yoga and mental health. What are they, and how can we work to dispel them, please?
Do we have 30 minutes for me? I'm just going to talk about...
You got 30 seconds.
I'm joking. Okay. So, many misconceptions though, but I'm going to start with the number one that I hear, and I'm going to only talk about it right now from the asana point of view, because that's where usually people like youth would associate yoga with, is I can't do yoga because I can't touch my toes. That's just one thing that I keep hearing again and again, that I can't do classes with you, Shraddha, sorry, I can't even touch my toes, I'm not flexible enough. I mean, to my answer to that is, it's not like when you start running or doing strength training, you can lift 20 kgs in the start. You have to start somewhere, It's always from the foundation, it's always from the base. So, this is one of the very big misconceptions that I hear of a lot. Second, I keep hearing about how yoga is, well, it's for older people. That's one thing that I keep hearing a lot, and I want to specify it to the youth here. It's not just for older people. You have to start, as he also said, as young as like from the school. You have to start from the age of like 4 or 5. Yes, you may not have the focus at that point of time, but that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build that. So that's, it's not just for older people. You have to start from as young as possible. And I keep stressing about the fact that how it should be an important subject in schools. It just should be there as a mandate in each and every school from the start. Also, I hear a lot about, it's just, yoga is very boring, right? Like, it's just so boring.
It's not Zumba.
What?
It's not Zumba, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not Zumba. You're not dancing. It's not like, okay, high energy. What is it? What are you getting out of it? I think because we're trying to target different kinds of youth these days, yoga, in terms of asana perspective, can be tweaked in many ways. It can be a lot more about different kind of movements. It doesn't have to be a slow restorative form of yoga. There are different kinds of yoga forms which you can adopt to. Yin yoga, hatha yoga, ashtanga yoga. There's so many different kinds, and you have to see what works for you. Yoga is yoga by the end of the day, on the mat, off the mat, and once you get to whichever channel that you want to get to, hatha, ashtanga, anything, you will get into the different aspects of yoga like we were discussing outside. Asana is just the starting point for many people, and then you move to the dhyana, pranayama, all the different layers that everyone was talking about here. Okay. So these are, I think, some of the main misconceptions that I keep hearing about. And also one big one, that yoga is just for women. It's not just for women. It's really not. It's for all the genders. All the genders are welcome. Men should try it. I have, unfortunately, when I go and I teach here and there, and I teach in many places, I have mostly women, and I really want to urge that men, you have to get more into the yogic practices also.
Just out of curiosity, Shraddha, thank you. And just following on from what you've said, out of curiosity, how many people here actually do yoga? Show of hands, please. I do it as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you, Shraddha, for that, and thank you to the audience for the show of hands. Hedi, very quickly moving on to you, and shifting gears to depression now. It seems when we read the numbers, they're very scary. Every bracket of life, so youngsters and older people, younger people, everybody seems to be inching towards depression. The numbers are increasing, especially in the youth, which is very worrying. So much so that depression can sometimes lead to suicide when the world seems completely bleak to that particular individual. My question to you is that when the world is entirely bleak for that individual, can spirituality be that little beam of light that tears the darkness? Can spirituality be the answer for that problem?
Thank you for the question. And I would like to start by sharing my own experience, actually, which can be very relatable to many in the youth. Because when I was in my 20s, 20 years ago, studying, working, combining all that, so actually I went through severe clinical depression. And it took like many years out of my life. I quit my studies, my work, everything for some time. And I fully isolated from the world. And really kind of lost that vision that happens when we get depression. When we get depressed, we kind of become caged within that reality, you know. So we start to believe that this reality is what it's all about. We cannot see any further. And we start to identify so much with that reality as well, like I did. I am this depression, and there's no way out, you know. So how spirituality helped me? Actually, in the Bhagavad Gita, we can understand that we are not these bodies, we are not these minds, we are spirit souls. And all these thoughts coming from the mind, everything, all of this is temporary by nature. So also through that understanding that this depression also is temporary by nature. Actually, I am not this depression, I'm something else.
So I have a question there, Heidi. So when you were going through this phase, and I'm sorry you went through it,
Thank you.
what took you towards spirituality? Because that can be a spiral that goes downwards. So what made you go towards spirituality? What pulled you towards spirituality?
Yeah, because for me, it's a good question. And for me, I think the reasons behind the depression were kind of like that, which often is there for many people, that actually we are lacking this higher sense of purpose, sense of belonging here. And actually, even it is from a spiritual point of view, we are on a temporary place here. We don't actually belong here. We are just visiting here on this temporary journey. And then this higher purpose, because this modern day culture, you know, we are lacking that goal. We might have some short-term goals and goals based on these temporary things and these temporary identities that we build here. But we are lacking that actual higher goal. And so I kind of felt like that, very much like a sense of, I don't belong here, what's my purpose? What am I here to do for, you know? That led to that depression. So then I really was inclined to read and seek knowledge. So through that knowledge, I kind of, in my depression, you know, initially, of course, you're not really able to even read or do anything. But then I started reading, and I started reading spiritual literature. And then through that, I came to these realizations that actually there is a way out, that there is some power that I have to kind of start realigning, redirecting, and just training my mind and utilizing it differently, which is the spiritual process Bhagavad Gita explains it is about. So then, through knowledge, then I started meditating, and meditation was the big thing that helped for me. But with this journey of depression, also when we understand we have some power in our hands, but then the knowledge in the Bhagavad Gita also teaches us that, yet, like I mentioned before, we are not controllers. So actually there is a higher controller. So there comes this aspect of accepting some grace to enter into our lives as well. And through this understanding, maybe the third step, it's not just that, you know, then when we accept this, kind of come to a state that, okay, there's a higher plan, let it work through me somehow. But of course, it's easier said than done. And it doesn't mean that we step back and kind of step back from the action and don't do anything. But action is important, especially action without getting attached to those results, like I mentioned before. So kind of maybe these three things help me to understand this. But I think definitely, especially in today's world also, there's so much of this kind of shallow or toxic positivity. And people try to bypass, because often also when we are experiencing these problems on a material level in this material world, and then we read the spiritual literature like I did, and oh, there's some high spiritual ideal solution for this. But if we try to immediately jump there, so we might bypass many things. And then the scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita emphasize the need for, that we need a guide, someone to guide us through these books. Otherwise, we might end up bypassing a lot. So that importance of teacher, someone to show me the way, someone who has actually, walked the way and had those realizations themselves. And that's what guru means, actually, someone who guides us from the darkness to the light, like my journey from darkness of depression to the light. And really, like, this knowledge from the Bhagavad Gita transformed personally my life for me. So definitely there are many, many things we can get from there. And with this kind of toxic positivity also, because real happiness from spiritual perspective has spiritual substance. It has some substance. So how do we develop that substance? Again, we need to do some work so that we don't, because also if we bypass, we jump to some high spiritual ideal, we might not do that actual work with ourselves. We kind of start pretending that we are somewhere we are not yet, and start living according to that ideal that I'm supposed to be this, I'm practicing spirituality. But doing that actual work with the help of a competent teacher, and then with that, for that, like all the spiritual scriptures, like the Yoga Sutras as well, emphasize discipline as the beginning when we enter to the spiritual life, developing discipline. So actually developing this substantial happiness from spiritual point of view requires discipline. So through discipline, we can then reach to the higher state of happiness as well.
And when you talk about toxic positivity, I think things like Instagram really play a big role in it. And this is what I would like to say to anybody young here in the audience, that all that you see on Instagram is not true. That's probably a very small part of that individual's life. Everybody is probably struggling, has their own challenges. So please do not just go by that positive, nice, happy picture that you see on Instagram. I mean, we hope everybody's happy, but the reality is, like you said, there is a lot of work that goes into any sustainable happiness inside you. It's not an easy part. Right. So thank you. I think that was very important point.
So in the last question, Swamiji raised flashed his phone twice or thrice. And my question to Professor Bhavneet, Madam, is regarding mobile phones only, because these means of technology are a very important part of today's modern lifestyle for everyone, be it the youth or anyone. So the question is, ma'am, how should today's youth make or maximize the use of technology to benefit their lives rather than, cripple them with increasing smartphone usage or addiction?
For me, when we talk about the I generation, they're definitely better. All of us as parents have taken their help whenever we have caught. So if my take on addiction is, addiction in any form is going to be a problem. Whether it is a mobile phone or whether it is substance abuse, in any form it's a problem. But it is how you will leverage it to your advantage. For example, when we are talking about medical education, there is a theory of connectivism. We use these resources to connect, and we try and use them positively. When you're talking about all is not right with Instagram, all is not right about the stories which you're saying, it's about making them more realistic. In our country, only those who want to go for USMLE, they want 200 volunteering. But what I feel is every profession, every person must get involved in volunteering. That means right from beginning, so that they see the reality. That's what is important. It's not telling them not to use, it's telling them what to do. So what I feel, what works for me is 3 random acts of kindness. And if anybody watches you doing those random acts of kindness, he's transformed, giving them good role models, helping them understand how to use phones. In fact, I had resistance to buy a phone initially, thought it is a status symbol. Gradually, we all realized during the COVID times, it's an inevitable part. And we all have really benefited. We've got worldwide people talking to us online. Wherever the cost was a constraint, we really used it. So I feel addiction in any form is a problem, but we should not just talk about mobile phone. Tell them the hazards of it, talk to them, be aware about cyber crimes. We are seeing them. So we have them, youth, talk to them, understanding the problems with the media. There is a social dilemma, a movie in Netflix, which is a good movie for anybody to understand what this world of social medicine, social problems are there with the social media. So I think addiction to be handled as like anything. But one thing we talked about sexuality education, I felt there has to be one nurturant adult in any family, in every child's life, where he can discuss. So that's one thing. We don't take sex education, it's a comprehensive sexuality education where we talk about relationships, we talk about so many things. So here, you can be that nurturant adult for any child. That's what is required when you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for that to the point and crisp response. As far as addiction is concerned, we had a wonderful question answer session with Jeeva Hammond yesterday. The positive aspects of everything have to be looked up to, and a nurturing person is the one who can take care of sexual problems, addiction problems, as well as technology problems that are being misused. So the nurse.
Okay, so thank you for that. I think we're going to take a bit of a detour now and go to the audience for any questions that they might have for our panelists, because Mayank and I have had a chance to ask our questions, but we don't want to hog them entirely and give you guys a chance. So anybody has a question for anybody on the panel, please let us know now. Yeah. There's somebody there, a lady in the purple shirt, please. Is there a mic anywhere for her?
Good morning, everyone. My question is for Dr. Charan and Shraddha ma'am. That just right now Bhavneet ma'am highlighted the issues associated with addiction. So how can yoga help in addiction, in prevention of addiction and addiction relapse?
The question was for who, please?
Dr. Charan and Shraddha ma'am.
Dr. Charan and Shraddha.
See, I'm not very specific. I can't specifically answer your question about how yoga helps with addiction, but understand that, if you take out time to do any other activity but just be scrolling on your, on your social media, that is helpful in itself for you to break out and have a routine for yourself. Let's just say that, I'm somebody who is practicing yoga or any exercise for that matter every day for like probably 1.5 hours of my day. So that's 1.5 hours less of us scrolling through our social media, isn't it? When we had nothing to do in the pandemic, all we did was scroll through the numbers and different things. But if you fix a routine that also includes yoga, it will really help. But yoga definitely helps with like lot of substance use disorders. When you do yoga, it's all about your oxygen, metabolism, and blood supply, how it reaches certain areas of the brain. If you're a medical student, you have cortex and subcortex, right? Subcortex is involved with a lot of psychiatric conditions, including substance use disorders, and prefrontal cortex and amygdala, hippocampus, there are different areas, right? So yoga helps with all of them. So in a way, it does help. Exactly how, I can't answer. Yeah, but it definitely does.
Okay,
Adding
can I? Yeah, I have 2 questions, okay? I prepared a lot. I thought I'll be also given opportunity to talk. Can yoga reduce weight? And can there be smartphone yoga? I think let's not be critical about this phone. The phone at the moment is in your hand, and in 10 years' time, this phone will be out. The phone is going to become a wearable device that is going to be in front of your eyes with AR, VR, artificial intelligence. It will work like analyze your eye movements, even your thought process. And much beyond that, Elon Musk is working on a brain interface where you will have a chips in your brain and you can be transformed into anything. It's all about our brain and the chemicals, our state of mind. And at the moment, what I preach is, what do you practice? You all must have seen that video. What do you practice? So what happens in our brain, those chemicals, they make us to do the things. And all this yoga, spirituality, meditation, pranayama, all those things, I think that does affect our state of mind and through the chemicals. So there's a lot of scientific things happening, and we all are here for enhancing the humanity. You know, all the practices, all the experiments, all the things happening on this earth by all these educated people. I'm really enthralled with the kind of discussion you guys are doing. So impressive, you know. You are such experts in your field, you know. I couldn't stop myself asking these two questions, whether there is yoga helps in weight reduction, and is there any phone yoga? I can crack a lot of jokes because I practice humor. When everybody's talking, my mind is always thinking about some kind of a humor. And today's humor is like, I was just going through, 80% of the women wear yoga pants. And none of them do the yoga. And 100% men, they really don't care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are a little pressed on time, so I would like to request the chairpersons to conclude the session with their remarks. Professor Srinivas, sir.
A wonderful session, a lot of expertise. I think we need to carry home the messages which has been given by the experts over here. And especially it is true for the medical students, because Divine Land, the Divine Institute, a lot of medical students going through the stress, you know. We carry home, you know, the medical students and the doctors carry home the messages which has been given with respect to the stress and this eustress and the distress. That's what the distinction he made, you know. And similarly, what she was talking about, the importance of the yoga, and then actions rather than the results, and then how do we cope up with the stress and all, and how to be smart, not to be enslaved by the smartphone. I think this is a message which we carry home. A wonderful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the chairpersons for the concluding remarks. And of course, thank you so much to our esteemed panel for taking the time out, traveling from different parts of the country and the world to be here and for sharing your wisdom with us. And thank you, of course, to the audience for being such a fantastic audience. And thank you, Mayank, for being such a wonderful co-moderator. So I'll hand over to Ravi now, who can now conclude the ceremony.
Thank you, honorable chairpersons and eminent panelists, for this insightful talk. I hope the session has been informative and interesting to all. Now I would like to request honorable chairpersons to felicitate the panelists and moderators with a memento. I request Professor M. Srinivas to felicitate Dr. Charan Teja. Thank you, sir. I again request Professor M. Srinivas to felicitate Ms. Shraddha Jain. I again request Professor M. Srinivas to felicitate Ms. Heidi Soka. Thank you, sir. I again request Professor M. Srinivas to felicitate Professor Bhavneet Bharti. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Ashok Puranik to felicitate IFS Sweta Bansal. Thank you, sir. I again request Professor Ashok Puranik to felicitate Shri Hare Krishna Das. Thank you, sir. I again request Professor Ashok Puranik to felicitate Ms. Ruchita Mishra. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Ashok Puranik again to felicitate Dr. Mayank Mishra. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Mukesh Tripathi, Director AIIMS Mangalagiri, accompanied by Dhvani, MBBS Batch 21, to felicitate Honorable Chairperson Professor M. Srinivas. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Anmol Soni, Additional Professor in the Department of, Mr. Anmol Soni, accompanied by Sangeeta, MBBS Batch 21, to felicitate Honorable Chairperson Professor Ashok Puranik. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to rise for the group photo. I also request Professor Mukesh Tripathi and Mr. Anmol Soni, along with all the coordinators and volunteers of this panel, to join us on the stage for a group photo. Volunteers, please present the book Modi at 20 to our distinguished guests.
Soviet.
I would like to make a correction. We are having Mr. Anmol Soviji, who is the chair of the Y20 Secretariat, and we welcome sir to the program today.
Thank you all for participating in this panel discussion and making it a success. I request Honorable Chairpersons, panelists to proceed to the media room for media bite. In the end, now we are proceeding for the inaugural session. I request the audience to please be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I request everybody to take their seats. We will be starting with the inaugural ceremony shortly. Thank you.
Good morning all. I request all the delegate students to please fill the front seats first. Please start moving forward. Good morning all. May we have you all on the front seats? Little ahead. Don't occupy the last seats in the beginning. Thank you so much.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations, India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023.
West, please try to occupy the front seats which are lying vacant. Front seats. Radiant joys everywhere, spirits in tune to the spicy air. Thrill in the glory of city of Parmesh. Let's enjoy this Y20 day at AIIMS Rishikesh. Honorable dignitaries, dear distinguished and esteemed guests, young international and national delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, gathered in this hall, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of AIIMS Rishikesh, I am thrilled to welcome you all to the Y20 consultation on the theme of health, well-being and sports at Rishikesh, the gateway to Garhwal Himalayas and the yoga capital of the world. We have the pleasure of having with us our chief guest, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. I request Madam to kindly proceed towards the dais and take her seat. I invite Professor Meenu Singh, Executive Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to kindly escort our chief guest. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Our guest of honor, Dr. Shri Premchand Agrawal ji, Honorable Cabinet Minister Uttarakhand, will be joining us shortly. Next, we have our special guest, Shri Anmol Sovid ji, Chair Y20 India, and I request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to kindly escort him to the dais. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May we have a big round of applause for the honorable dignitaries. I request all the dignitaries to be seated on the dais. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Thank you all. Ma'am, please be seated. Going in sync with the ongoing move for greener ceremonies, we would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries with saplings. The saplings representing our today's youth. I hereby invite our budding doctors and nurses, young MBBS and nursing students to welcome our honorable guests by presenting saplings. I invite our dear faculty to present sash to the honorable guests. I first invite Dr. Vanna Dhingra and Ms. Sakshi and Mr. Ronak to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. I now invite Dr. Geeta Negi, Professor and Head Department Transfusion Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, and Mr. Mayank and Ms. Chanchal to welcome our special guest, Shri Anmol Sovid ji. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, friends. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Neeti Gupta with Mr. Tushar and Ms. Momita to welcome our Executive Director, Professor Meenu Singh, with saplings and sash. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. please keep the roaring hands, applause throughout the ceremony. We would be actually be stuck to the sound of your roaring hands. I next invite Dr. Vanna Dhingra, Additional Professor, Department of Nuclear Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome our dear Dean Academics, Professor Jaya Chaturvedi. I invite Ms. Nidhi and Mr. Suraj. Thank you so much, everyone. Please put your hands together once again for our honorable dignitaries. We all know that Y20 is the official youth engagement group for G20, Group of 20, the forum for the world's largest and most advanced economies. Going by the theme of India's G20 presidency, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision prioritizes on the focus on healing our one earth, creating harmony within our one family, and giving hope for our one future. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's famous quote says, "The ignited mind of the youth is the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth." Hereby, the Y20 at Rishikesh brings together young leaders from across the globe and aims at encouraging them as future leaders to raise awareness of global issues, exchange ideas, debate, argue, negotiate, and reach a consensus. As per the theme of Y20 Rishikesh, we have planned to engage the delegates with discussions on sports and fitness, yoga and mental health, holistic and spiritual health, and digital health as future of healthcare. With these words, we welcome everyone at Rishikesh and pay our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries and delegates for taking out their valuable time and traveling from distant places to be a part of this Y20 consultation. To mark the beginning of this inspirational event, I request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to please come forward for lamp lighting. I request Ms. Hemika and Ms. Rashika to please assist. Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, music, art, and learning, may Goddess bestow upon us her blessings to fulfill our vision for Y20 theme. Our young MBBS 2021 batch students choir will sing Saraswati Vanna.
या कुंदेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनी वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधति पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा.
Thank you, ma'am and sir. Thank you, students. I would now request Professor Meenu Singh, Executive Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome the August gathering. Professor Meenu Singh, madam, is a renowned pediatrician and an academician par excellence. She has been a pioneer in evidence-based child health. She has been a pioneer in evidence-based child health in India. With her outstanding contribution, Center for Advanced Research in Evidence-Based Child Health was built by ICMR at her former institution, PGIMER, Chandigarh. She is the co-chair of Cochrane India Network. Ma'am has several accolades to her credit, and under her dynamic leadership, AIIMS Rishikesh is growing in leaps and bounds. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much for the generous introduction. मंच पर आसीन मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में भारत सरकार की स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर भारती प्रवीण जी, उत्तराखंड सरकार के वित्त मंत्री और शहरी विकास मंत्री श्री प्रेमचंद अग्रवाल जी, जो अभी थोड़ी ही देर में हमें ज्वाइन करेंगे, वो रास्ते में कहीं ट्रैफिक में फंस गए हैं, डॉक्टर अनमोल योविक जो कि Y20 के एडवाइज़र एज वेल एज चेयरमैन हैं, जिनकी चेयरमैनशिप में ये सारा कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा रहा है। एम्स ऋषिकेश की संकाय अध्यक्षा डॉक्टर जया चतुर्वेदी जी, डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास डायरेक्टर एम्स दिल्ली, डॉक्टर अरविंद राजवंशी जो कि मंच पर नहीं हैं, ये सब लोग ऑडियंस में फ्रंट रो में मौजूद हैं, डॉक्टर अरविंद राजवंशी एम्स रायबरेली के डायरेक्टर, डॉक्टर अशोक प्रमाणिक एम्स गुवाहाटी के डायरेक्टर, डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी, डॉक्टर मुकेश त्रिपाठी एम्स मंगलागिरी के डायरेक्टर जो हमारे साथ यहाँ ऑडिटोरियम में मौजूद हैं, उत्तराखंड महिला आयोग की अध्यक्षा श्रीमती कुसुम कंडवाल जी, और आई थिंक थोड़ी ही देर में हमारी मेयर ऋषिकेश श्रीमती अमिता मंगलोई जी भी ज्वाइन करने वाली हैं। ओके, देश विदेश से आए हुए हमारे मित्रगण एंड ऑल द फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम G20 कंट्रीज, फ्रॉम जापान, जर्मनी, सिंगापुर, USA, UK, who are all here and have been participating in various run-up events of Y20, one of which was done yesterday as a holistic health conclave, which happened yesterday. I welcome you all to this Y20 consultation being organized at AIIMS Rishikesh, and we are really proud to know that India at the moment is passing through the phase of presidency of G20 under the chairmanship of our honorable charismatic Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the whole country has become vibrant with activities in different spheres. Y20 Consultation is the voice of the youth, and all the nations who are working towards the upliftment of youth and their leadership are actually participating in this. We at AIIMS Rishikesh have the privilege of hosting this particular consultation today, and we have more than 700 participants who have registered with us, and we expect all of them to be the torchbearers of policy and leadership in young people throughout the world. We know the theme is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that the whole world is one, and hence your interaction amongst yourselves and with your peers will actually bring in the new era for this world who's there. And we know that world is actually passing through a lot of crisis, and the main one being the ecological crisis which is happening, and we all need to work towards that. So under this honorable leadership of Minister of Health and Family Welfare, AIIMS Rishikesh is extremely proud to present to you various discussions which are in the form of panels, debates, cultural extravaganza, and several run-up events, including a marathon which has already happened from AIIMS Rishikesh in the town of Rishikesh, which is called Yog Nagari, which is actually the home of yoga. And we are really privileged to be living in this particular place, and we really welcome you to be here. And God has been really kind to us that the weather has really opened up for the last 2 days, and all of you, we expect that you'll be visiting all these wonderfully natural places which are around us, including Mother Ganga, who's just across the AIIMS campus. With these words, I welcome again all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Shri Anmol Sovitji. Mr. Sovit is Chair Y20, which is G20 India's youth engagement group. As the chair, he is committed to foster a supportive ecosystem for budding entrepreneurs worldwide and strongly believes in the power of collaboration with the youth across the globe. Mr. Sovit is also a regular elocutionist at industry events and conferences and shares insights on topics such as innovation, collaboration, role of youth at various levels of governance, democracy, and in business. Mr. Sovit has been a significant contributor to various digital and physical news, research, think tank platforms as an industry expert as well as the Y20 chair. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable MOS Health, Bharti Praveen Pawar ji, respected Meenu Singh ma'am, respected Jaya ma'am, respected my team member, Y20 Secretariat Arya Jha ji, honorable guests and friends from media, I would like to welcome you all to this program, Y20 Consultation event. First of all, I would request you all, Bharat Mata ki, Vande, Vande, Vande. Friends, you all know India is having the presidency of G20, and as ma'am has said and explained why G20 is important and why India is having this G20 presidency, and it is very crucial for Indians to have and know why India is having and what is the importance of G20 India. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, जब भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है तो अब वक्त है भारत के हर एक शहर, भारत के हर एक गांव और हर एक भारतीय को इस नेतृत्व का हिस्सा बनने का। तो क्या आप सभी इस नेतृत्व का हिस्सा बनने के लिए तैयार हैं? आर यू ऑल रेडी? इफ यस, भारत माता की। दैट्स थैंक यू। आज मैं साथियों आप सभी के सामने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के 5 प्रण जो उन्होंने कहे थे आप सभी के सामने दोहराना चाहूंगा। हम सभी भारतीयों का विकसित भारत में निर्माण का सहयोग, गुलामी की सोच से बाहर निकलना, अपनी विरासत पे गर्व करना, एकता और एकजुटता, अपने कर्तव्यों का पालन करना। You will feel or might think कि अनमोल is saying this much, अपनी एकता एकजुटता, why? There is a system, Prime Minister, Executive, Judiciary, why we will do? Why I am important for India and the growth of India? Why me? I'll give one example. You might have heard about Ramayana. I hope most of people here, they must have heard about Ramayana story. When Sri Ram was busy in building the bridge, every people, every friend of him, they was helping him, no? And there was a small creature. What we call that? A squirrel, no? वो गिलहरी भी अपना सहयोग दे रहा था। ठीक उसी प्रकार जब हमारा देश अमृत काल से स्वर्णिम काल की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है तो उस गिलहरी की माफिक हर एक भारतीय का कर्तव्य है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ खुद के निर्माण में, अपने भारत के निर्माण में सहयोग करें। हम अब स्वार्थी लोग होते हैं ना, human being, we must think and we usually think about ourselves. और एक इंसान को क्या चाहिए? In our life, what we want? हम स्वस्थ रहें, सुरक्षित रहें और मस्त रहें। In simple word, in my words, if you say, स्वस्थ, मस्त और व्यस्त. No? Am I right? Oh. स्वस्थ, मस्त और व्यस्त। स्वस्थ रखने वाले तो यहाँ हैं, समाज के नेतृत्व करता। में आए या स्वस्थ मस्त और व्यस्त रहना चाहते हैं जीवन। कोई भी इंसान क्या चाहता है भाई, अनमोल शोभित भी क्या चाहता है, स्वस्थ रहें, फिजिकली फिट, मेंटली फिट, मस्त रहें। कब मस्त फील होता है? जब हम अपने काम को 100% कर लेते हैं तो वी फील सेटिस्फैक्शन, नो दैट इज मस्त टाइप इन माय वर्ड। और व्यस्त, जीवन में कुछ करने की क्षमता होनी चाहिए और करने के लिए काम होना चाहिए, नहीं तो हर एक भारतीय या हर एक इंसान यही चाहता है कि भाई हम स्वस्थ मस्त और व्यस्त रहें। तो इसके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम अपने कर्तव्यों का पालन करें। अगर हम अपने कार्यों को, एज इन द वर्ड्स ऑफ ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, कि अपने कर्तव्यों का पालन करें, अपने कार्यों को 100% दें। अगर हम 100% देंगे तो सेटिस्फैक्शन फील होगा, और काम को 100% देंगे तो व्यस्त रहेंगे। लेकिन इस सब के लिए जरूरी है हमारा स्वस्थ रहना, एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट आवर थीम हेल्थ वेलबींग एंड स्पोर्ट्स एजेंडा फॉर यूथ। Health is not only about the physical health, what we mostly talk about. It's very important to talk about the mental well-being and health. In our society and in our country, we rarely talk about the mental well-being and health. And I'm requesting you all, the leader of society, to make this a buzz in our country that mental well-being is also important. And I request, I'll beg you all, because you all are the leader of society, you will head. You all are here, it represents that you are the leader of society. And you have that responsibility to lead the society. That's why I'll request, kindly give a grand clap for yourself. हमारे भारत में इसको मेंटल वेलबींग को, मेंटल वेलनेस को एक समाज में बज बनाने की ज़रूरत है। हमारे सोसाइटी में हमारे भाई, छोटे भाई बहन, दोस्त मित्र मेंटल वेलबींग, डिप्रेशन में बात करने की वो जाहिर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे सोसाइटी में इसको ऐसे माना जाता है कि समथिंग वेरी डेंजर टाइप ना। तो यू ऑल आर, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल, क्योंकि आप पे सोसाइटी विश्वास करती है, एंड इट इज अ टीजिंग फैक्ट, 30% of Indian youth society is all because of depression. And we cannot explain the pain of a mother whose daughter or son dies at an age of young age. उस माँ की व्यथा और कष्ट को कोई अपने शब्दों में व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता है। उस माँ के दर्द को, उस पिता और उस भाई के कष्ट को कोई शब्दों में व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता है। जो एक माँ, एक भाई, एक बहन, एक पिता सहता है जब उसका भाई, बेटा, पुत्र अल्प आयु में सुसाइड कर लेता है, तो उसको अपने भारत के, अपने सोसाइटी से अलग करने के लिए हम सभी का कर्तव्य है, जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, अपने कर्तव्यों का पालन करना। एक शब्द आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, अपनी विरासत पे गर्व करना। हमारा विरासत क्या है भाई? Not only the physical virasat, the intellectual virasat, what we have. If we talk about under this theme, we have a traditional medicine, yoga, meditation. ये हमारा विरासत है। तो हाँ भाई, विश्व के साथ चलने के लिए कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना जरूरी है, लेकिन what we have उस पर भी गर्व करना, उसको पालन करना, आगे बढ़ना, ये भी जरूरी है। कोविड में हमने क्या देखा? दवा, काढ़ा, मेडिटेशन, योगा, पूरे विश्व ने ये माना कि भारत की विरासत, इट मीन्स समथिंग। तो हमें अपने विरासत पे गर्व करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? करना चाहिए ना? In simple words, I would like to say the presidency of India is mainly revolves around 3H, that is healing, harmony and hope. Healing our mother earth, creating harmony within our family and hope for better future. That is our theme, that one earth, one family and one future. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. During our presidency, we will present India's experience, learning and models as possible templates for others, particularly the developing nation. Bharat Mata Ki. मुझे आज काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है यहाँ इस मंच पे आने के बाद। मैं काफ़ी जगह जाता हूँ, being the chair of Y20, I have got this opportunity to travel across India and I have participated in many events. But I am very happy and I am thankful to the authority of AIIMS Rishikesh कि आज इस कक्ष में हमारी बहनों की संख्या भाइयों से ज़्यादा है। समाज में I'll give one example, very simple. मैं अपने भाइयों से कह रहा हूँ, फ्रेंड्स जो हमारे गार्जियन हैं, बड़े अग्रज जो भी उपस्थित हैं यहाँ पे, इस समाज रूपी शरीर में अगर हमारी बहनों को मौका ना मिले तो जिस प्रकार हमारा शरीर जो है ना, ये अनमोल शोभित का अगर एक हैंड टूट जाता है, सपोज डैट, तो क्या अनमोल शोभित 100% अपना काम कर पाएगा? नहीं। ठीक उसी प्रकार समाज रूपी शरीर में अगर अ पार्ट ऑफ सोसाइटी को मौका नहीं मिलता है, उनको उतना बल नहीं मिलता है, तो हमारा सोसाइटी, हमारा भारत जो हमने सोचा है कि 2050 तक हमारा स्वर्णिम काल होगा, वी विल लीड दिस वर्ल्ड बिकॉज दे आर रेडी टू फॉलो अस। तो हमारा समाज उतना विकसित नहीं होगा। I'll give one simple example. हमारी बहनें तो भाइयों के लिए, पिता के लिए, पुत्र के लिए कुर्बानी देते आई हैं। अगर हम अपने इतिहास में देखें, श्री कृष्ण का जब जन्म हुआ था तो उनके लिए अपनी जान की बाजी किसने लगाई थी? एक बहन ने लगाई थी। वो इतनी छोटी बहन थी, उसको पता भी नहीं था। फिर भी अगर हम अपने इतिहास को देखें तो अपने भाई की जान की रक्षा के लिए एक बहन उस वक्त भी खड़ी थी। तो ये हमारा इतिहास है, ये हमारा गौरवशाली इतिहास है जो हमें बताते हैं जेंडर इक्वालिटी के बारे में। मैं उनको ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वी रिस्पेक्ट आवर सिस्टर, वी आर देयर फॉर हर एंड वी वॉक टुगेदर। एंड इंडिया इज प्राउड to have daughters like you all. And I request my sisters, ये जो समाज का नेतृत्व करने की बात अनमोल शोभित कह रहा है, इसमें आपका योगदान ज़्यादा होता है, क्योंकि आप ना ही एक खुद के निर्माण में सहयोग करते हैं, बल्कि आप एक समाज, एक परिवार के निर्माणकर्ता होते हैं। With these words, I would like to conclude. And before that, I would like to open the platform of Y20 India, that is the youth organization of G20 for all our friends here. If you want to participate in Y20 India, And if you want to contribute in some way, so you all are welcome. Kindly give your reviews, your suggestion, your views on our platform, our website, that is y20india.in. And if you want to contribute on our theme, that is health, well-being and sports agenda for youth, you want to submit some article, you all are welcome. In a way, Y20 India is a platform to give voice to the unheard voice of Indian youth. आज पूरा विश्व भारत पे गर्व कर रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि भारत का जन्म भी युवा है, भारत का मन भी युवा है, भारत अपने सामर्थ्य में युवा है, भारत अपने सपनों में भी युवा है, भारत अपने चिंतन में भी युवा है, भारत अपने सोच, अपने चेतना में भी युवा है. इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी के साथ साथ हमारी लोकतांत्रिक मूल्य हमें सबसे अलग करते हैं और हमें गर्व है कि हम भारतीय हैं. भारत यानी कि हम और आप. भारत माता की जय हिंद. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर अनमोल सोविच जी. भारत माता की जय के नारे के साथ तालियां बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अब हम स्वागत करने जा रहे हैं हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री प्रेमचंद अग्रवाल जी का. आई इनवाइट डॉक्टर गीता नेगी, Miss Ayushi and Mr. Tushar to please welcome our guest of honor, Shri Premchand ji. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Shri Premchand ji is Minister of Finance, Urban Development, Parliamentary Affairs, Census and Reorganization for Uttarakhand government. For the 4th time, he has won Uttarakhand Assembly elections 2022 for Rishikesh Assembly with a huge majority. Since student life, sir has been active in various religious, social, political activities, represented Uttar Pradesh in volleyball and was a national level player in sports. Before entering into political life as a part of Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, he has actively participated in several movements. In a survey of the year 2015, he was selected as the best legislator and was also awarded Personality of the Year by an organization. He was made the national co-convener of BJP's Ganga cell, seeing the devotion and faith towards Mother Ganga. Please give him a big round of applause. Now I would request Shri Premchand ji to kindly address the audience.
बोले भारत माता की. जितने हम भारतवासी हैं वो तो बोल ही सकते हैं जोर से. भारत माता की. मैं जानता हूँ ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन है, चूँकि हम भारतवासी हैं, हम अपनी भारत माँ से अपने हर काम को शुरू करते हैं. एक बार फिर बोलूँगा, भारत माता की, गंगे मैया की. हम माँ गंगा के पावन तट पे हैं, आपने देखी होगी माँ गंगा मेरे बगल में बह रही है. फिर बोलेंगे गंगा मैया की, गंगा मैया की. थैंक यू. अपने इस बहुत ही दिव्य और भव्य कार्यक्रम में हम सभी के बीच आशीर्वाद देने पधारी हमारे केंद्र की बहुत ही यशस्वी ओजस्वी माननीय मंत्री श्रीमती भारती परवीन जी. और मैं चाहूँगा आपके लिए जोरदार तालियों से आपका अभिनंदन हो, क्योंकि आपके नेतृत्व में एम्स में हम यहाँ उपस्थित हैं. हमारे एम्स की डायरेक्टर, जिनके नेतृत्व में एम्स बहुत बखूबी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, और आप कल से देख भी रहे होंगे जिस प्रकार से एम्स की व्यवस्था, एम्स के कार्यकलाप. मैं ऐसी डॉक्टर मीनू सिंह का भी स्वागत कर रहा हूं और चाहूँगा उनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियों से उनका अभिनंदन हो. अभी हम जिनका बहुत सुंदर उद्बोधन सुन रहे थे, हमारे U20 के चेयरपर्सन आदरणीय अनमोल सोविच जी, हमारे बीच उपस्थित संकाय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर जया चतुर्वेदी जी, हमारे सभागार में उपस्थित अनेकों हमारे विशेषजन, अभी जिन सत्रों में आप सभी का उद्बोधन होना है, ऐसे मेरे तमाम विशेषज्ञगण, पूरे देश और विदेशों से आए मेरे प्रतिनिधिगण, मैं सबसे पहले इस उत्तराखंड में पावन धरती पर, इस दिव्य धरती पर, चूँकि देश नहीं विदेशों से भी मेरे इस ऋषिकेश की पावन धरती पे लोग बड़ी श्रद्धा से आने का काम करते हैं, और आज संयोग से, सौभाग्य से आप लोग यहाँ पहुँचे हैं। ऋषिकेश का एक प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते, सरकार का एक प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते दिल की गहराइयों से आपका अभिनंदन और स्वागत करना चाहता हूँ। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि जिस ऋषिकेश में हम सब यहाँ बैठे हैं, हालांकि Y20 हमें सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है, पहले G20 और उसके बाद सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो रहा है Y20 के लिए। और मैं बधाई दे रहा हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, जो अपने देश के बहुत ही यशस्वी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री हैं, आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिन्हें मुझे लगता है कि जब हमारे आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष हो रहे हों और अमृत काल प्रारंभ हो रहा हो, ऐसे में G20 की अध्यक्षता करने का सौभाग्य हमारे भारत को यानी माननीय मोदी जी को प्राप्त हुआ। मैं उनको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद दे रहा हूँ, अभिनंदन कर रहा हूँ, उनको बधाई दे रहा हूँ। भाई बहनों, हम जानते हैं जिस प्रकार से Y20 G20 का वो समूह जो आज विभिन्न विषयों पर चर्चा करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। जैसे मैंने कहा कि देश नहीं विदेशों से भी बहुत सारे हमारे प्रतिनिधिगण यहाँ पहुँचे हैं, क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं कि जैसे जो विषयों पे हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, निश्चित रूप से एक ये वो मंथन है जिसमें से कुछ अमृत निकलेगा, और वो अमृत लेके हम लोग आने वाले भविष्य में, आने वाले समय में उस अमृत का पान करके इस विश्व को दिशा दिखाने का काम करेंगे। यहाँ जितने प्रतिनिधिगण आए हैं, भाई बहनों, जैसा इसकी थीम है, उस नाते मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हम अपनी जागरूकता बढ़ाने के साथ साथ, विचारों को आदान प्रदान करने के साथ साथ, बातचीत करने के साथ साथ कुछ ना कुछ निष्कर्ष लेके हम यहाँ से जाएंगे। और जैसे अभी हमारे चेयरपर्सन कह रहे थे कि भारत हमारा, जितनी इसकी आबादी है, इसमें ज़्यादातर भागीदारी युवाओं की है। और यदि मैं दूसरे शब्दों में कहूँ, हमारा युवा भारत आज देश का नहीं विश्व का नेतृत्व कर रहा है। हमारे यहाँ का युवा देशों में डंका नहीं बजा रहा है, विश्व के अंदर अपना डंका बजा रहा है। और मुझे तो खुशी होती है कि जब हमारे विवेकानंद जी ने विश्व की उस पावन धरती पे जाके भारत क्या है उसके बारे में बताने का काम किया, आज उन्हीं युवाओं को, और उनके बारे में जैसा हम सब जानते हैं, उन्होंने कहा था उठो, जागो और तब तक मत रुको जब तक आप अपनी मंजिल को प्राप्त ना कर पाओ। ये है हमारा भारत, ये है हमारी भारत की सोच। और मैं कह सकता हूँ कि जितने यहाँ युवा आए हैं, इसमें एक बात तो मेरे को लगती है मुझे जरूर कहनी चाहिए, वो है व्यसन। आज हमारी युवाओं की बढ़ती फौज व्यसन की तरफ बढ़ रही है। मेरा व्यक्तिगत मानना यह है कि मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि व्यसन यदि हम छोड़ेंगे, कुरीतियों की तरफ हम आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे, और खान पान यदि हम ठीक रखेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से जो भी हम यहाँ से लेके जाएंगे उसका लाभ मिलेगा। मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूँ कि हमारे जितने भी यहाँ युवा आए हैं वो एक सक्षम आवाज़ बन के आगे बढ़ेंगे, और इन सब बातों के साथ साथ स्वास्थ्य, कल्याण और खेल के विषय में ये जो आज चर्चा यहाँ पे हम कर रहे हैं उससे हमें ज़रूर लाभ मिलेगा। आदरणीय मोदी जी ने भी खेलो इंडिया एक नारा दिया है। आज पूरे देश के अंदर हमारे युवा खेल के प्रति आकर्षित हो रहे हैं। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा ना बोलते, चूँकि हमारे अनेकों वक्तागण यहाँ पे हैं, मैं आज ऐसे मौके पर खड़ा हूँ कि जब बुद्ध पूर्णिमा का दिन है, तो मैं आप सभी को बुद्ध पूर्णिमा की बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं भी देना चाहता हूँ। इस बुद्ध पूर्णिमा में आप यहाँ से कुछ लेके जाएंगे। भाई बहनों, जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये मेरे उत्तराखंड की भूमि, जिसे हम देवभूमि के रूप में भी जानते हैं, आपने देखा जिस प्रकार से यहाँ का वातावरण और जिस एम्स में आप यहाँ बैठे हैं, मुझे लगता है ये एम्स भी एक अपने आप में एक अलग तरह का एम्स है। हमारे देश के अंदर अनेकों एम्स हैं, लेकिन गंगा किनारे कोई एम्स है तो ऋषिकेश का एम्स है। जब हमारे यहाँ के रोगी या उसके अन्य लोग, जब उनको लगता है कि यहाँ से थोड़ा बाहर निकलें और माँ गंगा के दर्शन करते हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से उनको बहुत सुकून मिलता है। और मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त है कि मैं यहाँ का विधायक हूँ। इसलिए मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ कि आजकल 4 धाम यात्रा भी चल रही है। बहुत दूर से आए होंगे आप लोग, एक बार 4 धाम यात्रा भी जरूर करिए। मेरे उत्तराखंड की जो पावन भूमि, जिसको हम देवभूमि कहते हैं, जिसे हम संतों की भूमि कहते हैं। ऐसा माना जाता है कि जब पांडव स्वर्ग की तरफ बढ़े तो इसी क्षेत्र से होके वो स्वर्ग की तरफ बढ़े थे, यानी कि वो धरती ये उत्तराखंड की है। उसमें आप 4 धाम की तरफ जरूर जाएं, क्योंकि ये ऋषिकेश अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग राजधानी भी है। इस नाते मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ऋषिकेश का ये एम्स, ये पहला एम्स है पूरे देश के अंदर जहाँ पर हेलीपैड बना है। मेरे पहाड़ पे यदि कोई घटना घटती है, क्योंकि ये पहाड़ी एरिया है, जाए तरफ 4 धाम हैं, अनेकों ऐसे घटनाएं जब घटती हैं, तो हेली सेवाओं का यदि कहीं सुविधा मिलती है तो मेरे ऋषिकेश एम्स में मिलती है पूरे देश के अंदर। मैं चूँकि यहाँ हमारी माननीय मंत्री बैठी हैं, इसलिए इनका धन्यवाद भी कर रहा हूँ इस रूप में। और इस रूप में भी मैं एम्स प्रशासन को बधाई दे रहा हूँ कि यहाँ जो सुविधाएं हैं उसमें ड्रोन सेवा के माध्यम से, शायद ये भी पहली एम्स है जहाँ ड्रोन सेवा के माध्यम से दूर क्षेत्र में ड्रोन के माध्यम से जो हमारी सुविधाएं हैं, जो दवाएं हैं, उसे भेजने का काम कोई करता है तो एम्स ऋषिकेश करता है। इसलिए एम्स प्रशासन को और हमारे माननीय मंत्री को और हमारे माननीय मोदी जी को मैं बहुत बधाई दे रहा हूँ। और इसके साथ साथ मैं ये भी कह सकता हूँ कि अभी कोरोना का जिक्र हमारे आदरणीय साथी हमारे कर रहे थे, अनमोल जी, तो मैंने देखा है एम्स के अंदर उस समय, चूँकि कोविड एक ऐसी समस्या थी, ऐसी बीमारी थी कि जिसको लेके शायद कोई दुनिया में बचा हो जो उससे प्रभावित ना हुआ हो। लेकिन उस समय पे जिस प्रकार से इस क्षेत्र नहीं, आसपास के तमाम क्षेत्रों में मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा हमारे निदेशक महोदय और इनकी पूरी टीम को कि जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने रोगियों की सेवा की है। और चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियों से एम्स प्रशासन का धन्यवाद किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऐसे ज़रूरतों में काम आना। वैसे तो आप देखिए ओपीडी कितनी चल रही है। अनेकों बार यहाँ जब हमारी केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री थी सुषमा स्वराज जी, उन्होंने इसकी आधारशिला रखी थी, मैं उस समय का साक्षी हूँ। तब से लेकर आज तक की इसकी जीवन यात्रा में अनेकों आयाम इस एम्स ने छुए हैं। मैं इसके लिए आप सभी को बधाई दे रहा हूँ। और बहुत ज़्यादा ना बोलते हुए, चूँकि मैं थोड़ा विलम्ब से आया, उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहता हूँ। और अपने तमाम युवाओं के लिए सिर्फ 2 लाइन जरूर कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि हम सीखने के लिए यहाँ पे आए हैं, कुछ समझने के लिए यहाँ पे आए हैं, कुछ डिस्कशन करने के लिए आए हैं। और हम सब इस प्रकार से करें कि ताकि हमारा जीवन भी सफल हो। तो मैं 2 लाइन जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि खुश रहकर गुजारो तो मस्त है ज़िंदगी, खुश रहकर गुजारो तो मस्त है ज़िंदगी, दुखी रहकर गुजारो तो त्रस्त है ज़िंदगी, दुखी रहकर गुजारो तो त्रस्त है ज़िंदगी, तुलना में गुजारो तो पस्त है ज़िंदगी। क्योंकि तुलना करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप अपना बढ़िए, तुलना करके गुजारो, तुलना में गुजारो तो पस्त है ज़िंदगी, इंतजार में गुजारो तो सुस्त है ज़िंदगी। तो इंतजार किस बात का, आगे बढ़िए कि इंतजार में गुजारो तो सुस्त है ज़िंदगी, दिखावे में गुजारो तो बर्बाद है ज़िंदगी। दिखावा किस बात का, जो आपके पास प्रतिभा है उसको आप दिखाइए, उस प्रतिभा के साथ आगे बढ़िए। दिखावे में गुजारो तो बर्बाद है ज़िंदगी, सीखने में गुजारो, जो मैंने कहा कि सीखने में गुजारो तो किताब है ज़िंदगी, यानी बहुत कुछ सीखने के लिए हमारे लिए बाकी है कि सीखने में गुजारो तो किताब है ज़िंदगी, मिलती तो है एक बार, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी हमेशा कहते हैं एक बार मिलती है, वैसे तो हम मानते हैं कि अच्छा करेंगे तो दोबारा हम जीवन लेंगे, लेकिन कहते हैं कि मिलती तो एक बार है ज़िंदगी, तो प्यार से बिताओ ज़िंदगी, जन्म तो रोज भी हो तो यादगार बनाओ ज़िंदगी, यादगार बनाओ ज़िंदगी। मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद देते हुए, विशेषकर अपने मेरी माननीय मंत्री जो यहाँ पहुँची हैं, हमारे चेयरपर्सन यहाँ पहुँचे हैं, अनेकों अतिथिगण जो पहुँचे हैं, फिर से दिल की गहराइयों से, क्योंकि हमारा उत्तराखंड की संस्कृति भी है कि अतिथि देवो भव, आप जितने लोग आए हैं सब मेरे अतिथि हैं, सबको प्रणाम करते हुए, अभिनंदन करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम दे रहा हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
तालियों की गूंज बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट आई इनवाइट Dr. Bharti Paveen Pawar, who is an Indian politician currently serving as Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Ma'am did her MBBS from Medical College in Nasik in 2002. She has been awarded as Best Debut Women Parliamentarian Lok Sabha for the year 2019 by Lokmat Group. The award was given by the then Honorable Vice President of India, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu. Before taking her current assignment, she has held several positions as member of the Standing Committee on Health and Family Welfare in Parliament, the Petition Committee, Consultative Committee for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in Parliament, and Indian Nursing Council. Madam is the first women Union Minister from Nasik and a Union Minister from Nasik region after 59 years. So here we are talking about the women empowerment. As a social responsibility, she has worked towards the eradication of malnutrition and worked to provide clean and safe drinking water to all the far-flung tribal areas. Madam, you are a true inspiration to the youth of today. I request Honorable Madam to enlighten the gathering by her speech. Madam, please.
नमस्ते, नमस्कार, नमस्कार। अभी 12 तो बजे। सत श्री अकाल। और कोई? जय हिंद और जय उत्तराखंड। और अभी यूथ तो जाग रहे हैं, चलो बोलो बोलो। जय श्री राम, जय गंगा मैया और जय बद्री केदार। चलो सब भगवान आ गए। सभी को नमस्कार। उत्तराखंड की इस पावन भूमि पर आप सभी का स्वागत करते हुए आज मंच पर विराजमान मेरे साथ आदरणीय श्री प्रेमचंद अग्रवाल जी, ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तराखंड, हमारी यहाँ की एम्स ऋषिकेश डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर मीनू सिंह, श्री अनमोल सोविच जी, चेयरपर्सन Y20, डॉक्टर जया चतुर्वेदी जी, और यहाँ पे उपस्थित हमारे एम्स के डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास जी फ्रॉम दिल्ली, डॉक्टर प्रामाणिक जी फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी, डॉक्टर मुकेश त्रिपाठी जी मंगलागिरी एम्स, डॉक्टर अरविंद रघुवंशी जी रायबरेली एम्स, मान्य कुसुम कड़वाल जी, मान्य अनीता मंगई जी, all the delegates, representatives from other countries, foreign countries, some students, मेरे मीडिया के हमारे साथी, सभी मान्यवर। I welcome you all on this Y20 consultation in this divine city of Rishikesh. ऋषिकेश ऋषियों का स्थान है, जो गंगा के तट पर स्थित एक आध्यात्मिक शहर है। तीन तरफ से हिमालय की शिवालिक श्रृंखला से घिरा। यहाँ आने वालों के लिए एक गहरा सांस्कृतिक, धार्मिक और आध्यात्मिक महत्व रखता है SIA ऋषिकेश। साथियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा के पावन अवसर पर हम सभी ऋषियों के इस पुण्य भूमि पर उपस्थित हैं। आज का दिन विशेष रूप से भगवान बुद्ध की शिक्षाओं को याद करने का और भगवान बुद्ध के संपूर्ण विश्व को दिखाए सत्य और अहिंसा के मार्ग पर चलने का संदेश देता है। मुझे यकीन है कि ऋषिकेश के दौरान, यहाँ रहने के दौरान, आप इस जगह की सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक वातावरण का अनुभव जरूर करेंगे। Friends, this platform Y20 is for young talented people from G20 countries to engage in discussions and make recommendations on various global issues. You are the future of the world, right? Am I right? So thoda loudly. Once again. Yes. Now you are the future of the world. Such platforms are necessary for empowerment of young minds and to facilitate your participation in decision-making processes at local level, national level, and international levels. The Y20 Forum addresses a range of global challenges, including but not limited to climate change, economic inequality, gender inequality, and digitalization. It will help in building international partnerships between young people from different countries and cultures and to foster collaborations of issues of global concern. साथियों, ये बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज ऋषिकेश एम्स को भारत में यूथ 20 कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने का अवसर मिला है। सो मुझे लगता है ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है कि ऋषिकेश एम्स हमारे हिस्ट्री में जब बोला जाएगा यहाँ के यूथ को, यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स को, तो हमने Y20 का भी यहाँ पे हमें मौका मिला है। और किसी भी देश की असली पूंजी जो है वो है कुशल युवा और हेल्दी युवा, स्वस्थ युवा। युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित किया जाना चाहिए, उन्हें बेहतरीन शिक्षा हो, बेहतरीन प्रशिक्षण हो, बेहतरीन स्वास्थ्य हो, उन्हें प्रदान की जाना चाहिए ताकि एक प्रभावी नेता, एक प्रभावी व्यक्ति वो बन सके और दुनिया को बेहतर बना सके। एक स्वस्थ युवा, एक हेल्दी युवा का अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास से सीधा संबंध होता है। माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हमारे साथ है। मुझे लगता है युवाओं का इस क्षेत्र में आना, एक इकोनॉमी सेक्टर में आना, ना सिर्फ किसी ज़िले के, किसी राज्य के, लेकिन एक देश के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी होता है और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। देश के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए सबसे पहले युवाओं को हेल्दी रहने की ज़रूरत है। आरोग्यम परमम भाग्यम स्वास्थ्यम सर्वार्थ साधनम, इस मंत्र को आत्मसात करते हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा न केवल स्वास्थ्य बल्कि नागरिकों के समग्र कल्याण पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने की हमेशा से ही सोच रखी है। हमें अपना ध्यान इलनेस से वेलनेस पर हमने केंद्रित कर दिया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस दृष्टिकोण से, इस विजन से, इस नेतृत्व के ये परिणाम है और माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी के मार्गदर्शन में आज हमारे पूरे देश भर में हमारे 1.5 लाख हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स को स्थापित किया गया है, जो कि अपने आप में सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि है। गांव-गांव तक ये हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर अलग अलग स्क्रीनिंग हो, कैंसर का स्क्रीनिंग हो, डायबिटीज़, हाइपरटेंशन, ये बेसिक स्क्रीनिंग के साथ आज आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जो कि प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर के उपयोग में आ रहे हैं। कभी सोचा नहीं था कि 1.5 लाख कभी हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर भी बनेंगे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन से ये बने भी, आज हम सब फंक्शनल भी है। उत्तराखंड में भी वो काफ़ी मात्रा में फंक्शनल है। We must acknowledge that India has a great demographic dividend in the form of vibrant and dynamic youth population, and Government of India under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is committed to provide the best of the facilities to tap the potential of youth power, Government of India through various schemes is empowering the youths by upgrading their skills, developing scientific temper, inculcating the entrepreneur spirit in them, and bringing them together to work for benefit of country and the world as well. I think the best way to predict your future is to create it. So realizing the need for holistic development of children under the Samagra Shiksha, sports and physical education component has been introduced for encouragement of sports, physical activities, yoga, co-curricular activities, etc. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, our government is also working on national youth policy which seeks to catalyze widespread action on youth development across priority areas. साथियों, भारत ने दुनिया को विश्व स्तरीय एथलीट दिए हैं। खिलाड़ियों को हमारी सरकार द्वारा प्रदान की जाने वाली सर्वोत्तम खेल सुविधाओं के कारण हाल ही में हमने देखा कि नीरज चोपड़ा जी हो या फिर निखत जरीन जैसे हमारे भारतीय एथलीटों ने विश्व चैंपियनशिप जीती है, जो हमारे लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है कि हमारे देश का गौरव इन्होंने बढ़ाया है। खिलाड़ियों के खेलों में उत्कृष्टता प्राप्त करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने और देश में खेल की संस्कृति को विकसित करने के लिए आदरणीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी और हमारे राज्य मंत्री माननीय श्री निश्चित प्रमाणी जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में युवा को लेके युवाओं के लिए स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री ने अनेक ऐसी उपलब्धियां और नई पहल हासिल की है। खेलो इंडिया 2018 में एक राष्ट्रीय कार्यक्रम के रूप में लॉन्च किया था, जिसका उद्देश्य था कि देश में एक खेल को पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र विकसित करना और युवाओं के बीच खेल की संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देना। और यह कार्यक्रम जमीनी स्तर पर ये खेल की पहल को आगे बढ़ाना है और उसके लिए मिनिस्ट्री उसे बजट भी प्रोवाइड करती है और उसका उद्देश्य एक ही है कि हमारे यहाँ प्रतिभाशाली एक अच्छे एथलीट्स का एक पूल बनाना है, एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो कि भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व कर सके। Friends, our government has also identified the mental health as another important priority. As we know, after COVID, stress and all that, increasing our mental stress, which leads to many mental problems. So, we have launched National Telemental Health Program, which is also known as Telemanas, across the country with 24/7 service, helpline service to provide universal access to affordable, equitable and quality mental health care through teleservices under the National Mental Health Program. And I think Madam AIIMS Rishikesh is also providing this teleconsultation service. So I must say thanks to AIIMS Rishikesh also for providing this very good teleconsultation service. Also, since times immemorial, India has been using yoga and meditation as a traditional cure for mental stress. Yoga and Indian tradition we have gifted to world is a power tool for inner engineering through which one can explore the metaphysical and achieve spiritual oneness. मैं तो कहूँगी कि युवाओं ने योगा से जल्द जुड़ना चाहिए। आपको युवा रखने के लिए योगा का मेडिटेशन का सबसे अच्छा महत्व है, जो स्ट्रेंथन तो करता ही है लेकिन हमारे कॉन्फिडेंस को भी बढ़ाता है। बहुत टाइम ऐसा होता है कि एज अ मेडिकल स्टूडेंट मैं जानती हूँ कि छोटी बात पे या हम लोग स्ट्रेस में आ जाते हैं, लेकिन इससे अगर बाहर निकलना है तो ये हमारी योगा है, मेडिटेशन है, जिसका अपने रूटीन में प्रैक्टिस करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और कभी ही अपने लाइफ में हारना नहीं है, तभी हम युवा कहलाएंगे। सही है ना? तो आपके लिए 2 लाइनें बोल दूं मैं? हाँ, सच में? वो जब बाजू से ज़्यादा जोर से आवाज़ आ रही है, इनको नहीं सुनना है। सच में? हाँ, तो सुनाती हूँ। अपने हौसलों को कभी मत बताओ कि तुम्हारी तकलीफ कितनी बड़ी है। अपने हौसलों को कभी मत बताओ कि तुम्हारी तकलीफ कितनी बड़ी है, अपनी तकलीफ को यह बताओ कि तुम्हारा हौसला कितना बड़ा है। सो तकलीफ से मत डरो, हौसला बुलंद हो तो तकलीफ भी कुछ ज़्यादा बड़ी नहीं होती है, छोटी होती है। फ्रेंड्स, you will be glad to know that our country, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, is emerging as a hub of traditional medicine in the world. The Ayurveda is getting huge attention at the global forum. Friends, modern problems require modern solutions. Driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, India has adopted digital health as a breathtaking pace. Digital स्वास्थ्य सेवा, जिससे हम बहुत ही कामयाब रहे और पेशेंट की मदद करते हुए बीमारियों को रोकने के लिए और स्वास्थ्य की देखभाल के लिए डिजिटल स्वास्थ्य सेवा बहुत ही कामयाब रही है। डिजिटल स्वास्थ्य सेवा ने दूर दूर के इलाकों में भी एक एडवांस हमारी सिस्टम को पहुंचाया है, देखभाल को पहुंचाया है। डिजिटल हेल्थ इनोवेशन को समय बचाना हो या एक्यूरेसी हो या इफ़िशियंसी को बढ़ावा देना हो और स्वास्थ्य के लिए नए नए टेक्निक्स को कंबाइन करना हो, जिसके लिए डिज़ाइन किया गया है। डिजिटल हेल्थ रिक्वायर्स अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव पॉलिसी that follows an inclusive approach. The government of India is focused on developing an integrated digital health ecosystem. Subsequently, the emergence of artificial intelligence in healthcare has been groundbreaking, reshaping the way we diagnose, treat, and monitor patients. By leveraging artificial intelligence in hospital settings and clinics, healthcare systems have become smarter, become faster, and more efficient in providing care to people living in remote areas of the country. विश्व का भविष्य जिस तरह से बनेगा, उसमें युवाओं की प्रमुखता से प्रमुख भूमिका निभाएंगे और हमें नीतिगत मामलों में खासकर आज जब हम Y20 की प्लेटफॉर्म से बात कर रहे हैं तो युवा प्रतिनिधियों को सक्रिय रूप से उसमें शामिल करना ज़रूरी है और अन्य देशों के प्रतिनिधियों के बीच औपचारिक और अनौपचारिक बातचीत से एक सेतु के निर्माण की आवश्यकता है। फ्रेंड्स, यूथ हैव द आइडियाज़, द क्रिएटिविटी एंड एनर्जी टू शेप द फ्यूचर फॉर बेटर वर्ल्ड। I welcome all the young delegates from G20 nations and I want you to experience the spiritual aura of Rishikesh. I want you to all interact with each other and let this platform be a facilitator to learn about each other's cultures. We follow the traditional principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, enshrined in our Upanishads, which means whole world is one family. I thank you all for being here and being a part of this consultation, and I hope you all will take valuable insights from these discussions and work for making the world a better place to live substantially, grow together, and interact freely. As I must say, we cannot always build a future for our youth. Listen carefully. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. So, सभी को बहुत शुभकामनाएं देते हुए फिर एक बार मैं सभी युवा साथियों को आग्रह करना चाहती हूँ कि भारत जिस दृष्टिकोण से आगे बढ़ रहा है उसमें युवाओं का बहुत बड़ा साथ, समर्थन, योगदान ज़रूरी है और उसके लिए हम सब मिलके आगे बढ़े, ये शुभकामनाएं करती हूँ और एक जाते जाते एक दो लाइनें और सुनाई देती हूँ ताकि जब भी एग्ज़ाम आए या कुछ भी कठिनाई आए तो ये दो लाइनें आपको ज़रूर मदद करेगी। और वो लाइनें हैं कि हौसले के तरकश में कोशिशों का वो तीर जिंदा रखो, हौसलों के तरकश में कोशिशों का वो तीर जिंदा रखो, हार जाओ चाहे कुछ मगर, हार जाओ चाहे कुछ मगर, फिर से जीतने की वो उम्मीद जिंदा रखो, फिर से जीतने की वो उम्मीद जिंदा रखो। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। फिर एक बार मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ और एम्स ऋषिकेश और सब टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, ma'am, for your influential message. We are charmed by your words of wisdom. Please keep the roars of clapping high till she is seated. Thank you all. I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the Y20 souvenir. I invite Ms. Samiksha and Mr. Ronak to bring forward the souvenirs and present to the honorable dignitaries. The souvenir is being released. A QR code is also available for the delegates to have a look at the souvenir. We'll provide shortly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We would now like to honor our worthy chief guest, guest of honor, and honorable dignitaries with the token of our delight and respect for being a significant part of this glorious occasion. For the honors, I request Professor Meenu Singh and Professor Jaya Chaturvedi to please come forward and present our token of appreciation to our honorable guest, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar. I request Professor Meenu ma'am to felicitate Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am to honor our guest of honor, Shri Premchand Agrawal ji. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now I request Professor Meenu Singh ma'am to present a token of appreciation to our chair Y20, Shri Anmol Sovid ji. As I said, please keep the roars of clapping on high. A big round of applause for the honorable dignitaries on the dais. We pay our sincere gratitude to all of them. Thank you all. I would now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, Professor and Head of Department Obstetrics and Gynecologist, to propose vote of thanks.
Namaskar. क्या मुझे Namaskar sabhi ko. A very warm and graceful afternoon now to all gathered today in the auditorium for the Y20 summit. These 2 days have been a fitting tribute to our youth and an abiding commitment to the overall welfare and growth of this budding community. On behalf of the whole organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure in proposing the vote of thanks for this memorable occasion. And I thank our director and organizing chairperson, Professor Minu Singh, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Gratitude becomes love. Love becomes devotion. Devotion becomes surrender. Surrender becomes faith. And faith reveals divine. I, on the behalf of entire fraternity of AIIMS Rishikesh, first and foremost, extend my most sincere thanks to the Almighty, the divine power. Without His wish, nothing moves. My sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, ma'am, for gracing the event. Her presence in this function has immensely enhanced its importance. I extend my gratitude to our own elected leader from this region, Finance Minister, Urban Development Minister from Government of Uttarakhand, Shri Premchandji Agrawal sir, for his constant help and support. I also extend my gratitude to Chair 20 India, Mr. Anmol Chauvitji, for his gracious presence. Sir, thank you so much for giving us opportunity to host this wonderful event and for all the support and help required at various stages of preparation of this occasion. I am grateful to Professor AIIMS Srinivas, Director AIIMS Delhi, Professor Arvind Rajvanshi, ED AIIMS Raebareli, Professor Mukesh Tripathi, ED AIIMS Mangalagiri, Professor Surekha Kishore, ED AIIMS Gorakhpur, Professor Ashok Puranik, ED AIIMS Guwahati, and Professor Puri, our GB member, for their gracious presence and for taking out time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion. With utmost respect, I thank the torchbearer of this event, lady who leads from the front. Under her guidance, we are able to organize this mega event proudly and successfully. It is none other than our beloved director, Madam Minu Singh. Thank you, Madam, for the motivation, courage, and support for this program. We welcome and appreciate the presence of many G20 dignitaries with us. We are grateful to our guests, panelists, delegates who have traveled from all over the world and have given their valuable time to make this program a successful one. I extend my gratitude to Principal Nursing College, who is always ready to help. Attitude is really appreciable. She and her team members are always just one call away from us. Thank you, ma'am. I further extend my gratitude to Dean Exam, Dean Research, Medical Superintendent, all head of the department, faculty members, Deputy Director Administration, Financial Advisor, Superintending Engineer, SAO, PRO, and all other officers who spared time to come and motivate us and helped us a lot to organize this event. We have been very fortunate to have a team of dedicated faculties, residents and staff who work day and night and have given their best for preparation of the conference of such a magnitude. Thank you all for making this event happen. Our students sincerely worked hard for the day, and they are the real workforce behind the event. Thank you, dear students. As co-chair of the event, I am deeply indebted to my lovely colleagues who really put in their best efforts and have been a constant support in detailing of the conference. The list of their names is huge. All names we will see in the valedictory function, so wait for the end of the day. We are thankful to our office staff from RTCL, photographers, and everyone who contributing better to making this event a success. Last but not the least, we thank all our delegates from different countries who have shown overwhelming participation. You are the backbone for any event. And we promise you an excellent Y20 consultation event throughout the day. My sincere apology if I unknowingly missed anyone. Here I want to take the name of two leaders who had managed all the programs, Dr. Geeta and Dr. Vanna. But rest of them, whole team worked so hard, I am unable to take all the names. So please forgive me for that. Once again, I thank you all for being with us on this auspicious day of Buddha Purnima, which is considered to be the day of enlightenment. And we are really here to gain all the light from various deliberations throughout the day. Namaskar, we are the one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. I now request everyone to kindly rise on your seats for National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. Thank you all. I now invite everyone to join us for tea. I request our honorable dignitaries to kindly proceed towards media room on your right and request Professor Meenu Singh and Professor Jaya Chaturvedi to kindly accompany them. I request all the delegates to move towards the second floor. The tea is waiting for you. Thank you all for joining. Thank you each and everyone. We will resume back with the technical sessions shortly. Thank you all for joining us.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. a theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. a thriving global center of technology, and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges.
MBBS student, and I have the honor of extending a warm greeting to all of you in the stunning auditorium at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh, situated along the tranquil banks of the serene Gangas, amid the mighty Himalayas. After the invigorating high tea, we have convened again to have our esteemed panel of experts enlighten us with their thoughts and views on the topic sports and fitness, centered around the profound theme of health, wellness, and sports agenda for the youth. The panel is adorned with distinguished moderators, esteemed panelists, and honorable chairpersons. I'm therefore delighted to invite the first chairperson for the event without further ado. Please welcome Professor Mukesh Tripathi, Director, AIIMS Mangalagiri. I would like to invite him upon the dais, accompanied by Sakshi Verma of BSc Nursing Batch 2020. Professor Mukesh Tripathi brings in a wealth of experience in the field of academics, administration, and research with over 170 research items and publications. He has also served as the Medical Superintendent, Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesia here at AIIMS Rishikesh. Numerous honors, including the Uttar Pradesh Ratna, have been bestowed upon Professor Mukesh Tripathi over the years. Because of flight timing issues, our chairpersons may have to leave early. Therefore, I'd like to felicitate them beforehand. I invite Professor Bhavneet Bharti, Director Principal, AIIMS Mohali, accompanied by Ayushi Soni of MBBS Batch 2022, upon the stage to felicitate Professor Mukesh Tripathi.
There is a request to all the speakers, they have to sign certain forms regarding their travel at the registration desk.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. It is an honor to have you here. With great pleasure, I'd like to invite upon the dais our next chairperson, Professor Arvind Rajavanshi, Executive Director, AIIMS Raebareli. I would like to invite Professor Arvind Rajavanshi, accompanied by Priya Chaudhary of MBBS Batch 2022. We had the honor of having him as an additional director of our institute in 2021. Professor Arvind Rajavanshi has a member of various national and international scientific societies, in addition to being a core member in various task forces and committees of the Government of India. I invite Dr. Geeta Negi ma'am on the stage, accompanied by Yukta of BSc Nursing 2022 to felicitate Professor Arvind Rajavanshi. Please have a huge round of applause. We're honored by your presence, sir. Thank you for joining us. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the honorable chairpersons? Moving ahead, it is a matter of immense pride for me to invite the distinguished moderators for the event. Please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Ankur Sabharwal. I would like to invite him upon the dais, accompanied by Chetna Singh of MBBS Batch 2021. Lieutenant Colonel Ankur Sabharwal is a military veteran who currently is a life coach, mentor, and trainer. He has attained Masters in Military Psychology, MBA in Human Resources and Operations, besides a meritorious service of more than 20 years in the Armed Forces. He is presently Vice President Operations at Philips Machine Tools at Mumbai. Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Please welcome our next moderator, Dr. Bhavna Gupta. I would like to invite Dr. Bhavna Gupta upon the dais, accompanied by Spita Lama of MBBS Batch 2022. Dr. Bhavna is faculty at Department of Anesthesia, AIIMS Rishikesh. In addition to writing several chapters for national and international textbooks, she is the author of 2 highly regarded books. Over the course of more than a decade of experience in the field of anesthesia, she has received numerous accolades and awards. Thank you, ma'am. Moving further, I'm honored beyond measure to welcome our esteemed panelists, each of whom is a renowned figure in their respective disciplines. Please welcome our first panelist, Colonel Ranveer Singh Jamwal, Sena Medal, Visit Sena Medal Bar. I would like to invite Colonel Ranveer Singh Jamwal upon the dais, accompanied by Amog Saxena of MBBS Batch 2022. One of the finest adventure sports talent that we have in our nation is Colonel Jamwal. He is the only Indian to have climbed the highest mountains of all the 7 continents, along with 3 Everest summits. He has 2 Asian records and 4 Indian records to his name in adventure sports. He was awarded the National Adventure Award, which is the Arjuna Award for Mountaineering, in 2013. Thank you, sir, for joining us. It is an honor to have you here. Please have a look at this inspiring video that sir has to offer. It is such an inspiring video, sir. It's an honor to have you here. Please welcome our next panelist, Lieutenant Colonel Dharamdat Goel. I would like to invite Lieutenant Colonel D.D. Goel upon the dais, accompanied by Anmol Singh Bajwa of MBBS Batch 2021. Lieutenant Colonel D.D. Goel is a celebrated battle casualty officer, an adventurist, an author, and a well-known motivational speaker. He also has a PhD in psychology, and before joining the armed forces, he served as a lecturer in prestigious universities. The life of Lieutenant Colonel D.D. Goel is a story of grit and stone-hard determination. Please join me in welcoming him upon the stage. Please have a look at this video. This is such an inspiring story that Sir has to offer. He is a battle casualty officer. And despite this setback, he gave us the motivation that we could have anything in life if we just determined and we have the determination for it. Sir also has a book titled, "When People Doubted My Ability to Walk, I Decided to Fly." Please have a read of that book. Despite an artificial limb, Sir plays many sports and he's actively involved in all physical activities. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I'm thrilled to welcome our next panelist, Ms. Vidisha Balia. I would like to invite Ms. Vidisha Balia upon the dais, accompanied by Khushi Beniwal of MBBS Batch 2021. She is the first ever Indian to win the Miss Deaf World in 2019. And that same year, she received the National Disability Award from the Honorary President of India. She is a retired tennis player who represented our country in the Deaf Olympics. Ms. Vidisha Balia is also a famous motivational speaker and TEDx speaker and founder of the Spandan Welfare Society. We're honored by your presence, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Please welcome our next panelist, Mr. Bharat Sachdeva. I would like to invite him upon the stage, accompanied by Ihita Shri of MBBS Batch 2021. Mr. Sachdeva is a well-known health and wellness consultant who is also a former international swimmer and an Ironman triathlete. He has also worked closely with the Indian boxing team as a part of the high-performance coaching staff for Tokyo Olympics 2021. Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Please welcome our next panelist, Dr. Saikat Mandal. I would like to invite him upon the dais, accompanied by Yukta of BSc Nursing Batch 2020. Dr. Saikat Mandal is an alumnus of AIIMS Rishikesh who worked as a junior resident in the Department of Transfusion Medicine. Currently, he is a stem cell transplant and cellular therapy physician working as a senior clinical fellow at University Hospital Southampton, NHS Foundation Trust, United Kingdom. He is also a representative at Young Professional Council of International Society of Blood Transfusion. Having you here, sir, is an honor for us. Thank you for joining us. I now request you to welcome our last panelist, Mr. Elias Patel. I would like to invite him upon the dais, accompanied by Pinky Parmar of MBBS Batch 2022. Mr. Patel is an RJ with AIRFM Rainbow, an entrepreneur and founder of Enduro Sports Goa. He is the pioneer of India's first and largest sea swimming races. He is also a founder of Goa Open Water Swimming Club and Triathletes Goa, a triathlon. His vision is to inculcate a passion for sea swimming in the South Asian population, along with inspiring people of all ages to lead a healthier and more wholesome lifestyle. Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Can we now have a huge round of applause for all the esteemed dignitaries gracing the stage? Now, I would like to inform the audience that any question you may have will be addressed in the end. The volunteers will provide you with note sheets. Kindly mention your name, your question, and the panelist to which your question is addressed to. Without further ado, let's start the event. Passing on the stage to Lieutenant Colonel Ankur and Dr. Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Akash. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with a couple of lines from Muhammad Allama Iqbal. खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है. Translating it for our friends, you should empower yourself so much that even before writing your destiny, God asks you, what do you desire, my child? And today we have amongst us everybody who's sitting here who has achieved despite all the odds, all the hindrances, and such a young age. So big round of applause for all the panelists who are here, who have been able to, who are achievers in their own fields.
It's an absolute honor to have you all here in this panel of sports and fitness. Engaging in sports offers a plethora of benefits, including physical and mental. From improving overall health to reducing the risk of chronic disease, sports has definitely a great impact on our well-being. We have an incredible lineup of esteemed speakers from diverse backgrounds and who have joined us to share their experiences and insights about sports and fitness. I'm hopeful and confident that this panel will bring a lot of change and inspire us and motivate us for prioritizing our health and well-being in the near future. Now, Elias, I would like to hear your remarks.
So we can maybe in brief, couple of opening remarks about the subject today by each of the panelists. So we can start with Mr. Patel.
Right. 71% of our planet is largely unexplored due to the fact that it's covered by water and the oceans. We live a life where we know just 29% of our planet, and we plan to change that by getting people more involved in learning about the oceans, about the seas. It's said that we know more about outer space and the moon than we do about our own planet and our own oceans. And in whatever small way, we would like to start encouraging people, especially these lovely people from the mountains out here, to make a trip down to the coast and to start living a life which is more marine-based. 7,000 kilometers of our country has a coastline. It's a very, very sad story that a very few percentage of Indians actually swim in the sea. Yeah. And we would like to make a change, and we would like to encourage people to take that step in your journey towards being salty and embrace the ocean. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I am a sports enthusiast. Basically, I am not from a sports background, but yes, I can share what medical literature is telling regarding sports and fitness activities. So I think we have read a little bit about what sports tells regarding how sports helps regarding our chronic diseases. So is it that only chronic diseases or something else? What we can do extra as well? So I'm going to share those experiences from medical literature, not as an expert. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank AIIMS Rishikesh for hosting us over here. Great hospitality and a wonderful lineup of sessions that we had seen since yesterday. So thank you very much. The agenda for the youth, health, well-being and sports. I think this is the pressing topic, not just locally but globally. And I'm glad to see so many foreign delegates. The people from around the world can resonate with the topic that we will be discussing today. And we have some great lineup of speakers who will be sharing their stories and their emotions, what we all went through during this journey as athlete for life.
in our own domain. And I think that's what brings us together. And that is a binding force that will bring us all together to take forward. If we want to have a healthy relationship with ourselves, we will always have a healthy relationship with others around us. So let's keep that in mind and take forward this message.
Thank you so much.
First of all, I would like to thanks AIIMS Rishikesh for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this wonderful event. Hello everyone, I am Vidisha Balyan, Miss of World, former of Olympian and social activist. I have represented India in the Olympics 2017, and also I became first Indian woman to win Miss of World. इन तकनीकी पीछे एक छोटा सा स्टोरी शेयर करना चाहूँगी जो टेनिस से मैंने तीन इम्पॉर्टेंट बातें सीखे हैं टू गेट अप व्हेन यू फॉल सेकंड डिसिप्लिन और एक्सेप्टिंग डिफीट स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से मैंने अपने आप को एक्सेप्ट किया आज आई एम हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड आई can't listen anything from my right ear and only 10% I can listen on. So I hope in panel discussion के through आप लोग जान जाएंगे कि how important sport is for you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I am a soldier, posted back to the same place where I started my life. I remember having seen my leg blown off in front of my own eyes. My bone was protruding, my nerves were dangling. It was at 13,000 feet at the battle zone where I could not find any possibility to come back. I was without any painkillers for 23 hours, evacuated after 23 hours, and I had made up my mind after I came out from the operation theatre that I'm not going to look back from here. And I decided to go into adventure activities. I decided to go for paragliding, in spite of people looking at me with doubts and as a liability. And I wanted to stay motivated and keep my emotions channelized till I took my first flight of my life and felt like a free bird amidst the cloud. And that was my first adventure. And then moving on to half marathons, where running after 12 years of losing a limb and keeping the sync between the motivation and keeping your emotions under control or balanced, taking the baby steps from 200 meter with leg bleeding, swollen blisters to 2 kilometer and then 21 kilometer. And then of course, I decided not to stop here and go for skiing along with 6 specially abled Kashmiri brothers. And with harsh weather, grueling training, and under challenging terrains, we could complete that skiing training and made it to records. And I must share with the august audience here that I was fortunate to go back to the same place in October 2022 where I lost my leg and my life came to a standstill. It was a flashback of memories in front of my eyes. But that gave me motivation. I came back and my life will not stop here. I'm all charged up to go for more activities in the coming times. Thank you.
So we are touched beyond words.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Ranveer Singh Jamwal. And in this sports and fitness panel, I'm representing adventure sports. Obviously, a lot have been told, so I won't say much. So we'll have the discussions on this. And as I've already told what we have done so far, and I'm representing the adventure sports presently. I'm the director of National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports, the only national institute in the country presently giving the certification courses for adventure in all 3 verticals. That is land, which includes mountaineering, skiing, sport climbing, and mountain terrain biking. Aero adventure, that is paramotor, paragliding. Aqua adventure, that is whitewater rafting and scuba diving. So you all are most welcome there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Tripathi sir to put a opening remarks.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. So after
seeing the panelists of people who have endangered their life in some way or the other, or some they have a disability, they are achievers. चूँकि यहाँ पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट छात्रों की संख्या ज़्यादा है, इसलिए मैं सोचता हूँ कि हम स्पोर्ट्स में एक दूसरा मैसेज देना ज़रूर चाहते हैं कि आपको इस तरह के एंडेंजर्ड स्पोर्ट्स में जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। पहली बात मैं ये एम्फेसाइज करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि जो स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड जो भी बेनिफिट्स हैं वो हमें अपने हिसाब से डेवलप करने चाहिए और जो हम कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर सकें। सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है स्पोर्ट्स में कि इसके बेनिफिट्स सुनने से, देखने से नहीं मिलते हैं। स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड जो भी एक्टिविटी आपको खुद करने से ही मिलेगी, ये मैं एम्फेसाइज करना चाहता हूँ। और उसी एक्टिविटी में को आप अडॉप्ट करें जो सोशल हो। स्पोर्ट्स के बाकी सारे बेनिफिट, एंडोर्फिन रिलीज़, ये वो जो केमिकल्स और माइंड मोटिवेशन एंड क्या कहते हैं आत्मा की शुद्धि और वो सब तो है ही है, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो सबसे जो इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो अक्सर हम लोग भूल जाते हैं कि जब आप खेलते हैं तो आपके अंदर सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट एक जो भाव जागृत होता है वो क्षमा करने का। वो कैसे है? क्योंकि आप जिस दिन हार जाते हैं, आप रात में हो सकता है आपको नींद ना आए, बट नेक्स्ट डे आप फिर उसी आदमी से खेलने के लिए जाते हैं और उसको माफ़ करते हैं और फिर उसी के साथ खेलते हैं। तो ये जो भाव है, अगर खेल की में नहीं हैं जो लोग, वो ये अपने अंदर ये भाव नहीं डेवलप कर पाते हैं और वो हार को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो स्पोर्ट्स हमें सिखाता है वो हार को बर्दाश्त करना और उसके ऊपर जीत के लिए जाना और नेक्स्ट डे उसी आदमी से फिर से इंटरेक्ट करना। ये सोशलाइजेशन का सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। और आखिरी बात जो कहना चाहता हूँ, जब आप स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं तो उसका एक सोशल एस्पेक्ट है, जिसका एक जीता जागता एग्ज़ाम्पल हमारे ऋषिकेश की हमारी फैकल्टी जिनके साथ मैं बैडमिंटन टेनिस खेला हूँ, आज वो सारे लोग मुझसे आकर हाथ मिलाते हैं और हम लोग एक परिवार की तरह बातें करते हैं, बिहेव करते हैं। तो वो जो सोशल बॉन्डिंग है वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड में भी फ़ायदा होती है। जिस दिन आपका मन नहीं हो रहा है कि आज नहीं खेलते हैं, तब तक किसी का फ़ोन आ जाएगा, अरे आइए चलिए खेलने, एंड यू मूव ऑन। So this is the encouragement, and that is the only benefit I want to say to medical student. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have the national heroes here who've excelled in various types of sports, which is not conventional sports, I'll say. It is a very sports which requires lot of commitment and lot of energy, and despite being handicapped they have done commendably well, and we need to compliment them. Then if you look at the sports in India, it dates back to Mahabharata, when it was Malla Yuddha, was a very popular game. Then in Ramayana also, Ramayana era, again the sports, Tir Kaman or all these were very popular. Then came an era where India won lot of gold medals in hockey. Everybody was a pro hockey and they were looking at hockey as a national game. Despite that, India doesn't have any national game. All games are treated equal. Then when Kapil Dev won World Cup in 1982, everybody started looking at the cricket. Of course, in between we produced heroes like Amrit Raj brothers, Saina Nehwal in badminton, and Sania in tennis, and so on. But even if you look at now, the only game in this country is cricket. We are watching IPL every day. Of course, IPL also requires a lot of commitment, lot of energy, and lot of psychological training. It's not only the fitness physical, it's the psychological training also required, because when a person stands in front of 1 lakh people in the crowd, he has to be psychologically fit to play. Otherwise, it's not possible to play. Then in 2018, for all kinds of game, Government of India started Khelo India, which has 3 types of games. First is the Khelo India Games, then is Khelo India Winter Games, then Khelo India University Games. So all these things are encouraging our students, our youth, and as Dr. Mukesh said that he played tennis with his younger colleagues and they know each other well. That is the true story. In Fiji also, when we played with the younger people, still we remember our days. And I remember having played with Kapil Dev also. So you have to be fit, you have to be sporty, you have to play, and you should have a commitment. And the sports also gives you the mental satisfaction. With this remark, I welcome all the panelists, welcome all the delegates, and I am sure they will participate in the discussion with all their vigor and energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Taking a clue from the remark that the Honorable Chairperson has made, my first, we can open the forum now, straight into the battle. First question to Colonel Jamwal. We'll have the first question to Colonel Jamwal and then we can move ahead. So Colonel Jamwal, like the Chairperson just mentioned, in our country, although there are so many programs that have started, but the focus has primarily been around 1 or 2 sports. If a child tells his or her mother that I want to play, they say कि नहीं पहले पढ़ाई उसके बाद खेलना जरूर है, but पढ़ाई है. What do you think that what steps can we take at our household levels for the youth or for children, at what level they should be forced or encouraged to move around and pick up a sport and maybe make a career later on in that?
See, I think जब हम बोलते हैं 5 उंगलियां बराबर नहीं होती, we don't have. So वैसे ही कोई पढ़ाई में अच्छा है, कोई स्पोर्ट्स में अच्छा है. आज की तारीख में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा सोशल मीडिया फॉलोइंग है तो विराट कोहली की है, and he's 10th pass. So that is the academic qualification he has. So that is what the whole thing is. But yes, those who are good in studies, please follow your passion. Those who are good in sports, please follow your passion. Do what you like. That is the most important thing actually. We should not force vice versa. Somebody who's really good in physicals, we should not force vice versa कि आप पढ़ाई ही करो. And आज की तारीख में things are really good. What not 20 years back which was there, it's not there today. At least you have options. अब पहले तो यही बोला जाता था कि पढ़ लो पहले, उसके बाद जो करना होगा करो. पर आज की तारीख में we just met a girl actually, small girl, 10-11 years old. So she's following her passion. She's running, she's swimming, and everything she's doing. I think we need parents like that who can develop their kid according to what she likes or he likes. So I think it's in a balance of everything what we say, and that is what makes our society better. And obviously, much better or much younger or much bigger youth is much bigger now. This is what is required in our country presently, and it is happening. I'm really happy for that. It is happening.
Thank you so much.
Sir, my question to D.D. Goel, sir. Okay. So your TED Talks are definitely a source of inspiration.
Thank you.
And you have also quoted a book, when people doubted my ability to walk, I decided to fly.
Yeah.
So you have achieved, I think, what you have dreamt of. So what will be the message for the youth to deal with pressure during any stress during competition of sports and still encouraging them to strive for excellence?
Okay. I'll share my personal, whatever I gathered. Well, firstly, handling stress is firstly start knowing yourself. Yes. If I really ask anybody here in the audience that अपनी qualities बताओ 10 तो आप अभी गिनने लगोगे क्योंकि हमने कभी सोचा नहीं है कि मेरी 10 quality क्या है. That means the situation or the world will take you for a ride. But अगर आपको अपने बारे में पता है तो you will not get stressed during the pressure points. दूसरा है मैं सामने वाली नेगेटिव क्वालिटीज़ को हमेशा या पावरफुल चीज़ों को हमेशा निगेट कर देता हूँ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर कल कंपटीशन है, शायद से मेरे माइंड में अगर आता है कि ये टीम कितनी पावरफुल है, सो आई टेल माई माइंड सो वॉट. या फिर ऑडियंस देख के कहीं मजाक ना उड़ाए, सो वॉट, आई विल स्टिल प्ले. मेरा कोच मुझे चिल्लाएगा, सो वॉट. सो दिस वर्ड सो वॉट, बाय द वे, इट इज़ द टाइटल ऑफ माई सेकेंड बुक, द मैजिक ऑफ सो वॉट. So this so what is very powerful word, whether you are studying or whether you are into sports. And तीसरा है remain focused, prepare yourself so well. If अगर आपको अपने आप पे अपने गेम पे भरोसा है तो आपको स्ट्रेस आने के बाद भी you will be able to take it. So I say, if you don't prepare or if you fail to prepare, then you are preparing to fail.
Yes.
So and last is, I call it as short rituals of recovery. जब आप किसी भी कंपटीशन या एग्जाम्स में होते हो या कोई इवेंट में होते हो, तो चाहे 5 सेकंड का ब्रेक लो. फॉर एग्जांपल, यू कैन पैट योर टीममेट या हालचाल पूछ लिया इन द मिडल ऑफ द गेम, चाहे फाइनल्स चल रहा हो. दैट शॉर्ट रिचुअल्स ऑफ रिकवरी विल गेट यू डिसएंगेज्ड and get you back motivated, and you can focus on your game. That is how you can balance your stress.
Thank you, sir.
Amazing thought, Colonel Goel. Even the great Sun Tzu also said that knowing your enemy is equally important as knowing yourself. Otherwise for every battle you're going to face defeat. So Vidisha, अब आपके पास आते हैं. कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जो आपने अचीव किया है, जो आपने हासिल किया है, it is something which is unimaginable. कोई बहुत कम लोग सोचते हैं इसके बारे में. तो जब कभी भी आपको ये लगा कि ये नहीं हो सकता, तो आप कैसे अपने आप को आपने मोटिवेट किया, किस तरीके से आपने अपने आप को उस सिचुएशन से बाहर निकाला कि नहीं, ये हो सकता है?
एक्चुअली जो अपने आप को मोटिवेट किया, तो मेजर मोटिवेशनल फैक्टर्स हैं, 2 मेजर. मैं बचपन में मेरे को प्रॉब्लम होता था कम्युनिकेट करने में, नॉर्मल लोगों से साथ बात करने में. 15 साल पहले मैं छोटी थी, मुझे एक्सक्लूड करती थी क्योंकि मैं हार्ड ऑफ हियरिंग हूँ, और मैं बार बार पूछती थी आप क्या कह रहे हो, वो क्या कह रहे हैं. तो सामने वाला इरिटेट हो जाते थे और अवॉइड करते थे क्योंकि इतना पेशेंस नहीं होते थे, और मुझे बुरा लगता था. मैं अपने आप को एक्सक्लूड करती थी, तो एक्सक्लूड करती थी अपने आप को. तो मुझे मेरी डिसेबिलिटी, मेरी एबिलिटी को सेपरेट नहीं कर सकती थी, सोसाइटी को प्रूव करना था. ये मेरा मेन मोटिवेशनल फैक्टर था. दूसरा कारण, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मेरे को बोला बेटा लोग आपके बात तब सुनेंगे जब आप कुछ हो, अदरवाइज लोग नहीं सुनेंगे. तो मैंने अपने आप को प्रूव किया, मेहनत किया, अपने आप पे फोकस किया, और मेरा ड्रीम था कि मैं बड़ी होके कुछ अचीव करने के बाद मैं अपने हार्ड ऑफ हियरिंग स्टूडेंट, बच्चे और डेफ लोगों के लिए मैं कुछ करूं, उनको मोटिवेट करूं, क्योंकि मैं समझ सकती हूं वो भी मेरी तरह प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हैं, वो अपने आप को एक्सक्लूड करते हैं. दूसरा, एनजीओ के थ्रू मैं लोगों को अवेयर फैलाना चाहती हूँ, स्प्रेड करना चाहती हूँ कि आप कैसे हार्ड ऑफ हियरिंग स्टूडेंट, बच्चे और डेफ लोगों के साथ कैसे ट्रीट किया जाए. तो ये मेरा 2 मेजर कारण थे जो मुझे मोटिवेट करती थी, और मैं अपने आप को समझाती थी नहीं विदिशा, यू कैन डू, आप इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक पहुँचो, यू कैन डू, और लोगों को इंस्पायर करो. थैंक यू
मैम. आपका जीवन वास्तव में प्रेरणादायक है. थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग योर पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस. Now we move on to our next panelist. Sir, you are heading the Department of Sports and Physical Education at your school. So you must be undergoing the comprehensive physical education program at your school. So how does this comprehensive physical education program help the youth in overall development?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is one of the most underrated subjects in school. We have seen how it's a low-hanging fruit. But, coming from a sporting background, I always wanted, to share and impart that same values that sports has taught me, the health and fitness has taught me. Even today, I love playing with the kids, and just want to show them by example that, there's no age to play, number one. Whether I'm playing with a 5-year-old boy or whether I'm playing with a 60-year-old person, it's just about the passion, and it's about the understanding what is it giving it to us. Primarily, primarily it's helping us to get more connected to ourselves. I think that is the idea post-pandemic especially, like I've noticed, I've observed kids coming back with bad posture, with bad lifestyle, and I think coming in that space, reaching out to them, this is the most important subject that I feel parents, schools, as well as the entire ecosystem has to come together to support and to promote in a holistic way. And I think that is what the whole idea is over here, the agenda for the youth or for the teenagers. It's to give them an opportunity, a platform where they can express themselves, where they can come forward, and without any inhibitions. There should be a platform, and we as facilitators have to ensure that there is no discrimination amongst each other. Regarding their ability, each and every child should be given, or a youth should be given an opportunity to perform. The other day I was speaking to some of your doctors in a small group, and I'm so happy to see that you have a group of walking group and running group, teachers going for yoga, which just shows that the sustainability model is prevalent everywhere. People are getting aware of the importance of valuing their health and wellness, and I hope and I encourage everybody to keep continuing, and let's create a healthy, fit India, which we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
That's a great point. Thank you. Your unique perspective has added a lot to the conversation.
Sorry?
Your unique perspective has added a lot to our conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So let us go to the medical expert in our panel, and at the cost of maybe antagonizing Professor Mukesh, I would actually like to ask our medical expert that we generally see in any course, in any curriculum, we only focus on the study part of it. That is primarily focused to classes, practicals, theory and practicals. Be it engineering, be it any profession you take it in our country or anywhere in the world. What, in your opinion, should be the curriculum preparation now, moving ahead, when we have talked so much about benefit of sports? Should sports be included in these curriculums? That is one. And it should not be like a recreational kind of a thing, and it should be made formalized. If yes, then at what level?
Yeah. So Sir has already mentioned a lot regarding the benefits. Just summarize what medical literature is telling. So first of all, definitely since morning we are discussing a lot regarding mental health. So we all know, starting from medical school, that is MBBS, till specialist physician or surgeon, it's a quite long journey, maybe 10 years, sometimes 15 years, we're still studying. So there is a lot of frustration, lot of failures, definitely lot of anxiety. Oh, teacher ne डांट दिया आज, HOD ने डांट दिया, thesis complete नहीं हुआ, lot of anxiety, stress. Yes, what medical literature is telling? Yes, if we are getting involved into sports, fitness activities, our anxiety, stress, all those would be better controlled than the control group. Yes. So now coming to Sir, what has Sir told, there is communication skill. When we are playing with multiple people, definitely we have a good communication skill, our teamwork, because when you are a doctor, when you are a physician, you are a surgeon, you need to work a lot with your team members. It is a teamwork. We cannot make our patients fit, discharge them to home, or better follow up them if we are not working in a team. So yes, our sports and fitness activities gives us that skill. Definitely next coming to leadership, we need good leaders among medical fraternity people. So yes, sports and fitness gives us that as well. So now coming to, yes, some research activities, clinical training. If we are getting involved multiply into sports, we may get some people who has developed their career into sports medicine, into physical medicine rehabilitation, and definitely there may be some thesis topic as well regarding sports injuries. And yes, this way it may help. And next, coming to the direct question now. So yes, I was going through different medical literature recently. There are academic career related talks as well, or documentation as well. Yes, we heard a lot, yeah, बच्चे क्यों इतना खेल बेल क्यों कर रहे हो, पढ़ाई करो, डॉक्टर बनना है. So medical literature tells, the people, the students, the resident doctors who are involved into sports and fitness activities, their academic career is not substantially different or statistically significant, what we use exactly, statistically significant difference was not there in the control group. That's mean if we are getting involved in sports activities, our academics is not going to be hampered because we are going to something productive. So I would request that we should be involved into our sports and fitness activities.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Elias, you're a founder of Enduro Sports. This is the largest sea swimming I've heard.
Yes.
But the general perception of people is that sea swimming is a difficult sport to pursue. So what benefits do you think that this sport has over other sports and how it can be incorporated?
So, from a young age, we've been told that the sea is a lovely expanse of water. Sit at it, sit near the beach, take your picnic basket, enjoy your lunch or dinner and go back home. But whatever you do, please do not enter the sea because bad things will happen to you if you enter the sea. And this is not just us, it was told to our parents, our grandparents, and it goes back for generations, right? It's a very, it's based on our parents. I think at that time, they did what they thought was best for us. But what we would like to do is we would like to change that perception that people have of the ocean. It is an immensely powerful force of nature, for sure, but it's not something that we need to fear. I believe it's something that we need to respect and we need to understand. And the only way that we can build that respect and understanding is by spending more time in the ocean. I have taken people, to answer your question, I've taken people with, all kinds of disabilities, with problems. We've had people with sciatica, people with arthritis, people with so many problems. They've come, they've swam with us for a couple of seasons, and they themselves say that, yes, we felt so much better, because that's the healing power of salt water, and that's the healing power of the ocean, which has been proven. It's a scientifically proven fact. So yeah, we would like to encourage people. We're the most populous country in the world now. And we would like to encourage people to start, people who have access to the coastline especially, to start using that, to find a good coach, to find a good club, and to take those first few steps into it. And believe me, once you incorporate it as part of your lifestyle, there's no looking back. And you'll keep finding places to go to for holidays. I always say I should go to a different place away from the sea, but then I always get pulled towards the sea for some reason, right? So salt water in our veins is what we call it. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Your passion for this topic is really evident. I think the audience will have questions for you.
Sure.
So my next question is to Colonel Goel. Colonel Goel, you are a PhD in psychology yourself. So obviously self-motivation is something which comes very naturally to you, and you can talk about the details at length. But for the benefit of all of us, can you just throw some light? You talked about short recovery rituals. At every point in time, whenever we are down, every day morning we may have slept late. By the time it is evening, we get tired. There's so many times in the day that we feel bus. So what is that particular effect that you had on yourself, or you self-motivated or cultivated within yourself, कि बस बोलने का मन ना करे?
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When I go through such pressures, first thing, I believe very strongly, don't let emotions control you. If you don't control your emotions, it will take your life for a ride. So I used to control my emotions by giving counter orders to my mind. If my mind used to say कि यार बस हो गया, तो I used to tell myself अब मैं उल्टा करूँगा. अब I'll go and do something, चाहे मुझे अगर रेस्ट भी करना है मैं कल जाके कर लूँगा. So these are the small things. Then of course that short rituals of recovery may has to have magical 14 minutes, which I use everywhere before the sports, before any stressful event, or even when there is an argument at home. So I just vanish for 14 minutes. that is part of my recovery. I come back and I come back to the same argument saying कि हम कहाँ पे थे, तो सामने वाला is like कि जाओ यार अपना काम करिए आप. So ये 14 मिनट I call it as the magical 14 minutes. And same thing कि अगर आपके ऊपर कोई प्रेशर या दबाव बन रहा है, 14 मिनट के लिए you go do something, go for a walk, कान में ईयरफोन लगा के गाना सुन लो, खाना बना लो, 14 मिनट. By that time 14 minutes में आपका BP level काफ़ी डाउन हो जाता है and you are ready to focus on that same thing instead of getting digressed. And then I visualize myself, कभी बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस में होता हूँ, कोई भी आगे के फ्यूचर इवेंट को मैं विजुअलाइज करता हूँ कि मैं अपने आप को कहाँ देख रहा हूँ. That motivates me so much. And lastly, I remember my successful days during those failure events. किसी ने डांट मार दी कि आप किसी काम के नहीं हो, या किसी ने बोल दिया आप तुमसे ना हो पाएगा. So I go back to my childhood days कि मैं तो ऐसे ऐसे सारे अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें करता था, कहाँ कहाँ झंडे गाड़ता था. That brings a smile on my face and I'm motivated to start again. So these are small things where I focus upon and it helps me a lot.
Very helpful, I'm sure.
Yeah. Bharat, would you like to emphasize on how COVID has affected sports, COVID-19 pandemic, which we have all seen?
Of course, it's visible, it was visible when people came back, there was lack of social connect, because we were also isolated. So, that was the fundamental thing that we had to really work towards personally ourselves too, as well as with other people. And I think health took a toll because either we saw two extremes. Either people got really fit, extremely fit, because they got some time to work on themselves, or else they got really, it was chaos, whether it's in our health or in our personal life. So those two extremes were really evident and visible, and I feel taking charge by taking small victories every day, small wins every day. Maybe it could be getting up at a certain time, sleeping at a certain time, staying off from your social media or phones for a certain time. And I think the lifestyle, what Sir has just said rightly, is to take a pause. We forget to take a pause. We want to do so much, we want to accomplish so much, that we forget that there is this person too that needs to be looked at. And how does that happen? It's through taking small pauses with a little ritual. It could be 10 deep breaths. It could be walking for 20 minutes, going for a jog. So just having those sort of a little ritual through the day really helped me, as well as I shared that with some of the people I worked with, and it really shows, it's evident, So I think we just need to take small action steps and take little victories every day in our own life to correct the lifestyle.
Thank you so much. So Colonel Jamal, when we talk about mountaineering, there are two questions, basically two parts. Mountaineering is something which is, हम पहाड़ को देखते हैं हमें लगता है ये नहीं हो पाएगा, पहली चीज़ जो दिमाग में आती है. सब बाकी स्पोर्ट्स के साथ भी समुद्र को देखते हैं तो कुछ और फीलिंग आती है. तो कुछ लोग पहाड़ी चढ़ते हैं कि मुझे इस पे आई हैव टू क्लाइम दिस इज एज एन अचीवमेंट. आपने एक बार, दो बार, तीन बार, लोग एक बार में होता है बस हो गया, चलो कर लिया, ये अचीवमेंट होगी, रिकॉर्ड बुक में नाम आ गया, सब कुछ ठीक है. देन यू केप्ट गोइंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड एंड यू डिड so much, and I believe he's one of the few people who's actually spent his own money, tried to go unconventional ways so that he can, there is a sense of proving something. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि नहीं ये तो एडवेंचर एक्टिविटी है, सी स्विमिंग है, मैं उसी तरह से माउंटेनियरिंग भी करता हूँ. तो पहला सवाल कि आप माउंटेनियरिंग को किस तरीके से देखते हैं, और दूसरा लोग एक बारी में हो जाता है कि चलो एक पहाड़ एक बारी चल लिया, आपको तीन बार आपने एक ही पहाड़ी, एक और वो भी सबसे ऊंची पहाड़ी इस दुनिया की, द हाईएस्ट माउंटेन इन द वर्ल्ड, यू हैव क्लाइम्ड. सो व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड दैट?
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग रीजन एक्चुअली. आप लोग हंसेंगे जरूर. सो व्हाट मोटिवेट्स मी, देयर आर डिफरेंट रीजंस फॉर एवरीवन. सो वंस आई वेंट फॉर द एवरेस्ट इन 2012. ठंड बहुत ज़्यादा थी, ब्लेजर्ड था, तो 5-7 मिनट हम लोग टॉप पे रहे, फटाफट फोटो खिंचवाए और वापस आने लगे. एंड वंस आई वाज कमिंग डाउन आई रियलाइज कि यार जैसे टेंजिंग नोगे ने फोटो खिंचवाया था 1953 में, वैसा तो खिंचवाया नहीं मैंने. सो आई वाज कमिंग डाउन एंड आई टोल्ड माय कलीग कि यार वैसा फोटो खिंचवाना था. ही सेड कि सर अभी ज़्यादा मत करो, जल्दी नीचे चलो. वी केम डाउन. सो दैट बिकेम माई मोटिवेशन टू गो अगेन इन 2013 टू गेट दैट फोटोग्राफ. थैंक यू. So once I was coming down, I told another guy कि यार Mountain Dew is my favorite drink, मैंने उसके साथ photo खिंचवाना था. So he said कि sir not again. So I went again in 2015. Obviously then the avalanche occurred and we did the rescue operation. 2016 when I went for the third time, I clicked a photo, or rather I drank Mountain Dew on top of Everest. While coming down, I told him कि यार photo नहीं खिंचवाया. So that is going to be my fourth attempt when I go up again. So that is my dream, I would say. That is my motivation to climb Everest. But at the same time, I would tell you a serious story. Once we went to Mount Mana. Mount Mana is one of the 7,000-meter mountains in Uttarakhand, ahead of Mana village. I was leading my 9 members team there. It was 2009. So that was my major expedition in Uttarakhand and as a leader. So I started my mountaineering in 2003-04, but that time I was only doing basically treks and 6,000-meter mountains. So Mana is a very difficult mountain. So we got stuck in a blizzard at around 3 o'clock in the morning when we were climbing up. So for 17 hours we were there in the blizzard, everything conked off, no communication, nothing. So we survived. I say we survived because out of 9, 3 of us lost our fingers. So this is one of my finger which I lost there. So that became my motivation to reach where I want to reach actually. Pinnacle, obviously at the top, the highest mountain in the world is obviously Mount Everest. That will remain so. That is what became my motivation. So in those next 6 months what I did, again the positives, I prepared well. So motivation आज की तारीख में ना social media में भरपूर है, उसकी कमी नहीं है. What lacking is the discipline. अगर motivation आप पे पूरा discipline नहीं है, आप कुछ achieve नहीं कर पाएंगे. So discipline is what is required. So in those 6 months, I prepared my booklets for every mountain which I am going to climb. And I prepared books for 7 summits, the highest mountain of all 7 continents. That was 2009. I was not even sure whether I'm going to climb a mountain or not. I was not sure. Because my finger is amputated, I was bad, I was bruised. But then I decided that I would come back again. So after 6 months, I started climbing again. I climbed 3 mountains back to back. That includes the highest mountain of Africa in 2010. And then obviously I came back to mountaineering, and that's how motivated me to climb mountain in 2012. And whenever I got a chance to climb any mountain, whether through army or through my own resources, I went there. And I saw that dream of climbing the 7 summits in 2009. And I accomplished 7 summits in 2019. It took me 10 years to accomplish that. Amazing. So that is what motivation is all about. It's not only about Everest, but it is conquering your fears. That is what it's all about. Thank you so much.
Since we are running short of time, so I would like to invite the audience to ask their questions to the panel.
The floor is open. Anybody from the audience who wants to ask any of the questions to the panelists or...
My question is for Lieutenant Colonel D.D. Goel. It is, what are some methods to maintain mental toughness while participating in any sport?
May I request your question again?
The question is, what are some methods that we can maintain mental toughness while participating in any sport?
Well, as I already mentioned, that mental toughness comes only when you start knowing yourself, your weaknesses, and work on those weaknesses. And every time, the mind has the tendency to keep you in comfort zone. It will not let you take some effort. So as to do everything, whatever my mind told to take rest, that okay, today you relax, I used to counter it every time. And I used to tell myself, I can, I will. I had days where I had swellings. I had days where I could not insert this amputated leg into the socket. It was swollen many times. But then I used to tell my mind, today at least if not full route, at least I'll go do the half route. That was countering my mind and training it so that it does not keep me in comfort zone automatically.
Thank you.
So that is how I started building upon my mental toughness and not compromising on my schedule, my timetable, come what may. So these are the two aspects which I followed strictly, and same thing, I'll be doing it in future also.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I think we'll just take one more question from the panel and then we can come back to the audience. Will that be okay? Okay.
Sir,
So Vidisha.
सर मैं
Sorry.
कर्नल जामवाल साहब से एक जानना चाहूँगा.
एक सवाल पूछ के फिर वापस आते हैं आपके पास, क्योंकि हमारे जो चेयरपर्सन हैं उनको थोड़ा सा निकलना है, तो हम एक पैनलिस्ट से एक सवाल खत्म करके फिर हमारे पास पूरा दिन है आज, हम तसल्ली से बात करेंगे. मुझे पता है सभी बहुत जोश में हैं. सो विदिशा, अ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है जो हम सभी देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि जब भी हम अपने से कोई भी काबिलियत में नीचे होता है, स्पेशली एबल्ड होता है या जेंडर सुपीरियॉरिटी होती है, कुछ भी होता है, तो हम उनको उस नज़र से नहीं देखते. वी ऑलवेज लुक डाउन, डिस्क्रिमिनेट करते हैं हम उनके अगेंस्ट. वी ऑलवेज डिस्क्रिमिनेट बिटवीन पीपल who are not as capable or as equal to us. So मुझे यकीन है कि आपने भी बहुत डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को देखा होगा अपनी लाइफ में. क्या?
Sorry, I couldn't.
No worries.
मैं एग्जैक्टली डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं बोलूँगी, ये लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस है. क्योंकि फॉर एग्जांपल 15 साल पहले, मैं स्मॉल टाउन से बिलोंग करती हूँ, 15 साल पहले मैं अनफेयर हूँ, मैं नॉर्मल स्कूल में मैंने पढ़ाई किया, तो टीचर को नहीं पता था कि कैसे ट्रीट करना है. क्योंकि जो टीचर इस तरह से ट्रीट करते हैं जैसे सब नॉर्मल है, वैसे मेरे साथ क्लास में मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है, और उनको लगता था मुझे समझ में आ गए तो अवॉइड करते थे, लेकिन मुझे बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आते थे. तो ये लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस है. और मैं कहूँगी 15 साल के कंपैरिजन में आज के टाइम में थोड़ा अवेयर हो रहे हैं, बट अभी भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. मैं प्राउडली बताना चाहूँगी, पिछले साल डफ ओलंपिक्स हुआ था 2022 में. डफ ओलंपिक्स में काफ़ी बच्चे मेडल लेके आए और ऑनरेबल पीएम मोदी जी ने उनको वेलकम किया, डफ ओलंपियंस और मेडलिस्ट को वेलकम किया, उनका हिम्मत बढ़ाया, उनको मोटिवेट किया, उनका हौसला बढ़ाया, उनके साथ फ़ोटो खींच के सोशल मीडिया पे शेयर किया. फिर लोग अवेयर होने लगे, लेकिन फिर भी अब लोग अवेयर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी अभी भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. कुछ लोगों को नहीं पता कि कैसे ट्रीट किया जाए.
Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Please, I invite the audience to take the next question.
Yeah, the audience can.
Who wants to ask?
Yeah,
please.
सर, मैं कर्नल जामवाल साहब से जानना चाहूँगा, आपकी वजह से तो पूरे विश्व में बहुत फैन हैं और भारत देश में भी हैं, और उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा उत्तराखंड में आपके फ़ैन हैं, और उनमें से एक मैं भी आपका फॉलोअर हूँ, फ़ैन हूँ. और अभी मैंने इंस्टाग्राम में लगातार मैं आपको फॉलो करता रहता हूँ, और मैंने अभी देखा कि आप एक और नए अभियान पे निकले हुए हैं. अभी आपने उसको बताया नहीं, शायद हर शिखर तिरंगा ऐसा कुछ अभियान था आपका, तो उसके बारे में जानना चाहूँगा सर, और थोड़ा आप बताना चाहेंगे कि वो किस तरह का अभियान है.
ओके, थैंक यू एटलीस्ट उसका जिक्र करने के लिए, बिकॉज बातें कम होती हैं, इसलिए हर चीज़ को लंबा बताने का टाइम नहीं मिलता आपको. हर शिखर तिरंगा एक कैंपेन है टू क्लाइम द हाईएस्ट माउंटेन इन ऑल इंडियन स्टेट्स. कारण उसका ये था कि इट्स बीन 75 ईयर्स नाउ, हाईएस्ट माउंटेन ऑफ ऑल कॉन्टिनेंट जब करके वापस आए, तो ये सोचा कि यार इंडिया में ऐसी कोई चीज़ क्यों नहीं हो सकती, करनी चाहिए. इफ समबडी हैज़ नॉट डन इट, व्हाई नॉट मी. सो दैट इज़ व्हाई, दैट इज़ हाउ हर शिखर तिरंगा कैंपेन केम अप. और जब हम लोग, मैं अभी डायरेक्टर हूँ नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ माउंटेनियरिंग एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स में, जब बच्चे वहाँ पे आते हैं तो मैं उनसे पूछता हूँ कि आप क्लाइंबिंग करना चाहते हैं, आप बताइए कि आपकी स्टेट में हाईएस्ट माउंटेन कौन सा है. बहुतों को ये भी नहीं पता होता कि वो क्या है. ऑब्वियसली मेरी माउंटेनियरिंग बैकग्राउंड है, मैं इसलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ. सो उनको केरला से कोई आया उनको नहीं पता है, राजस्थान से कोई आया उनको नहीं पता है, गुजरात से आए उनको नहीं पता है. हमें ये पता है कि हाईएस्ट माउंट एवरेस्ट है, हमें ये पता है कि अन्नपूर्णा है, हमें ये पता है कि मनासलू है, चोयो है, जिसमें सोशल विजिबिलिटी और सोशल मीडिया विजिबिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, वो सब फेवरेट है। और आज की तारीख में लास्ट 2 सालों से K2 सबको पता है कि K2 इज़ द हाईएस्ट माउंटेन, इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट देन एवरेस्ट। पर अगर मैं ये पूछूं कि उत्तराखंड का हाईएस्ट या फिर बोलेंगे इंडिया का हाईएस्ट, जैसे हम कंचनजंगा मानते हैं, सेकंड इज़ नंदा देवी एंड देन कम्स द कामेट, वो नहीं पता है, स्पेशली फॉर इंडियंस। सो एडवेंचर एक्टिविटीज़ को बढ़ावा देने के लिए और ये जागृति भी लाने के लिए कि जब हम एडवेंचर टूरिज्म पोटेंशियल की बात करते हैं, ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें मैटर करती हैं। अगर फॉर एग्जांपल कोई राजस्थान का है, उसको ये नहीं पता है कि उसका जो हाईएस्ट पॉइंट है उसकी स्टेट का, दैट इज़ गुरु शिखर, इट मीन्स ही डजंट नो अबाउट हिज ओन स्टेट ऑल्सो। सो उस चीज़ को टच अपॉन करने के लिए इस अभियान को चलाया गया है। आर फर्स्ट माउंटेन वी आर स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम हिमालयन स्टेट्स। सो फर्स्ट इज़ हिमाचल, रियो पोरग्याल इज़ द हाईएस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ हिमाचल। सो हम वहाँ से शुरू कर रहे हैं। ऑब्वियसली J&K आज की तारीख में स्टेट नहीं है, इसे यूनियन टेरिटरी, तो हम वहाँ का हाईएस्ट माउंटेन करेंगे माउंट नून, जो J&K और लद्दाख यूनियन टेरिटरी का बॉर्डर का हाईएस्ट है। उत्तराखंड का हाईएस्ट ऑब्वियसली नंदा देवी है, बट बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व होने के कारण वो अलाउड नहीं है। सो सेकंड इज माउंट कामेट, हम वो क्लाइंब करेंगे। सिक्किम का हाईएस्ट ऑब्वियसली माउंट कंचनजंगा मानते हैं, बट वी आर नॉट अलाउड फ्रॉम सिक्किम साइड बिकॉज दे बिलीव गॉड एग्जिस्ट देयर। सो सेकंड इज माउंट जोंगसोंग, हम वो क्लाइंब करेंगे। और उसके अलावा जो बाकी स्टेट्स हैं, हम उनके हाईएस्ट पॉइंट्स को टच करेंगे। एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट हर शिखर तिरंगा इज ऑल अबाउट, and we all need your support and blessings to complete it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we'll have the last question from the audience. So the lady over there. Yeah.
Hi, this is for Mr. Elias Patel. How can sports and fitness contribute to broader social and economic developmental goals? Stuff like reducing inequality and community cohesion.
That's a lovely question. I was waiting for someone to ask that actually. We have a saying when it comes to open water swimming that the sea doesn't discriminate, right? The sea doesn't care about the color of your skin. It doesn't care what religion you follow. It doesn't care which God you pray to and what your beliefs are. It just cares that you respect it for what it is and you honor the bond that we have as human beings towards it. I feel from a socio-economic point of view, yes, when it comes to growing something as an adventure club, which is what we run, when we first started the club, we had 3 people. I was one of them. We've grown into a club which we have more than 3,000 people now from all over the country who would come just to be a part of swimming in the sea because, our commitment to safety and our commitment to what we provide. So I feel in that sense, yes, it's a great opportunity to get people to come to your place, to visit your state, to explore different possibilities. And it's not just the swimming part of it, right? That's just scratching the surface, because once you're confident that you can survive and you can look after yourself in open water, then you open up a whole new, possibility, adventure possibilities that includes scuba diving, that includes surfing, that includes so many things, whitewater rafting, which we have over here in this lovely state of Uttarakhand as well. So I think in that sense, it's a unifying force. It's something that brings people together. It creates bonds, and it also creates a feeling of community, because when you're swimming in open water, especially when you're swimming with a buddy, because we have the system of never swimming alone, right? That's the cardinal rule of open water swimming, that you never do it alone. It's always in a buddy system. It's the same thing when you're scuba diving, right? You always have a buddy with you. You're literally taking the life of another human being in your hands, right? And he's doing the same. And the kind of bond that creates between 2 people, it can't be described in words, but it is a lifelong bond which is formed. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will have to close the discussion here. I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing your areas of the main points from your areas of expertise, and thank you so much for having traveled here. Thank you so much, the chairpersons, both of them. I would like to highlight here that health, well-being and sports, agenda for the youth. So youth, age is just a number. So anybody and everybody who is sitting here, no matter what our ages are, we are still young. If you are young at heart, then you fall in the category of youth. So please remember that. participate in a lot of tournaments, enjoy yourself, and play good sports. Thank you so much.
I now hand over the mic to Akash.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause again? Thank you all for your participation today. I hope you found the discussion informative and inspiring. We've covered a lot of ground today, and I believe that everyone has learned something new. I wish to express my gratitude. I wish to express my gratitude to our panelists for sharing their insights and expertise with us today. Your contributions and your expertise have been invaluable in making this discussion a success. I'd like to thank our chairpersons for the gracious presence and words of wisdom. I want to congratulate the moderators for facilitating the discussion in such a seamless and captivating manner. And finally, I'd like to thank our audience for their attention and participation. Your keen involvement and questions have been insightful and thought-provoking and have helped make this discussion a success. With this, due to the time constraints, it is now time to felicitate the panelists for their benevolent presence. I would request Professor Mukesh Tripathi, Director AIIMS Mangalagiri, to felicitate Colonel Ranveer Singh Jamwal. I would request Director Professor Meenu Singh and Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am to come up on the stage. I request Professor Meenu Singh to felicitate Lieutenant Colonel D.D. Goel next. Next, I would request Dr. Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am to felicitate Ms. Vidisha Balia. I would request Professor Arvind Rajavanshi, Executive Director, AIIMS Raebareli, to felicitate Mr. Bharat Sachdeva. I would again request Professor Arvind Rajavanshi to felicitate Mr. Elias Patel. I would request Professor Mukesh Tripathi to felicitate Dr. Saikat Mandal. Next, I would request Professor Meenu Singh to felicitate Lieutenant Colonel Ankur Sabharwal. I would again request Professor Arvind Rajavanshi to felicitate Dr. Bhavna Gupta. Now I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to rise for the photo session. I would also request student volunteers to distribute Modi at 20 books to the dignitaries in the meantime. I cordially invite all the members of the coordinating team, along with the student volunteers, to join us for the same. I would also request all the faculties present to join us on the stage for the photo session. I now cordially request the panelists to guide the way to the media room to the right of the stage for a media bite session. On behalf of the coordinating team, I pride myself in thanking everyone again for the gracious presence. I also request everyone else to join us for lunch, which has been arranged outside the auditorium. Thank you.
All the delegates may proceed to level 2 for their lunch from gate on the left hand end.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. a thriving global center of technology, and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. and the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, And as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future.
on digital health and future of healthcare. So it will start shortly. Thank you.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Let's get the spirit going. You will be starting shortly. So, okay, I see a little, invite your friends as well. It is going to be a very interesting panel, something new you'll be learning, and I'm very excited for it. We're going to begin. Okay. Vishwarogyam hi dharmo nama. Global health is our religion. This is the motto of AIIMS Rishikesh, and the key to global health lies in the future, which is why we have all gathered here today. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here, and to all of those who have joined us over on live stream. My name is Dr. Paras Yadav. I am a junior resident in PMR department at AIIMS Rishikesh, and on behalf of the AIIMS Rishikesh family, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Youth 20 India Consultation, Health, Wellbeing and Sports Agenda for Youth, held along the serene banks of the great river Ganga in the embrace of the mighty Himalayas. The panel discussion for now would be held on the subject Digital Health and Future of Healthcare. Now, without further ado, I'd like to begin this key event by inviting on stage our honorable chairpersons. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ashok Kumar Puri, who is accompanied by Sambhav from 2021 batch of MBBS. Dr. Ashok Kumar Puri is a distinguished professor in finance at Jaipuria Institute of Management. He carries over 2 decades of experience in academics at many premier institutes. He has been Director General at Institute of Technology and at Fortune Institutes of International Business. He's a widely sought after academic veteran in management stream and has a large base of students mentored by him who occupy many top positions in the industry. He has many awards to his credit. He's a board member of many national institutes like AIIMS Rishikesh, RVWI, Jamia Hamdard, and is a visiting faculty of many national and international universities. He's a trained practitioner of neurolinguistic programming. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now I'd like to invite on stage Professor Dr. Surekha Kishore, accompanied by Arpita from 2021 batch of MBBS. She is the Executive Director of AIIMS Gorakhpur. She is ex-Dean Academics of AIIMS Rishikesh and as well as Head of Department of Community and Family Medicine. She has over 33 years of experience and has many research publications to her credit. She is an inspiring leader in her field and dedicated to promote research practices among healthcare providers. Kindly give her a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Now, I'd cordially invite all our distinguished panelists to the stage. There has been slight change, and Professor Dr. Meenu Singh would now be joining us as a panelist, and I'm very excited about that. Aren't you? Okay. I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Meenu Singh, ma'am, who's accompanied by Dhwani from 2021 batch of MBBS. She is the Executive Director of AIIMS Rishikesh. She is also the head of Telemedicine Center, now designated as Department of Telemedicine at PJMR, using technology developed by ISRO and DIT. Under her guidance, a regional resource center and a center for excellence in AI has been started in AIIMS Rishikesh. She is a paragon in the field of medical science and has received Sir Sri Ram Memorial Award of National Academy of Medical Sciences and numerous other awards to her credit. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Okay. Now I'd like to invite on stage our other panelists, starting with Dr. Subodh Kandamuthan, who is accompanied by Pranjal from 2022 batch of MBBS. He's a professor and director at Dr. Kakrala Subbarao Institute Center for Healthcare Management. He has a PhD in health economics and 17 years of unparalleled experience in health financing, health policy, and health systems. His recent works include COVID-19 forecasting and recommendations, innovations in healthcare technology and digital health, and vision document for affordable healthcare for Telangana 2030. He is ardently working with both government and private sector on health economics application in healthcare. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Avnish Khare, who would be accompanied by Pratibha from 2022 batch of MBBS. There is only one word to describe him, which is futurist, and he has been working fiercely towards innovation in healthcare. He's a physician turned medtech consultant and educator from Udaipur. He has been certified by the American Board of Artificial Intelligence in Medicine and is a member of National Academy of Medical Sciences Task Force AI in Healthcare. He's very passionate about ethical application of emerging technologies, more importantly AI, for enhancing the future of healthcare in India as we know it. Now, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Vivek Podar, who's accompanied by Prerna from BSc Nursing of 2021 batch. He's as ingenious as one can get. He's a physician at BIRDM General Hospital, Bangladesh, and incoming postdoctoral research fellow at Miami Cancer Institute, Florida. He's also a scientific writer at Joanna Briggs and evidence reviewer at The Economist. As impressive as his resume is, he's also working on a smartphone-based photoplethysmography tech to promote cardiovascular and respiratory monitoring. He has been designed as an impressive award-winning mobile-based learning and training platform for last health mile workers in India. Aside from that, he has also won SciComm Make 2022 award for Public Health Science Communication Project. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Pranav Chatterjee, who is accompanied by Princy from BSc Nursing of 2021 batch. Dr. Pranav Chatterjee is an infectious disease epidemiologist with great interest in One Health clinical trials, antimicrobial resistance, and vaccines. He's trained as a public health physician, obtaining his MD in preventative medicine from University College of Medical Science, New Delhi. He holds diploma in tropical medicine and hygiene from Royal College of Physicians, London, and is currently pursuing PhD in international health from the prestigious Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He is as passionate user of digital health tools to augment public health research, evidence synthesis, and awareness generation. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Dinesh Datta, who is accompanied by Tripti from BSc Nursing 2020 batch. He's a man of many talents. He's a physician, medtech, consultant, educator, digital content creator. He's an MD in biochemistry. He's an entrepreneur to look forward to and is committed to developing many ingenious solutions in the field of precision medicine. He's focused on implementing AI in laboratory informatics systems. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I'd like to invite on stage our distinguished moderators for this panel. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Puneet Dhar, who's accompanied by Sangeeta from 2021 batch of MBBS. Dr. Puneet Dhar is an eminent gastroenterologist surgeon and head of GI surgery department at Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. Previously, he displayed his excellent leadership here at AIIMS Rishikesh as well. He is the president of the Indian chapter of International Hepatopancreatic Biliary Association. He has extraordinary contributions in research, academics, and teaching in both Indian and international surgical fields with special work in pancreatic disease area. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Vyom Maitre, accompanied by Akash from 2021 batch of MBBS. Mr. Vyom Maitre is a software engineer by profession, an inspiring youth influencer, and an avid advocate for digital privacy. He has worked on the integration of artificial intelligence in medical diagnosis. Aside from that, his inquisitiveness has led him into working on numerous software development projects as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to inform the audience any questions you may have would be addressed at the end of the panel. The volunteers would be providing you with sheets. Kindly mention your name, your question, and the panelist to whom your question is addressed to. Now, I'd like to request our moderators, Professor Dr. Puneet Dhar and Mr. Vyom Maitre, to take over and begin with the session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all. It's nice to see a good audience over here. We have an interesting topic today about digital health. So, we know how invention has always been driven by need. In fact, it's a famous proverb that necessity is the mother of all invention. It led us to a boom of multiple industries, such as the fintech industry in the past, when we had the need for contactless payment. And eventually, recently, we had a whole pandemic on our heads, and there was need to address the issues that came from it. The industry of healthcare is something which found its boom in this pandemic, in this situation of dire need and necessity. And it boomed. And today, we are in a place where the industry is poised to take off and become one of the biggest industries of the entire world. The industry of healthcare fueled by digital resources. And yeah, we are put in a very good place today to see where we go and revolutionize the world of healthcare by the use of digital tools. And that is what we're going to discuss today with this esteemed panel that we have of experts ranging in various fields from finance to healthcare to AI. And we'll talk about various topics, and let's hope to have an extremely productive and informative panel for all of you.
Thank you, Vyom. It's a matter of pride for all of us that India led this digital revolution in terms of whether it was the Arogya Setu or the CoWIN digital platform, which rolled out the entire vaccination, the certification. The testing itself is completely centrally registered. Even now, you can, hook up and check your phone number, and you'll find all your reports which can come out. I'm not aware of any other country which is doing that. So I think to kickstart, we'll have Subodh talk about how we were able to use this disadvantage to our best bet.
Thank you, Professor Punitji. What COVID did was actually to kickstart the entire digital health revolution. Let me tell you that digital health was not something new. Like Professor Bino Singh will agree that telemedicine was there almost 20 years back. But people always, I think as a layman, patients never wanted to use technology. Like they always wanted that human touch. But what COVID did, when everybody was at home, we all got into the thing that, okay, how do you deliver healthcare services without, even meeting the healthcare providers? If I ask many of you, I think who are healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, will you actually go to the rural areas and work? Many of you will say no. And that's been the challenge as a health economist, as a health policy expert. For the last 30, 40 years, we have been trying to get people to the rural areas, incentivize them, but we have not been successful. And here comes a revolution like telemedicine, which actually tells that, okay, sitting in some remote place, we can actually deliver healthcare services. So that's the sort of beauty of digital health, which started in the COVID times. And you take what has happened is every state innovated at that time. So that's the beauty of, and what we can actually do is to replicate those innovations. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, all those states actually looked e-health. They started a department of e-health. I can give you one example where in a small district, because all about, everybody says digital health, can it actually reach the rural areas? One district magistrate thought that, okay, everybody's talking about COVID. During the COVID time, can we look at anemia prevention? What is happening to anemia? So he did a universal screening, but creating an app by a local IIT person who did that, and then screened the entire eligible women from the age of 15 to 49. What it has done is, they identified so many people. Otherwise, only as part of government programs, the pregnant women were actually treated. They could actually identify malnourishment, because 50% of the women, as per a National Family Health Survey, are anemic. That's one indicator which actually was going up. And what was interesting was, they could identify a lot of people from the school who are actually anemic, link them to sort of a health diary app, where actually they could. So suddenly you could see an entire villages, and who did that? It is not somebody, a technologist. The ASHAs and AIIMS, accredited social health activists, who are part of the health department, were actually trained to use. And simple tools simply transformed an entire district. And these are models which actually can actually take to the next level. Take what Honorable Minister talked about, the mental health. COVID taught us that mental health is not only like something to be sort of projected. Everybody faced stress, right from children to working class during COVID. And now we have a national program. I think those are all piloted in the states, and which actually went on to become national programs. So it's digital health, these are our small innovations have actually made great this. And what has been a sort of a factor, which is, and this is where I want to bring another important point about collaborations. Who brings this technology? It's actually the private sector, because we are very averse towards the private sector. For the first time now, government actually have also realized, and very interestingly, National Health Policy in 2017 already told that if you have to reach universal health coverage, we need to have the collaboration with the private sector. And this is where actually, because we all know, private sector, we all have this feeling that, okay, are they going to sort of make money? Are they profit-oriented? But then government also realized that this is the best time to bring in. Now we have a national digital health mission where private sector is being encouraged. We have startup companies being funded by the government, funded by agencies to bring in innovations. So we have, like for example, I know in Hyderabad there are 30 startup companies working on digital health program, and they are not allowed enough funding. So what has happened is public-private partnerships have come in a huge way in digital health, and that is actually going to, I would say, change the entire economy. So what has started as a great innovations in COVID, what the government of India and the different states have done, have taken to the next level by bringing in a lot of these innovations and making into practice. And I'm sure we have a great learning which we had, and we can go easily to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Subodh. Professor Meenu is the Telemedicine Society of India president, and I think in AIIMS Rishikesh, he undertook some fantastic collation of all the digital media we have available using the eSanjeevani, the electronic medical records to identify tuberculosis patients, use technology to deliver the drugs. So would you like to tell us something about the drone, ma'am?
We just had a drone roaming around.
Yes, absolutely.
I was reminded of Brahmari Pranayam in the morning, actually. So anyway, the drone trials which we did were for the sake of delivery of payload, which is in the form of medicines, anti-TB medicines, from place A, that is AIIMS Rishikesh, to place B, that was hospital in New Delhi. And from there we got it back, and people just put in some samples into it, because all patients of tuberculosis these days would have, we would have to test their families for whether they're harboring that infection and give them prophylaxis. So which was part of this national TB elimination program. But how digital media comes into it is that along with the delivery, which was actually a shortcoming of telemedicine practices earlier, that you could make the diagnosis, but you would not be able to give the treatment. Now with this technology, you can map out people, you can actually geotag patients and program delivery of medicines to all these patients in the periphery. So digital revolution is actually now going into a technological revolution, and that is what it's going to become in the future. And for eSanjeevani, we know that this program was developed by CDAC Mohali, And we had iteratively helped them do it. Well, I was in PGI, Chandigarh. And this program initially was Sanjeevni, then it became e-Sanjeevni. And it is web-based, and you know that this program has done more than 100 million consultations all over India, and it is the biggest program of teleconsultation throughout the world right now. So these are some of the achievements which have been made by India's digital health mission. So we look for the future. There are a lot coming in now in the form of artificial intelligence to be applied to these things.
So I'm very excited about the fact that not only can we deliver these TB medicines to remote areas, like I remember when I was here, patients used to come from Uttarkashi driving 8 hours in the day, reach here and the OPD was closed by then. So, we can change that. Not only can they receive the TB medicines, but, we are probably the largest XDR, the extended resistance in TB. Probably we can actually have the same drone take a picture of them taking the tablet as well, or send follow-up WhatsApp pictures of them taking medicine each day and make sure we reduce the, the resistance. So, Pranab, I think we are down to you. What are some of the experiences and examples of frugal use of, digital health technological solutions to undertake public health measures?
Yeah, so I'll speak about a couple of my experiences from during the COVID pandemic. Go back to April, May of the first year of COVID pandemic, the country in lockdown. We don't know a lot about what's going on. News about convalescent plasma is coming out. And we are getting to think about, okay, maybe this is the magic drug that we need. At that point of time, there was not a lot of evidence on what convalescent plasma can and cannot do. The country was in a lockdown, so conducting a clinical trial was a major challenge. And at ICMR, we took that up. And we figured out, using email, frugal connectivity tools, video conferencing, online storage, data storage platforms, we conducted the trial, which was the largest convalescent plasma clinical trial at that point of time in the world, in a matter of 3 months. And we had results out that told us what we should and should not be doing. And all of it happened in the larger part when the country was in a lockdown. And everything was conducted online. I'm not going into the technical details because that might be a little boring to hear. But the interesting and exciting part of it was that we figured that all the visits and all the travels and all the meetings that we used to do, they were major time sinks, and we could now do 5 things in a day that would, in a previous pre-pandemic world, take us a whole month to do. And that was one of the reasons we could really shorten the lifetime of a clinical trial, and in 3 to 5 months, have the trial out, publish it, transform it into policy, and literally change the way medicine was being done for COVID-19 at that point of time. We also conducted I think it still stands as the world's largest COVID serosurvey work when we did that in the first wave. ICMR and WHO Country Office India collaborated on it with Department of Health at different states. And all of it was done when the country was in a complete lockdown situation. So that was a major victory for using frugal digital tools. We did not develop an app. We used whatever tools we had from NIC or ICMR's own e-health systems. And we used those existing tools to do these mammoth tasks in a matter of days and weeks, and not in a matter of months and years, which is the usual form of clinical trial lifespan. So there were some interesting disruptions we did during those few months.
So, Dr. Pranab, what about the use of, what was the role of digital health tools during the pandemic when we talk about the general public awareness? How did these tools come into play there?
Yeah, that's also an interesting question because there are several tools. I can talk about another tool that I came to know about when working in a different system, in the Johns Hopkins system. So one example from the ICMR system, one example from the Western system. This was called Vaccine Information Resource Assistant, or VIRA. And this was a chatbot developed by Johns Hopkins and IBM. And it was a conversational chatbot which preceded what ChatGPT does today. And it spoke about vaccine hesitancy. You could ask questions like, does the vaccine have a chip that gets implanted in my brain and Bill Gates can track me? And it would come out with a very cogent response. And it would assure you, no, it would not be overtly paternalistic, but it would give you a conversational answer. And the Gavi, they actually did studies they actually did a review which found that these tools are actually converting the minds of the people. This vaccine hesitancy issue is not a big problem in India, where we are quite accepting of vaccine interventions, but in the West, where vaccine hesitancy is a big deal, these tools came to the fore and really took the battle to the infodemic that was going around. And this was, again, another thing that had never happened before. We've had outbreaks and epidemics before, but we never tracked it in real time. We were getting data every day from every country, how many cases, what's going on. And when that amount of data is coming in, it's important to manage the information and the disinformation. And those chatbots kind of help to cut the distance between the provider and client, or questions and answer and evidence. And it helped people to access information in a reliable and credible form. So that was also a very, very interesting innovation.
Yeah, thanks, Pranab. I think you mentioned about the chatbots being used for the communication. So Vivek, would you like to tell us about other ways that technology can be used to improve the provider, client, the patient, doctor communication? How can it improve that?
Yeah, that's a very good question actually. And what I would like to start with, even though I am a physician, but from my years of experience as a patient and caregiver, what I understood that patient communication is very critical actually. So it starts from very beginning when the patient, even the healthy people, when they may be having a lot of questions in mind and they are living in a place where they cannot communicate with the patient provider or the healthcare provider. They don't have the access to the healthcare system. They don't have the access to the hospitals. So at that point of time, they get frustrated. And at that very moment, they feel like how to communicate with my physician who can give me the solution to my answers. And it also begins, for example, when I'm entering the physician's room, it is hardly we are spending hardly 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And after, when I'm leaving, the question starts popping out from our head. Like, what would be the side effect for the drugs? What could be the complications from these drugs? And I'm not able to afford that drug. And I cannot purchase the drug. Is there any other alternatives? So there are a lot of questions that is coming in patient's mind. And if there is no better patient-provider communication tools, then mostly they will be wondering and they will end up with medical inadherence. They will end up with more drug complications. And they will not follow up. Even sometimes what will happen that they cannot buy the required medications. They may say sold out all their properties. I've seen in my years of experience, like people are not able to afford the coronary stenting and they are selling their lands. And they don't have, because they cannot go back to the physician in the busy OPD. So they should have some patient communication tools, which is basically filling the requirements of the patients. And that is very critical. And we have been doing this in my clinical practice in different, I'm involved with different professors. Like, we are trying to integrate the online and offline network. So for example, I may be working in a rural setting and I don't have the accessibility to the expertise in my hospital. In that case, I can communicate with with other doctors in other tertiary care centers. So for example, we have built a network like case-based blended learning ecosystem, where the patient can be from rural area, can be communicated with our physicians in the tertiary care hospitals. And in the tertiary care hospital, we are connecting with the online network of physicians from across the globe. So basically, we are offering the evidence-based healthcare to all the physicians. Even they cannot come to the tertiary care hospital, let's say, for example, in Delhi or Chennai or Bangalore. Because I'm from Bangladesh, I can see a lot of patients are coming from Bangladesh to India in different megacities for a treatment. Even for some diseases, like even hypertension, diabetes, which could be answered very easily at the comfort of their home. But unfortunately, they are coming all across these different places because they don't have the answers. They need the answers, burning answers, how to manage their conditions. And here, we can use different kind of tools here, healthcare tools. Even though we are staying in a region where many people doesn't have this access to the high-tech digital tools. So, for example, in Hyderabad, I have been, I mean, our team is operating a WhatsApp or email-based communication. Like we have some patient communication manager in a rural setting, and that person is sharing all the patient data, of course, with maintaining the data, their data and after informed consent, they're sharing with us, and we are basically communicating through blogs, in online blogs with all the physicians across. It may be that I'm not the expert, but I know someone who can give solution to it. So we are discussing the patient problems with all the people. So through the example of WhatsApp or email, such a frugal solutions, we can resolve some of the complexities. And even when the patient is leaving, as simple as if I'm giving my WhatsApp number, the patient can easily communicate with me. And they can ask me asynchronously anytime if they have any questions. Similarly, I am working on another project. Basically, when the patient, a diabetic patient, or maybe a patient with COPD, or maybe the patient with hypertension, when they are going back to their home, their blood pressure is fluctuating, the respiratory rate is fluctuating, and maybe their oxygen saturation is fluctuating. And they are wondering, where should I communicate? They don't know whom to communicate. So I am working on a project which is basically, I would try to simplify that. It is basically a camera-based solution. If someone is having a camera, they can look at the camera, in front of the camera for 1 minute, and that camera will tell what is your respiratory rate, what is your heart rate, and what is your blood pressure, and even what is your oxygen saturation. If we can tell what are the cardiovascular and respiratory parameters, then we can monitor those patients long term. And it is going to help a lot of patients, particularly the chronic disease patient. Even when there is, in terms of this, when the patient is admitted in the ICU, we can monitor remotely. And we can give a prompt solution to the patients with those technologies. And at the same time, when we are talking about these digital health solutions, we should not forget that many people in India, in our region, they don't have access to the basic needs. Let's aside this smartphone. We don't have this. Here it comes that there is a digital divide. We don't know actually how to resolve this in this poverty, when people cannot afford their basic needs, and they cannot buy even smartphones. So how can they survive this kind of digital health solutions? So if the solution is not affordable, I would like to quote this line from one of the cardiac surgeons in India. If the solution is not affordable, it is not a solution. Even if it is not accessible, it is not going to solve the problem. Because there are many people in the rural health care, they are struggling a lot. They don't have access to the care. So
I think we need a lot of capacity building to make sure that we end the digital divide. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think now that we have talked about how digital tools are being used at present to reduce the divide or to help patients get the healthcare that they require, I think there's another problem that we need to talk about. Dr. Dinesh, if you would like to address the problem that we have with information continuity, and also explain as well, we've talked about it, what it is.
Information discontinuity, or basically the issue is the data in India is too much fragmented, and we cannot make anything out of that. I mean, even in managing the patient or even for research. So we need some platform where the total health record of a patient gets maintained and can be exchanged between different healthcare providers easily, and it is accessible and it is safe and private for exchange. So actually India is moving towards this with Ayushman Bharat digital mission and trying to build up a national health stack and etc. But there are lot of there's lot of there is lot of scope for improvement in building the infrastructure, and as well as there is lot of requirement in pushing this forward too much.
Yeah, thank you. So I think with the use of data and technology coming into the picture, we also come towards the topics such as artificial intelligence. So I would request Dr. Avnish to demystify the idea of artificial intelligence for everyone and tell us about how we can use it, or its role rather, in healthcare.
Thank you, Vyom. Really, artificial intelligence is one of the emerging technologies that is impacting all the industries, including healthcare, and it has a huge potential. So I will start from the data which you mentioned. So whenever we are talking about digital health, then we are talking about a lot of data. And this data is basically a raw thing which forms the base of the technology of AI. So if we add a bit of analysis or processing to this raw data, then it becomes information. And still this information is something which gives you some idea, but it doesn't, it is not actionable, or it cannot be converted into a tangible solution. So then there comes the layer of knowledge, which is when you add this experience to the layer of information. And finally, you have to convert information into wisdom. So there are 4 levels: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. So if you are moving up these levels, the process to move up is called the learning, and the ability to do so is called intelligence. So if you go online, you will find a lot of definitions of AI, and they are quite confusing, but this is the simplest way in which you can understand that if this process is done by machines, then it is called machine learning or artificial intelligence. So basically we are moving from data to wisdom, actionable information, knowledge, and wisdom. So I would like to mention just there are 2 domains which where most of the action is happening right now. One is computer vision, where a lot of image analysis and all those things are happening. And then there's the natural language processing, where applications like ChatGPT and all we'll be discussing maybe in detail further. But these are the 2 domains which are helpful in healthcare. How? Because whenever we see a patient or we do clinical activity or we order tests, we are generating data in 2 forms. One is in the digital form, and then we are generating some clinical notes. Now, natural language processing is that part of artificial intelligence, or that domain which deals with text or the textual data, which in the base layer it can be text, or it can be image, or it can be anything. So when it is textual, then we can apply natural language processing through AI and convert it into digital form. And then this forms basically a corpus of digital data trove, which can again be used to train artificial intelligence algorithms, and then those algorithms can again improve the efficiency of our clinical activities, improve the delivery of care, improve patient outcomes, and reduce the cost and improve efficiency and quality in the long run. So this is how AI as a tool fits into healthcare and digital health, and how it can be done. Only I'll add a minute about, I would like to add some words about the NAMS AI task force on NAMS task force on AI in healthcare, which I was fortunate to be a member of. And India is taking a huge initiative and in the field of AI in healthcare. And I was fortunate to be a part of 14-member team, and we formulated an entire report on AI in healthcare. We looked at the best practices in different parts of the world, and then we gave sort of a recommendation in form of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Short-term being like creating a proper infrastructure for development of AI tools, and then go for the low-hanging fruits first, like automating some administrative tasks before talking about big issues. And then in medium term, again, as Dr. Subodh said, fostering public-private partnerships and enabling the startup ecosystem, because we need that to enable the futuristic solutions. And in long term, of course, the stakeholder engagement, educating the patients, educating the providers, educating the payers. You have to take everyone together, and then only you can gain the full benefit of AI in healthcare. So this is my take on AI.
So I think as doctors, many of us have been scared of artificial intelligence. We think, I guess, that it's no match for natural stupidity. But I think as a panel, we want to excite all the people here into, rather than being mystified by it, excite them into uses that they can actually use. Like we have uses in radiology where it can automate a lot of things, in pathology. So Pranav, would you like to tell us some of these places where the diagnostic tools can be used?
Sure. Your comment on artificial intelligence and natural stupidity reminds me of T.S. Eliot's word. in the poem The Rock, he says, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in information?" So there's room for natural intelligence as well. And one of the examples of using natural intelligence to augment artificial intelligence is being used in the world of TB control. Now, there are programs that are rolling out under the National TB Elimination Program in which they're using handheld X-ray machines, which are AI-enabled, to give point-of-care diagnosis of TB or not. And that's an incredible innovation because it cuts down the time to diagnosis, which we, as all of us know, that TB, the quicker you diagnose, the quicker you get them on the drugs, the better it is. So that's an incredible thing. It's called STAR, Screening for Tuberculosis Using AI in Remote Radiological Facilities. And it's already out there in Karnataka. We used this during the NTEP push just before the pandemic as well. Another example that is also of great interest is using cough sounds. Back in internship and final year, we all learn about the 4 ways of, palpation, auscultation, observation, all those things. Now we actually see that the cough sounds of a TB patient it carries certain tonalities that make it unique. There's an app called Timber, which is under development, and they're actually looking at the sounds of coughing generated by TB patients to look at and predict if that is a TB-related cough or not. So these are really interesting innovations, and they need to be triangulated. It's by their own self, like you said, they might not be enough. It might not just be enough to use the sound of cough or an AI-enabled X-ray. If there's like a couple of other data points that we can sort of use to triangulate it, if we can use our natural intelligence a little bit and augment the artificial intelligence information, I think we have the chance to actually disrupt the way we do medicine, at least diagnostics in the public health term. So I'm very excited about these new emerging options.
Speaking of emerging options and technologies, Dr. Avnish, you mentioned ChatGPT there a bit. So would you like to talk a bit more about these technologies and some buzzwords that we've been hearing, blockchain, ChatGPT?
So basically what is happening is a lot of emerging technologies are converging together in shaping up the entire revolution, which is sometimes called Fourth Industrial Revolution. And talking about ChatGPT, it is one of the most popular things right now, and even my parents and even my relatives who know nothing about digital platforms know about ChatGPT, and whenever I talk to them about AI, their first question is, what is ChatGPT and what do you feel about it? So it's an exciting tool. It's like one of the applications, as I told, of natural language processing, which means you are using text as input data to go up the DIKW, data, information, knowledge, wisdom, and then create text output from it. It is good at certain tasks, and it's a developing technology still. We are going through the phases, and still there's some hype cycle around it. But I'm sure when it settles down, it has a lot of potential applications in healthcare. One of them being it is a good summarizer of things. So in healthcare, the medical knowledge doubling time is going down day by day. In 2020, it was 73 days, and we are in 2023. So every 73 days, medical knowledge was doubling. The amount of research coming out is doubling. So if you, as a medical student or as someone who wants to gain knowledge in a short amount of time, you can use tools like ChatGPT to summarize research for you and give you the crux of things. Then it is good at translation. So if you want to simplify the medical jargon or you want to translate it into a patient-friendly language, then you can use ChatGPT. Then third, for the provider, it is quite exciting because it has the potential to bring back the time to the clinician by helping to do some tedious tasks like creating patient summaries or creating referral notes or creating insurance documents. So all these can be done and they can be streamlined, and later on you can add the layer of automation on top of it. So that gives a lot of time back to the clinician. So it is a technology that is good for, has potential applications for doctors, clinicians, patients, and even beyond those, but still it is a developing technology, I would say, and we have We will see with time how things go. And talking about one more thing, which is blockchain, which also has a huge potential in healthcare. Why? Because how do we store data right now? We store it at a single location. But what happens in blockchain is basically, it is a combination of two words, block and chain. So there are blocks of data and you connect it with a chain, and the chain is a form of a cryptographic. By cryptographic, like we use passwords, so it is sort of a computer generated cryptographic code which ensures that the data cannot be manipulated once it is produced. Plus it is distributed, so it is distributed like in different locations. So what is the problem with healthcare data? It is siloed, it is in one location, then it is prone to loss or manipulation by bad actors. So these things are taken care of in blockchain because the data is distributed. You can manipulate one copy of data at one location, but it is really difficult to manipulate it at all the locations at one point of time. And then it again provides easier access and streamlined interoperability, meaning you can access the data at different places on different systems for doing research in a big way. So I think blockchain has a big role to play in times to come in healthcare. So these are the two things which even I am excited about and looking forward to things being developed.
Right, so what I understand is that these are technologies with a lot of general applications which can be applied to healthcare as well, and it's still to be seen how useful they are or how well they integrate in the environment of healthcare. And I think that's true of any upcoming technology. And I think, Dr. Dinesh, would you like to tell us more about how these can be used to improve patient care?
Yes, actually, technology we can use it in, there are many applications of it. There are few more applications of using technology in either monitoring or even in developing a decision support systems for physician or even for doctors or anyone, general public. There are new technologies coming up with IoT. There is Internet of Things, and suppose if you meet with an accident, if a patient meets with an accident, the sensor in the car itself sends a signal to the hospital or the ambulance and even arrange the bed for him before he even reaches the hospital. And AI, AI is generally a vague term. We can't define what AI is. But with technology tools like what we can say is, right now the research is mostly omics driven. It is called, we are looking at bioinformatics like genomics, resistomics, pharmacogenomics and stuff like that. And we can make knowledge graphs out of it and the object to knowledge which we get from the laboratory, and we can try it to cross map and link it with the subject, patient data, which the physician chooses, looks like the history or the examination findings. And we can try to connect dots using ML, it's called machine learning programs, and we can store this as a support system, decision support system in a cloud-based server, which is accessible to anyone at free of cost, and it can be used as a decision support system to augment the physician to give the right test at the right time. And it may also even help in reducing over-testing, which actually causes a large part of healthcare burden.
Thank you. I think one of the areas that I'm particularly excited about is medical education itself. At AIIMS Rishikesh, there is fantastic tools like the Anatomage, where you can put in a CD and peel the patient's layers layer by layer. You have surgical simulation systems. You can have ultrasound and intensive care, critical care simulation systems. So I'm very excited in the field of surgery, where we have to scale up the number of surgeons we need. So we need tools to reduce the time that they need to learn all these. We don't have the luxury of number of patients. So we have surgical simulation and a lot of studies showing that that's very useful. So Dr. Vivek, would you like to tell us what ways it can help us in MedEd?
Yeah, that's a very exciting area, and I am most passionate about medical education. When it comes to medical education, I feel excited because of many reasons. For involvement in medical education and seeing medical students struggling when they are learning the medicine. As I have been also gone through that stage, and even now I still struggle through that because it is a ever lifelong journey. So basically, I will talk a little bit about what I have been doing. Before that, I will talk about the current problems. So basically, when I'm talking about the medical education, so we need to learn medicine through the best interest of the patient. So we learn through when solving the problems of the patient. And I was talking earlier about the patient communication. In the same way, we can learn how to solve the complexity of the patients. Because when you are reading textbooks and we are disintegrating the medical education and the medical practice. And that is the reason, I mean, we need to focus on. For example, I have been working on a project where we are trying to integrate the medical education and practice. So what happened, when the patient is coming and we are sharing their problem with the team of doctors, we are involving the medical students heavily on that. So what we are trying to do to improving the patient outcomes, at the same time improving the learning outcomes of the medical students. So it should go hand by hand. So they should be part of the patient care, and what we are doing for that is we are asking medical students to make online blogs, de-identified blogs, where they are sharing and making blogs of patients, and they are taking a detailed history, they are connecting to their social problems and how they are living. It is not like when the patient is coming to me, it is not the end of the game. It is a snapshot of the entire game, entire life journey. So we need to understand the social aspect of the patients. That is when we can devise a plan that is most suited to the patient. We can make a personalized decision for the patient. And for the lifelong, when you are treating patients, we need to do this every day. So we are basically meeting the patient requirements. For that, what we are doing, when the patient blog is prepared, they are sharing in the WhatsApp groups or emails, and we are discussing along with the patients. So along with the medical students and junior doctors. So they are learning how to solve the complexity of the patients. It is not, maybe the patient is having diabetes and the patient is also having other comorbidities. So how to solve those kind of complex situations in life. It is not like, not every patient will have diabetes, not every patient will have only hypertension. They may have a lot of problems. And that is where we need to understand the complexity of the clinical complexity. And for that, we are also introducing even we have published some papers where we have introduced a concept called integrating collective conversational peer review. What happens here is, for every journal or in journal, what happens, we submit a paper, and the journal sends for peer review. And a single reviewer will review that paper, and it will be giving that feedback. So what we have been doing, in WhatsApp group, we are opening an encrypted group, where we are including the medical students there. And in that group, we are sharing a journal paper. So we are collectively reviewing this paper along with all the medical students. So they know how to review a journal paper, they know how to critically appraise the paper, because in the long term, when they are going to treat patients independently, they need to read those papers, critically appraise it, and apply to those clinical situations. Because that patient, when they are coming to you, they are helpless, and they don't have, they may not be having money. So they may be having a question that, I can't afford this drug. Can you give me some alternative drugs? At that point of time, I need to have that skill. I need to use that critically appraisal skill, so that can be used to help the problem. And now, the thing is, how it can be done. Currently, we have frugal solutions, because we can't afford to have a lot of digital solutions. Here we can use WhatsApp and media and some of the applications. And for example, for one of the things like the medical students can do, I introduce 2 or 3 things. One is the case simulations. Case simulations they can use. There are so many surgical case simulations they can use and can enhance their skills, surgical skills, and clinical decision-making process skills. So it will help them even if they have limited resources. There are many medical colleges out there where there are no enough resources. At that point of time, they need some kind of digital tools so they can learn it, even there are resource constraints. So I think, like for example, case simulations. Another thing is there are digital education also. There are many digital health medias, like for example, there is a company called Sketchy Medicine, where they're teaching microbiology, pharmacology, using some animations, and that is more interactive.
Yeah, absolutely, that's very true. In fact, you mentioned simulations there, and I think that leads us to augmented reality, virtual reality, and technology like those. So coming from a tech background, what I just want to add over here is, artificial intelligence is one of those things that has been in a development for a year, or it has reached a good level of development rather for a year or two, and now we are working on how do we improve its application, how to make it easier. AR, VR is one of those upcoming areas which a lot of people are working on it, as is blockchain, as you mentioned earlier as well. So it's really exciting to see how these technologies will shape our world and where they'll lead healthcare as a domain as well. Now, all of these technologies are going to have an impact on our economical situation as well. So Dr. Subodh, I just wanted to ask you to clarify some of the health economics for us and how these digital health technologies will impact the economic spectrum when it comes to healthcare.
Yeah, I think all the panelists talked about very interestingly about very interesting ideas. And one of the things we all know that resources are scarce. So that's why economics comes into place. And we can classify it into two parts. I think every innovation or every activity which we do, there is a cost attached to it. And it's not just a cost now. Like if you take the government of India situation or the current situation, health has become a priority. I think one of the things COVID has done to the country is, I think, working more than 15 years, I have realized that health was never a priority. I think everybody was asking for more and more funds. But right now, I think health is a priority. But how do you absorb those funds? What is being given? How do you use those funds? So it is not just the ideas, but also the cost, as also the effects. How effective is your innovation? How much affordable is it? How are you reaching out to access? That is very important. So your cost effectiveness, your cost benefit analysis of these innovations or these ideas are very, very important. And one of the advantages of digital health is the costs are going to be very low. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Once you have done it, for example, for a state or a district, you can use it for the entire country. So what happens is there is something called an economies of scale. You have large number of, the costs are going to be less, the number of patients are more, per patient cost actually comes down. So government becomes more and more interested to look at those sort of innovations by looking at both the costs and benefits. But I can say as a future, digital health innovations or digital health ideas are going to be much, much cost effective. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think we don't have enough time to address all the challenges. It's such an exciting topic and so many things to discuss. We hope we've just given you a flavor of what all is possible and what all you guys can actually innovate and continue. So at this stage, before we go on to the chairpersons, we'd like to invite any audience questions if there are. Yeah. The mic there. Yeah.
So
please introduce yourself and ask the question.
My name is Edgar Manya from Uganda. I'm a statistician, economist. My name is Edgar Manya from Uganda. I'm a statistician and economist, but currently in the public health of Uganda. As explained by Professor Minu Singh, we do appreciate the convenience and the unlimited potential of digital health and the future of health care. My question goes to Avnish Kare. How can health professionals interested in artificial intelligence be helped in their learning journey? How can they be shared in? Thank you so much.
So thank you for asking this question. It's really very close to my heart because I have walked through this journey myself. When I got exposed to electronic medical records, the first thing that came to my mind is, what do we do with this? Why are we doing it? Then I explored artificial intelligence and I faced a lot of roadblocks, but I think a few suggestions can help health professionals in getting started on this AI because it's not a matter of choice any longer, but it's becoming more a need of the hour because we are going to be using these tools. And I always use the analogy of microwave. If you want to cook something in microwave, you at least should know how it functions and what are its limitations. Maybe you don't know how to build it, but you should be able to know how to use it. So going with your answer, the first place to start is to start educating yourself. Right now, our medical curriculum, which I feel I have gone through it myself. It's too overcrowded to include education about AI in particular. So there are a lot of resources online. To start with, I would suggest join some online communities. There are some, to name a few, BrainX and AIIMS. So you can Google these and join them. They are free to join, and then you can get involved in conversations around AI. Then you will come to know about some great online courses. One of them being the American Board of AI in Medicine, which I did myself. So that is which you can look for. Then, of course, you should try to attend conferences and physical events, because that is the place where the networking and the real action happens. Like in management, in quality, they say, go to the Gemba. So you go where the action is happening. So that is where you get in touch with startups, you get in touch with industry. Try to expand your circle beyond your medical colleagues. There's nothing wrong in being involved in your circle, but the future is going to be multidisciplinary. So open your mind, talk to more people outside medicine, try to learn from them, and keep lifelong learning attitude. I think that is going to be the mantra for this century and for all the medical students out there. It's not going to be enough to read the medical textbooks and memorize things to be able to just disperse that knowledge, but you should be able to know how to innovate, how to use tools like AI and other emerging technologies. AI is just one of them. Try to know even about blockchain, about IoT, about 5G, whatnot. So I would suggest that do all these things, and I'm always open to any help, or you can directly communicate with me. I'm there on LinkedIn as well and on other platforms. So I'll be quite happy to help any health professional out there who wants to get started with their journey on AI in healthcare.
So a lot of resources, humans as well. So, yeah.
So, excuse me. So, here. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, Namaskar. My name is Darshika. Ma'am, my question to you is to Meenu ma'am. Ma'am, actually the topic of today's talk is basically based on youth. And you are the pioneer of health, digital health in this field. I guess the question of mine is that, you know, till 2025, our Uttarakhand government has decided that we will be educating the youth against the drug. So how do you feel that the digital revolution in the medical field can help us to educate the youth and the normal people to prevent the addiction, to prevent them from going to addiction of drug?
I think drug addiction is a problem of behavior, and it also results from exposure to a lot of stress in the young people, and also getting exposed to drugs early in age. It's something which tends to become permanent. Now, how we can address it using digital means is, one is that we have to identify people. The second thing is that we have to counsel them. Now, identification of drug addiction problem is something which is usually done with physical means, although you can have some surveillance in which you can find out where the drugs are being dispensed or where the children are getting exposed to them. The second thing is that you can keep a record of where these drugs are coming from and how they can be regulated by the governments, that they don't get into the hands of peddlers. The third thing is about behavior modification, and in this I think telecounseling has a lot of role to play. And this telemanas, which we have been talking about, which has been started by the government of India, and NIMHANS is actually coordinating it, and in Uttarakhand also we have a branch of this. So people who want to get well, who want to get out of drugs, these are the ones who are targeted, and they are given counseling. They can be given counseling through tele means, because sometimes people find it very stigmatized, you know, to go to a drug de-addiction center. People would always like to do it at home. They would not like to, you know, get branded that, you know, such and such person is drug addicted, and that's why this person is going to a drug de-addiction center. So it's kind of private. And so that facility can be used. And another thing is reinforcement. Many times when people get de-addicted, they again get into it because it's very difficult to get out of drug de-addiction. So you need repeated, you know, reinforcement of these people, and that can be done using several there are messengers which can use it. There are messages which can be sent. Again, video conferencing can be done, or People can meet face to face. There are groups which can be formed of people who have come out of drug de-addiction, and they tend to support each other, during this period of de-addiction. So there are several uses of technology in this field also. As we said, that it has uses in all other fields also. So in drug de-addiction, like any other disease, it has a potential for diagnosis, for monitoring, for treatment, and for prophylaxis. So I think that is what it will be used for.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think the last question.
Respected dignitaries, I am Dr. Bhagyajyoti Priyadarshini, and I am currently interested in medical education. So our team has been working for more than 20 years to integrate the online and offline modes of education and to integrate it with research work also. So in my working tenure as a medical education journalist, so basically we work through online portfolio system. In a way, medical students prepare online portfolios of their specific cases, the patients whom they encounter, and that serves both ways, as an assessment tool for the student as well as a patient record also. So my question is specifically for Dr. Avnish and Dr. Vivek. So I have faced that students use ChatGPT to create the case records. So is there any way that we can prevent this sort of plagiarism? So
I think that's a very good use of the in medical education, how the log books have become portfolios.
Yes.
But
yes,
it can again be misused. So I think
exactly.
would you like to address that, Vivek or Avnish?
So yeah, that's an interesting question, because ChatGPT is coming into light, and as more and more people are using it, so we are exploring what are the challenges with it, what are the opportunities coming out of it. So what I found while using this ChatGPT is, it's very interesting, because I found it useful in many cases. Like when I am creating any content, I will come to that plagiarism thing. But when I'm writing, I have any question, medical questions, I'm going and asking the ChatGPT, they're answering. And I have checked it with the medical literature. In most cases, it is answering very well. But unfortunately, it is giving fake references. So when you are checking those references, you will find that there are no such references. So that is, basically with these tools, you need to be critical thinker. When you are using this thing, you need to understand that whether it is accurate or not, to prevent this misinformation and even misdirected. So that is very important. And in ChatGPT, if you are, for example, if you have any kind of questions related to medical education, for example, I read a lot of few studies where ChatGPT was able to pass USML exams also. So, and that is very interesting. Like, how can a ChatGPT, who is not a human, which is basically AI language model, is able to pass USML exam? Should we give the credit that ChatGPT is more intelligent than human, or there is a loopholes in the USML exams? We don't know about that. So again, one more thing, when you are talking about the plagiarism, ChatGPT, when I checked with the content of ChatGPT and I put it in the Turnitin, which is the anti-plagiarism software, it is basically not detecting as a plagiarism. Even though nowadays Turnitin software has mentioned that they are going to implement some tools where the content can be detected as a AI-generated content. So that is a question. Even in some journals, when you are publishing any research papers, they have specifically mentioned that if you have taken a help from AI language model, which, for example, ChatGPT, then you have to disclose it. So still there are gray areas that whether it is ethical or unethical, but still it is helping a lot in many instances. But one more very important thing, as I said earlier, you have to be critical thinker when you are using this ChatGPT. You should not take it as a sole tool to take important decisions when you are dealing with the patients, and even when you are doing research. So, and even in academic writing. In some part, like in Australia, there was a university who banned using ChatGPT because students were using ChatGPT to write a thesis. And even now, many people are using it to generate their manuscript, entire manuscript, which is not right. Even people are using it to statistically analyze their data. They're putting their data and it is able to generate a statistical, they're able to do analysis also. So I'm not quite sure how accurate are those, but it needs to be explored further. I think in terms of the AI and how it is going to, how AI is going to resolve those uncertainties, I think Dr. Khare will be able to best answer those things. So referring to...
So I don't think we should be challenged by them and get scared of them. We need to integrate them, but sensibly. So it should, like he said, it should not be the sole use. All our research is based on some other researches. So long as we give due credit, and we use it sensibly. If you're using it, I think many of shortcut tools are available to us over time. Even when I was doing my thesis, we had to go and check each index medicus book and look for a reference, and now you can do it. So I can't say that why you're doing it so quickly. So we will have technology to make things easier for us, but relying only on that is going to be foolish. So if you're going to do that, at least make sure that if you're going to write an article from other places, please look at anti-plagiarism checks and make sure that you don't do it. Check
if I can just add one line to it, prevention is not the solution, education is. So try to learn about these tools, try to learn about the pitfalls and what are the limitations. There are always limitations to AI. Just to name a few, AI will correlate very well, but it will not tell you the causality. Second is, it is not generalizable enough with the data that we have right now. So you should be very careful when using these tools, and especially inputting patient data into ChatGPT, because as you know, anything and everything that you input into ChatGPT will be used to train the next model. So, and that can come back to bite you because it can have some legal implications. So never input patient identifiable information into tools like ChatGPT. That would be the only thing, and educate. Knowledge is everything.
I think that's a fantastic session, and we need to wrap up in the interest of time because we have a wrap-up session also after this. I take this opportunity to invite our chairpersons, the technical side and the medical side, to sum up what the digital issues we have with technology.
I think it was a wonderful session, mixing the requirement for human beings to survive and the technology coming to support, and of course, big question mark, where it is leading us to. As of now, as I understand, the COVID provided opportunities and the technological developments which are taking place. AI developed independent of the medical profession. It's only the application which is coming to the medical side now, as in any other field. And that is where it has both opportunities and the concerns. We had a fair discussion on the concerns. I'm sure it is offering a lot of opportunities. Of particular mention, what comes to mind to me is its application to the wellness side. The medical profession has been more on the treatment side, more on dealing with the illness. But in what way we can prevent illness, I think is going to be critical in any system. So that is where I think AI is going to play a role, and all the resources available in the digital propagation can be of great help, because the prevention side also is dependent a lot on education, knowledge and information as provided to us in details what knowledge is all about. It had been a wonderful session, and I'm particularly concerned about, again, the advantage this digital expansion, particularly in India, both in terms of equipments. Now, I understand we have more than 100 crore handsets being in use, and the proliferation of internet going to the village level already. In what way it can help us deal with the issue of mental health, though Manas has been a good initiative, but I think a lot more has got to be done, and that is where, again, these digital platforms can be of great help. The third area, which I understand where a lot of initiatives will come in future, and which has a great potential in the Medicare system, would be the data rightly pointed out in terms of the privacy of personal data and also the security of data. We have seen how even a small misplaced rumor about a breach in data on Aadhaar can play havoc with the system. Now imagine the kind of healthcare data getting into the hands of some unscrupulous people, what kind of havoc it can play. So that is where, as I said, we have both opportunities and the challenges. The use of cloud, I think, is one area where I'm not sure how far it has been in use in healthcare, but it has a great potential in the sense that it will remove the place of the data in favor of the patient, whether she is in India or in US or in any part of the world, can get access to the data and can get a better health care is one area where I'm sure all the AIIMS, all the healthcare professionals have to think seriously and develop their own systems. All in all, a great learning session for me, and I'm sure it would have been the case with all the audience and all the medical professionals present here. So let us give them a big hand of applause to say thank you to the panel and to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you, Surekha ma'am. I think the future lies in the perfect selection of the chairpersons. We need to hold hands, medicine and technology. So Surekha ma'am, your wrap-up comments for...
Thank you, sir. And thanks a lot for moderating this session of expert panelists. And I'm sure that we, had great insight into the use of artificial intelligence and the digital health. As far as I feel, digital health definitely, since we have initiated this digital mission in India, has definitely grown by leaps and bounds. And starting from, small WhatsApp messages to apps, various apps related to health, we are, not only giving care through the secondary health care levels and tertiary health care, but right now if we see, like it has been said that 28% people who are using these health apps, various health apps, which are related to the primary health care, more than 6 lakhs of diseases, especially during the COVID era, has been prevented. So that is something commendable. So wherein, when we think of primary health care, you will find a lot of our smart watches, wearables by all the general people. They are trying to prevent their health ailments. They know how many calories they are having, how many steps they are taking, what all they are doing. So initiating from there, coming up to the tertiary care level and secondary health care level, delivery of drugs, and lot many things. Plus, getting those data and informatics into algorithms, and then usage of this artificial intelligence. So I think this comprehension of everything putting together, along with the integration of medical as well as the electronic people, as well as all the people from the engineering section and the section who are directly dealing with digital platform, definitely is going to give us a strong path for development of a very good health infrastructure for the better patient care into investigations, diagnostics, as well as management. One more thing we should always try to understand, there are always two edges to everything. It may cut also, and it may, be used for killing also. So we have to see, let us not make artificial intelligence and digitalization as a mode of, getting ourselves into the slavery. We have to be the master of this. Let us not make them the master of the human beings, but we need to be the masters of them. This would be my, the concluding words. Thank you very much for a very good, platform for sharing all this information together. So it was a kind of comprehension as well as integration of all the various fields, important different fields, putting together and sharing these ideas. It was really wonderful and very wonderfully moderated, and I really thank Dr. Meenu for inviting us to be the part of this team. And thanks a lot, madam, and thanks a lot for the beautiful audience. A big round of applause for all these panelists, please. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, ma'am. As you mentioned the point about how technology should not be the master of us. So there's a common worry, across various industries that what if AI will take our jobs? We'll be left jobless with the advent of AI. So as ma'am said, that is not going to happen. AI is a tool. It has its limitations, as Dr. Avnish also said. It is a tool which is to be used by us as people to do our jobs better. It's us who has the creativity, not the AI. AI can generate stuff based on what it has learned. It can't create something out of thin air. That's something only we can do. So as ma'am said, we should be the masters of technology. We should not be afraid of it, but rather we should use it and embrace it to our own needs. And I just want to conclude on this little one-liner that I've heard on this one-line joke. So all of us, as some of us have told our children, some of us have heard from our parents that if all of your friends are jumping off a well or off a cliff into a well, would you follow them? Answer is typically no. But an ML algorithm would say yes, I would, because it's learning from the data it's seeing. So, yep, I just want to conclude with that, let's not be afraid of these technologies. Yes, they're not perfect yet, but they have the potential to help us do our jobs in ways that we have not been able to do so far and, make the world a much brighter place. Thank you, everyone, for your contribution, for your talks. To the chairpersons, your insights have been invaluable, and I really hope all of us have, gotten some prompts lit up in our head that we can go back and look at in more detail. And of course, all of our panelists, I'm sure, would be very happy to, if you have any questions for them, if you have any ideas for them, they will be very happy to meet you in the back. And yeah, please feel free. And thank you so much for your time.
I would like to thank our chairpersons, panelists, and moderators for this highly educational session. It was indeed a very enlightening experience. Now, I'd like to request our honorable chairpersons to felicitate our panelists and moderators. I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Puri to felicitate Professor Dr. Meenu Singh. Sir, kindly please come forward. I would again request Sir to felicitate. I would again request Dr. Ashok Kumar Puri to felicitate Dr. Avnish Khare. I again request Sir to felicitate Dr. Pranav Chatterjee. I again request Sir to felicitate Dr. Vivek Podar. Now I'd like to request Professor Dr. Surekha Kishore ma'am to come and felicitate Dr. Subodh Kandamuthan. I again request ma'am to felicitate Dr. Dinesh Datta. I again request ma'am to felicitate Professor Dr. Puneet Dhar. I'd like to Ma'am, I'd like to request you once again to felicitate Mr. Vyom Maitre. I request Professor Dr. Meenu Singh to felicitate Dr. Ashok Kumar Puri. I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. Jaya Chaturvedi to felicitate Professor Dr. Surekha Kishore. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais to rise and come forward for the group photo session. I request all the volunteers to distribute Modi @Y20 book to the dignitaries. I invite all the members of the coordinating team and volunteers. Now I request all the chairpersons, panelists and moderators to join us in the media room for the Media Bite session. I request the volunteers to escort them to the media room. Okay. Music is known as the language of soul, and here to prove it right, we have with us today Mr. Sameer Khanna with his flute recital performance. He's accompanied by Dr. Raja Lahiri, Associate Professor of CTVS Department, and Mr. Mohit on Manjeere. Kindly wait patiently for this glorious performance, which will take around 5 minutes to set up.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. a thriving global center of technology, and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20.
Rahul, Parda. Rahul, Parda.
सभी को मेरा नमस्ते है और मैं विरहे रस में डिटैचमेंट फीलिंग जो होती है उसमें एक ठुमरी पेश कर रहा हूँ आज स्टेज पे। तो बहुत सारी गलतियाँ होती हैं स्टेज पे, इसके लिए पहले से क्षमा चाहूँगा। बाकी मैं स्टार्ट करता हूँ। राग मारवा।
What a what a mesmer what a beautiful and mesmerizing recital.
Mike.
Okay. What a beautiful. It's not working. On my mic is off. कोई वैसे हैंड माइक दे दो.
Mic is not working. Performer.
What a beautiful and mesmerizing recital. Kindly give them a huge round of applause. I would like to request Professor Dr. Meenu Singh ma'am to please come on the stage and felicitate our performers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request you to please kindly be on stage. It is time to congratulate and present regards to the rural awardees. उत्तराखंड में ग्रामीण विकास के क्षेत्र में इन्होंने अपना योगदान दिया है, इसलिए मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी कि मिस नीरजा गोयल जी आएँ और अपने लिए कुछ शब्द कहें और अपना मैसेज प्रोवाइड करें. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Neerja Goyal is a youth icon and she is a Paralympic athlete, has been participating in several sports, in badminton, and has represented India internationally. And in her presence, actually, we want to make an announcement from this Y20 for our One Health project. As you know, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is one earth, one family, one future, which is the motto of Y20. So in that connection, she's going to make an announcement.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all. मैम ने मेरे को बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी है जिसके हम ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं वन हेल्थ प्रोजेक्ट, जिसके लिए मैम ने मुझे ये जिम्मेदारी दी है और इसे मैं बहुत अच्छे से निभाऊंगी. थैंक यू.
हम एक जिस तरह से स्कूल्स एंड कॉलेजेस में एनसीसी होता है, उसी तरह से वी विल बी स्टार्टिंग अ वन हेल्थ कैडेट कोर. जैसे एनसीसी होता है, दिस विल बी OHCC. दैट्स राइट. ओके, सो ये एक हम आज से शुरू कर रहे हैं और नीरजा गोयल जो हैं वो इसके लिए शी विल बी द स्टार्टर ऑफ दिस.
वन हेल्थ कैडेट क्रॉप्स, ये एक बहुत प्रोजेक्ट है जो अभी मेरे को मैम ने जस्ट बताया है और इसके ऊपर मैं कंटिन्यू काम करूँगी. कॉलेजेस और जो भी स्कूल हैं उसमें जाके हम बताएंगे कि कैसे क्या करना है. इसके लिए हमें मैम गाइड करेंगे, प्लान बनाएंगे. थैंक यू मैम.
इधर से आ जाइए।
यहीं से बाहर।
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन की स्टेट रिसोर्स पर्सन, मेरा नाम गीता मौर्य है और मैं सहसपुर गांव से बिलोंग करती हूं और सहसपुर ही मेरा ब्लॉक है, ज़िला देहरादून है। ग्रामीण विकास कैसे चल रहा है इस बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो एक महत्वाकांक्षी योजना जो चल रही है वो है राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन। इसमें ग्रामीण गरीबों को की महिलाओं को परिवारों को एकत्रित करके समूह बना के उनको वित्तीय समावेशन के माध्यम से एवं उनका जो उनके अंदर एक क्षमता होती है कि किसी के अंदर कोई गुण है, किसी के अंदर कोई गुण है, तो उनको कौशल विकास प्रशिक्षण करवाने के बाद उनको सुस्थिर आजीविका से जोड़ना NRLM का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। और इसी में शुरुआत में समूहों को स्ट्रॉन्ग किया गया, लेकिन अभी 2020 से हमारे बीच में NRLM का सपोर्ट करने SVP एक कार्यक्रम आया, जिससे हमारे स्वयं सहायता समूह की महिलाएं एवं उनके परिवार एवं उनके युवा बच्चे एवं लड़कियां बेटियां जो होती हैं, जो उनकी बहुएं वगैरह होती हैं, अलग अलग स्वरोजगार पे लगी हुई हैं, अलग अलग रोजगार कर रही हैं। इसके बाद मैं इतना ही बोलना चाहूँगी क्योंकि समय कम है और मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ शासन प्रशासन और एम्स के सभी सम्मानित हमारे जितने भी यहाँ पे पदाधिकारी वगैरह हैं, उसके लिए सभी का धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have a performance of rhythmic yoga and aerobic dance. I welcome on stage Lavanya Hazari, a 14-year-old student of Sri Venkateshwar International School, Delhi. She's an all-rounder and her motto in life is life is yoga. Kindly give her a huge round of applause. Lavanya Hazari.
It was truly a beautiful performance. Any words would be less to describe her performance. Please give a huge round of applause for her again, please. I now request Dr. Geeta Negi to felicitate our performer. Thank you, ma'am. As we say, ends are not bad. They just mean that something else is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ananya Madan, BSc Honours Nursing Intern, and it gives me great pleasure to announce that we have reached at the conclusion of this Y20 consultation event. I hope you have found this event informative, entertaining, and meaningful. We are very grateful for your attendance and participation. Before we wrap this event, we must remember the key points and topics that were discussed throughout. So in order to summarize this event, I would like to call upon Dr. Vandana Dhingra, Associate Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh.
A very good evening to all. In the last week of January 2023, we, along with 14 other institutions, were given the responsibility to conduct the Y20 consultations at AIIMS Rishikesh under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. The Honorable Secretary of MOYA, Ms. Meeta Rajiv Lochan, ma'am, had envisioned engagement of the youth through these Y20 consultations in order to be able to generate ideas and thoughts of the youth from all over the country. Medical students and all youth, in addition to their academic activities, need to be engaged very optimally. If this is not done, the potential of the youth may not be explored, and it can lead to negative influences in the form of addictions and mental disorders. So we thought of this activity as a great chance to engage the youth, that is our students, with various activities under the Y20 banner, in addition to their academic activities, thus leading to an overall healthy development and well-being of our students at the institution. Our Executive Director and Dean formed a team of young faculty members along with many other young staff members to steer this activity into action. Our team spun into action immediately, and we started with a curtain raiser event in February 2023. Gradually, as weeks passed, this team kept on growing, and it has culminated into a large number of group of people involving nearly all the members of the AIIMS Rishikesh family, participating in various activities to bring forth this event to all of you today. Many of our faculty members were involved in conducting many run-up events like Swasthya Chaupal, Y20 Talks, Y20 Study Circle, sports activities, and many more. We conducted run-up events in the first few weeks, and over a period of 7 to 8 weeks, around 30 run-up events were conducted at AIIMS, as well as in other institutions in this region. This enormous activity over the past 2 months is now at its conclusion, and with the 2-day event conducted on the 4th and 5th of May, that is today. Thanking you all for being a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope everyone was able to relive the 2-month event now. Next up, we are moving forward towards our valedictory session. And for that, I'm highly honored to call upon our dignitaries on the dais. Firstly, I request Ms. Arya Jha, Secretary Communication, Y20 Secretariat, to please join us on the stage. I request the student volunteers to present them with a stool. Please give a huge round of applause for ma'am. Next we have Shri Ashutosh Singh, Y20 Secretariat. I request the I request the student volunteers to kindly present them with the stool. I now request Professor Meenu Singh, Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to kindly join us on the stage. I now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to kindly join us on the stage. I now request Professor Meenu Singh to kindly felicitate Ms. Arya Jha with a memento. I now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am to kindly felicitate Shri Ashutosh Singh. I'd also request the members of the coordinating team, Dr. Vandana Dhingra, Dr. Geeta Negi, Dr. Mridul Dhar, Dr. Ashish Jain, and Dr. Rakesh Sharma to kindly join us on the dais to conduct this session. Youth 20 event is the official youth engagement group for G20, the forum for the world's largest and most advanced economies. AIIMS Rishikesh, an academic partner of Youth 20 India Consultation, has conducted various run-up events over the past 8-week duration that were organized locally in various institutes of Uttarakhand. In order to congratulate and present regards to the nominees and participants of the event, we will now have certificate recognitions. First, we have the run-up events. I request all the nominees of the run-up events to kindly join us on the stage. For World Cancer Day, we have Ms. Raj Lakshmi and Mr. Ramkaran. First annual ISA UK Sports Meet, Dr. Parul Jindal and Dr. Divya Gupta. Women's Day, Dr. Malar Kodi and Dr. Xavier Belsial. Movie screening, Ms. Durga Joshi and Mr. Manish Sharma. Communication Skills Workshop, Mr. Devendra Bhardwaj and Ms. Umang. World TB Day, Dr. Prakash and Dr. Dhwani. World TB Day CME on PFT, Dr. Sharad Prasad and Dr. Yash Jain. Webinar on Transgender Day of Visibility, Professor Smriti Arora and Dr. Raja Rajeshwari. Safe Motherhood Day Observance, Ms. Prerna and Ms. Pooja Kumari. Medical Humanities Workshop, Mr. Devendra and Mr. Dev Kishan. Y20 Conclave on Digital and Integrative Health at VCSG in collaboration with AIIMS Rishikesh, Dr. Oshin Puri and Dr. Vyas Kumar. Training on Char Dham Yatra for the medical officers of the state of Uttarakhand in high altitude medicine, Dr. Jayanti Pant and Dr. Madhur Unyal and Dr. Nidhi Keli. Y20 Study Circle, Dr. Latika Chawla and Dr. Harmendra Kant. Sensitization of Youth on Family Resilience, Dr. Ashutosh Mishra and Dr. Anirvan Bhattacharya. Fatty Liver Screening Education and Counseling Camp, Dr. Amrita Mehendirata, Dr. Rupesha Malik. Webinar on Ventilatory Management in Obstructive Airway Disease, Dr. Nidhi Keli and Dr. Poonam Arora. Cyclothon, Dr. Apurva Trivedi, Mr. Neeraj Sharma. Eye Donation Camp, Dr. Shreya and Dr. Sandhya. Digital Poster Competition, Ms. Divyanshi and Mr. Siddhant. Blood donation camps, Mr. Dinesh, and marathon, Havaldar Prem Singh and Neha Gupta.
I request everyone to join us on the stage for the certificate recognition. Thank you so much, everyone. Please give a huge round of applause for all our nominees. I request all the nominees to kindly take their seats. And next we have the participants of our yesterday's debate competition. For modern medicine, Dr. Arpit Singh, MBBS 2018 batch AIIMS Rishikesh. Dr. Vaishnavi Sharma, MBBS batch 2018 VCSG Government Institute of Medical Science and Research, Srinagar. Ms. Prableen Kaur, MBBS 2022 batch VCSG Government Institute of Medical Science and Research, Srinagar. For alternate medicine, Arpita Subhashri, MBBS 2021 batch AIIMS Rishikesh. Ayushi Singh, MBBS batch 2020 VCSG Government Institute of Medical Science and Research. And Ashutosh Mishra, MBBS batch 2019 VCSG, Srinagar. Please give a huge round of applause for all the debate participants. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving forward, it is time to express our virtue of gratitude towards each and everyone who made this event a successful attempt. So may I call upon Dr. Geeta Negi for the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all of you. According to a very old saint who lived many, many years ago, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. So I am delighted to have been given the pleasant duty of delivering the vote of thanks this pleasant evening. On behalf of AIIMS Rishikesh and Y20 India, and also on my own behalf, I would like to thank our most valued invited guests, delegates, faculty, volunteers, all ladies and gentlemen, some of whom may be on their mobile phones right now, some may not be. I am still thankful to all of you for being with all of us here today, even till late evening. I will start by thanking the G20 group of countries for bringing the entire world together, using their theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which says that the whole world is one family. And also I would like to thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Department of Youth Affairs for considering AIIMS Rishikesh worthy of conducting this enormous Y20 consultancy event to gather so many young minds from all around the world to brainstorm on ideas that may help to frame policies. Many thanks to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and also many thanks to the generosity of the state of Uttarakhand, because of whom this event has been made possible in such a brilliant manner, and this generosity really spoke to all of us. When we give, we really create a community. We have truly felt like members of the same family throughout the organization of this event. We would not be here without the hard work of all our young volunteers, both faculty and students of AIIMS Rishikesh. Many thanks to all our volunteers and various committees for working so hard to make this day happen. I have a small slide presentation, because it is not possible to call out all the names. So I will quickly thank you all through my slides. So first, I'm thanking people who were not in the Y20 committees, because they were patients to be looked at. All of us could not be in the Y20 committees. So first of all, I'm thanking all the faculty members, the residents, the students who were seeing the patients, who were taking classes. So my big thanks to them. So they were the most important people who conducted Y20 actually. So then there were these auditorium managers who really toiled hard to give this shape to the event. All our volunteers, the press. There were many core committee members, numerous committees were made, and repeatedly more and more people started joining all these events. The panel discussion committee members, catering committee members who managed to make us enjoy such good food. The registration committee who worked really hard, they could not even attend most of the sessions. The yoga committee for all the 5:30 sessions. The inaugural session, venue arrangements, all that you see here is the result of many people working here late till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the midnight, coming here again at 4 or 5 to see the arrangements. The hospitality and travel committee. Most of you would know how hard they have toiled. They have talked with each and every delegate, and they have made them comfortable in their hotels. The social media webpage committee, very important ones. The alumni committee, who made sure that some of our alumni join us in this event. The invitation committee, who was sending out invitations, reminders to all of them. The volunteer team leaders. The printing committee. Cultural committee. External committee events. There are many names, which it is not possible to call out right now. The internal run-up events committee, sponsorship committees. The treasurers. The treasurers were most important, because no event can happen without a good amount of money. Speakers committee, press committee, venue security, VIP protocols. There were committees for everything that was happening in this. And there was the event, there was another committee which was designing the content of various events, how they would happen, timekeeping, conducting them. Then there was a committee for the final report and rapporteur. So you would not have noticed, but there were many people writing down what is happening. They've been doing this for the last many months. And then there were so many volunteers, I cannot possibly take their names. We had numerous volunteers at the reception committee, for the panel discussions, in the travel committees, VIPs, inaugural events, catering committees. So I cannot possibly take everybody's name. I thought I will at least show their names here. And with this, we come to an end of the event. I would like to invite all the student volunteers first on stage for a picture with all of us. All the student volunteers, please.
Before that, may I please request Ms. Arya Jha to give her final concluding remarks of this Y20 consultancy, please, ma'am.
So the students can come and stand while Ms. Arya talks about the Y20.
Since the students have arrived, I request Arya ma'am to, after that.
Then she can speak. There's no content.
Thank you so much, everyone. May I please request Arya ma'am to say a few words, please?
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. So it is with great pride and honor for me to be here and getting a chance to address you all here. Since vote of thanks have been already done and we are already done, but still, behalf of Y20, I would like to thank everyone here at AIIMS Rishikesh for organizing such a great and wonderful youth consultation. We all know that India is hosting the G20 summit this year. It is a great responsibility that we have been entrusted with. The G20 is a platform where the world's major economies come together to discuss global issues and find solutions to them. India's G20 presidency provides us with an opportunity to showcase our country's strength, promote our interests, and work towards more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable world. The youth have a unique perspective on a global issue, and our fresh ideas and innovative thinking can bring a new dimensions to the Y20, and especially the G20 discussions. When we are talking about the youth, Y20, and the way we are moving forward, I am extremely privileged to say that Youth 20 is the most premium engagement group of all the engagement groups. And the question might come as, why is it so? The answer is that all the engagement groups would be talking about various aspects. They would be covering their domains, but the point that we have to notice here is that youth is that one segment at the intersections of all of these. We are the stakeholder in all the engagement groups. When you look at the other engagement groups, Startup 20, Business 20, Science 20, Women 20, Think 20, you can clearly see that youth is playing a crucial role. And now, let's understand that for Y20 India, why its theme, health, well-being, and sports agenda for the youth is so important. I know it's finished, we are finishing, but still. So before discussing that why health, well-being, and sports agenda for the youth is so important, why this theme is very important for all of us, especially youth, let me start this with my example. I am CKD G5 patient, and with my last EGFR reported was 13.5%. I'm a youth, and I have a lot to do in my bucket list. I just cannot sit and rest all the time. So what makes me stand over here today? The constant innovation in the health sector and medicine has made me strong enough to stand and do whatever I want to do without compromising with my dreams. And I'm also thankful to AIIMS for saving me and giving me the motivation to grow more. Now coming up on the topic, the world has been undergoing tremendous transitions over the past few decades, and changes like urbanization, globalizations, and industrialization have ushered the humanity to the next age. On the flip side, these changes have also taken a toll on the health status of humans, us. We are presently facing many problems, including the rise in substance abuse, inequality in access to the quality healthcare service, and the mental health epidemic, and so many. As one of the key stakeholders in this issue of the health and well-being of the youth is the paramount and importance to the future of the world. The current generation of the young people, that is 1.8 billion, 1/4 of the world's population, and that represent the largest cohort over with the demographic boom, a dominant force now in the decade to come. A collaborative global effort armed with the advances in the health technology and the vast knowledge of the traditional health system can ensure a better healthcare delivery at the well-being of the populations. Simultaneously, it must also be ensured that our progress in the regards is inclusive, culturally acceptable, environment-friendly, and sustainable. Taking these aspects into consideration, Y20 India has included the theme Health, Well-being, and Sports Agenda for Youth, along with the relevant sub-themes to increase the scope of discussion on important aspects. I thank AIIMS Rishikesh for organizing Youth 20 Consultation in such a wonderful way. In conclusion, India's G20 presidencies provide us with the unique opportunity to showcase our country's strength, promotes our interest, and work towards the more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable world. We, the youth, have a crucial role to play in this process, and it is important for us to engage ourselves in the discussion and provide with the platform that is provided us to share our views, ideas, and perspective. Let us all work together towards a better future for ourselves and the generations to come. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending.
Continuing with the vote of thanks. So it's a funny vote of thanks, it's going on and on. So who has been motivating all of us with poems? सुबह सुबह मैं आपको एक poem share करती थी in all the groups. So let's have another poem, continuing the vote of thanks. So, and let me also share that this idea was from Dean ma'am. She wanted the vote of thanks to be pleasant and nice and in the form of a poem. So this poem is quite awaited since many days.
धन्यवाद मैडम। एम्स ऋषिकेश परिवार की तरफ से इस आयोजन के सफलता के लिए कुछ पंक्तियां हैं, ऐसे कविता के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। कवि नहीं हूं मैं, पर कुछ लिखने के साथ व्यक्त करने की अब एक थोड़ा सा टैलेंट है, उसके बारे में एक कविता के रूप में प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ। युवाओं के सम्मेलन Y20 की मेज़बानी करता हमारा एम्स। युवाओं के सम्मेलन Y20 की मेज़बानी करता हमारा एम्स भारत के G20 की अध्यक्षता को सफल बनाता हमारा एम्स, भारत के G20 की अध्यक्षता को सफल बनाता हमारा एम्स, दुनिया को भारत की संस्कृति से रूबरू कराता हमारा एम्स, स्वास्थ्य को युवाओं के विचारों से समझाता हमारा एम्स, स्वास्थ्य को युवाओं के विचारों से समझाता हमारा एम्स। आभार है बहुत बहुत भारत सरकार का, हमारे एम्स को दिया अवसर ये सम्मान का। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एवं हेल्थ एवं Y20 सचिवालय के प्रयासों से धन्यवाद है उनको इस Y20 का आयोजन हुआ सफल, जिनके सौजन्य से किसी समारोह का आयोजन सफल नहीं होता जब तक एक ग्रुप या समूह का निर्माण नहीं होता। ये समूह बना उत्तराखंड सरकार, मिनिस्ट्री और एम्स के अधिकारियों का, जिन्होंने समूचे कार्यक्रम को साक्षी बना दिया अपने अतुल्य परिश्रम का। आभार बहुत है इन संस्थाओं का। हर ग्रुप में एक लीडर होता है जिसके मार्गदर्शन से सारा कार्यक्रम होता है। गर्व है इस ग्रुप की लीडर थी हमारी प्यारी डायरेक्टर मैडम, जिनके मार्गदर्शन और विजन के सदा रहेंगे आभारी हम, जिनके मार्गदर्शन और विजन के सदा रहेंगे आभारी हम। प्रोफेसर जया चतुर्वेदी मैडम तथा प्रोफेसर मित्तल सर ने पल पल दिया है समर्थन, जिनके सम्मान तथा आभार में सदा शब्द पड़ेंगे कम। एम्स के सारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों तथा कर्मचारियों ने बहुत किया है परिश्रम, इन सभी के सदा रहेंगे शुक्रगुजार हम। धन्यवाद देते हैं हम सभी डेलीगेट्स, शैक्षिक कार्यक्रमों के अध्यक्ष, मार्गदर्शकों तथा वक्ताओं को, जिनके बिना ये कार्यक्रम कभी ना छू पाता ऊंचाइयों को, बहुत कमेटियों ने दिया है अपना अतुलनीय परिश्रम, बहुत कमेटियों ने दिया है अपना अतुलनीय योगदान, दिन रात एक कर दिया अपना सब कुछ संस्था को दान, दिन रात एक कर दिया अपना सब कुछ संस्था को दान। सर्वप्रथम कोर यानी मुख्य समिति के हैं हम शुक्रगुजार, इस प्रोग्राम की रूपरेखा बनाकर प्रोग्राम को बना दिया मजेदार। साइंटिफिक यानी पैनल डिस्कशन कमेटी के बहुत आभारी हैं हम, ज्ञान के प्रवाह को पहनाया जिन्होंने युवाओं का रंग। पेट की पूजा सबसे बड़ी पूजा है, इसको मैनेज करने के लिए कैटरिंग कमेटी के शुक्रगुजार हैं। धन्यवाद देते हैं हम हॉस्पिटैलिटी और ट्रैवल कमेटी का, सभी गेस्ट को सच में बता दिया अर्थ भारत के वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के नारे का, बहुत ध्यान रखा है रजिस्ट्रेशन कमेटी, इन्विटेशन कमेटी तथा ऑडिटोरियम कमेटी ने डेलीगेट्स का, साक्षी रहेगा एम्स सदा उनके कोऑर्डिनेशन का। धन्यवाद है बहुत बहुत कल्चरल, इनॉग्रेशन और इवेंट कमेटी को, सबका बहुत मनोरंजन किया, दिखा अपने हुनर को। शुक्रगुजार हैं हम प्रेस, प्रिंटिंग, एलुमनाई, सिक्योरिटी तथा सोशल मीडिया कमेटी के, एम्स के बाहरी संपर्क को निभाया उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से। इन्विटेशन, ट्रेजरर, स्पॉन्सर तथा फाइनल रिपोर्टिंग कमेटी ने दिया है अपना अतुलनीय योगदान और अपने अनूठे परिश्रम से जिन्होंने बनाया इस कार्य को बहुत ही आसान। क्रिएशन अथवा रचना हर प्रोग्राम को बनाती है अनोखा, शुक्रगुजार हैं हम जिन्होंने बना दिया इस प्रोग्राम को सदा के लिए यादों का झरोखा। किसी समारोह का आयोजन आसान नहीं होता जब तक हमारे वॉलंटियर्स का योगदान नहीं होता, इनके शुक्रगुजार हैं हम। सफाई कर्मी, सुरक्षा कर्मी तथा एम्स के सभी कर्मियों के आभारी हैं हम, कार्यक्रम में जिन्होंने योगदान दिया, नहीं किसी से कम। कुछ लोग जो सामने रहते हैं वो तो दिखाई देते हैं, पर्दे के पीछे गुपचुप कार्य करने वालों को भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। अंत में अंतिम पंक्तियां हैं, कविता ज़्यादा आती नहीं, शब्दों में थोड़ा कमज़ोर हूँ, अगर किसी का नाम या किसी कमेटी का नाम छूटा है तो क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ। सभी का धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a beautifully framed poem. I now invite our entire AIIMS family, faculty, officers, and all the staff to kindly join us for a group photograph, without whom this event would have been impossible. Please, everyone, please join us on the stage. Please give a huge round of applause for them also.
All members of the staff also. Virender, Pooja, Shubham, everyone. Nipul ji, आइए please.
Vikram ji is here? Okay. Everybody is here? Anybody in the audience?
Wait, okay, okay. And last but not the least, all our delegates who have come, traveled from far, all international delegates, all national delegates who have come from far, please join us on stage. We have a tiny delegate from Jaipur, please join us. All those who have traveled from far. Bolo, bolo. People who joined us from Japan, Uganda, Kenya, US, UK.
Oh yeah, it's the G20.
लाइट कंट्रोल रूम वालों को।
Some volunteers were still working when we all were taking credits, so they've come now for pictures. Ma'am, last group of volunteers.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. a theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Heaven for the thrill seeker, paradise for the mystery chaser. There is no better way to describe Uttarakhand. This is where you bump into life. This is where you get to tell your tale. Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
आज उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
देवभूमि में आपका स्वागत है।
दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके, कदमों को यहाँ बढ़ने से कैसे टोके। हर हंसी अपने पनवानी। आज उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven.
ये हाथ मानो पतवारी परिंदों सी उड़ारी, इस दिल की जुबान को बोलने से कोई कैसे रोके। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में, अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में।
Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
खड़ी चढ़ाई तो कहीं ढलान है, चेहरे पर प्यारी सी मुस्कान है, हर घर की यही पहचान है। बनती है जो दाल हो जाती है वो लाल, उसमें लो नींबू डाल। बाजे हुड़का तो थिरकते कदम, पूरी की तान पर नाच रहे मलंग। दिल को आने से कैसे कोई रोके, अजी उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
दिल डोर डोर सा खुलता खुलता है यहाँ, चलता रहा सीख से सिखाने तक, लौट फिर आने तक। खुद की इस खोज में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के, अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। पहाड़ों की गोद में हूँ खुद की मैं खोज में, पहाड़ों की गोद में मन मोर मोर सा जगता है यहाँ।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Heaven for the thrill seeker, paradise for the mystery chaser. There is no better way to describe Uttarakhand. This is where you bump into life. This is where you get to tell your tale. Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
देवभूमि में आपका स्वागत है।
दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके, कदमों को यहाँ बढ़ने से कैसे टोके। अपनेपन वाली हर हंसी अपनेपन वाली। अजी उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven.
ये हाथ मानो पतवारी परिंदों सी उड़ारी, इस दिल की जुबान को बोलने से कोई कैसे रोके। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में, अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में।
Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
खड़ी चढ़ाई तो कहीं ढलान है, चेहरे पर प्यारी सी मुस्कान है, हर घर की यही पहचान है। काली है जो दाल हो जाती है वो लाल, उसमें लो नींबू डाल। बाजे हुड़का तो थिरकते कदम, चूरी की तान पर नाच रहे मलंग। दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके। अजी उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
दिल डोर डोर सा खुलता खुलता है यहाँ, चलता रहा सीख से सिखाने तक, लौट फिर आने तक। खुद की इस खोज में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। पहाड़ों की गोद में हूँ खुद की मैं खोज में, पहाड़ों की गोद में मन मोर मोर सा जगता है यहाँ।
Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Heaven for the thrill seeker, paradise for the mystery chaser. There is no better way to describe Uttarakhand. This is where you bump into life. This is where you get to tell your tale. Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
आज उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
देवभूमि में आपका स्वागत है।
दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके, कदमों को यहाँ बढ़ने से कैसे टोके। अपने पन वाली हर हंसी अपने पन वाली। आज उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
ये हाथ मानो पतवारी परिंदों सी उड़ारी, इस दिल की जुबान को बोलने से कोई कैसे रोके। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में, अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के उत्तराखंड में।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
खड़ी चढ़ाई तो कहीं ढलान है, चेहरे पर प्यारी सी मुस्कान है, हर घर की यही पहचान है। काली है जो दाल हो जाती है वो लाल, उसमें लो नींबू डाल। बाजे हुड़का तो थिरकते कदम, पूरी की तान पर नाच रहे मलंग। दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके। अजी उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
दिल डोर डोर सा खुलता खुलता है यहाँ, चलता रहा सीख से सिखाने तक, लौट फिर आने तक। खुद की इस खोज में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। पहाड़ों की गोद में हूँ खुद की मैं खोज में। पहाड़ों की गोद में मन मोर मोर सा जगता है यहाँ।
उत्तराखंड सिंपली हेवन।
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Heaven for the thrill seeker, paradise for the mystery chaser. There is no better way to describe Uttarakhand. This is where you bump into life. This is where you get to tell your tale. Uttarakhand, simply heaven.
उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
देवभूमि में आपका स्वागत है।
दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके, कदमों को यहाँ बढ़ने से कैसे टोके। हर हंसी अपने पन वाली, हर हंसी अपने पन वाली। आज उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven.
अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के, ये दिल बड़े पतंग बादलों के संग, ये हाथ मानो पतवारी परिंदों सी उड़ारी। इस दिल की जुबान को बोलने से कोई कैसे रोके। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के, उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के, उत्तराखंड में।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven.
खड़ी चढ़ाई तो कहीं ढलान है, चेहरे पर प्यारी सी मुस्कान है, हर घर की यही पहचान है। काली है जो दाल हो जाती है वो लाल, उसमें लो नींबू डाल। बाजे हुड़का तो थिरकते कदम, चूरी की तान पर नाच रहे मलंग। दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके। अजी उत्तराखंड में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven.
दिल डोर डोर सा खुलता खुलता है यहाँ, चलता रहा सीख से सिखाने तक, लौट फिर आने तक। खुद की इस खोज में अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के। अपनाते हैं दिल खोल के, पहाड़ों की गोद में हूँ खुद की मैं खोज में। पहाड़ों की गोद में मन मोर मोर सा जगता है यहाँ।
उत्तराखंड, simply heaven. Khand.